Reviving Izabel by J.A. Redmerski. 8 months have passed since I broke free from that nightmare in Mexico. 9 years of captivity finally behind me. Now I'm living what most would call a normal life, blending in with everyday people doing ordinary things. No shadows follow me, no threats linger. I even have Dahlia, the closest thing to a real friend, and Dina Gregory, who stepped into the role of a mother I never had. On paper, it's perfect. But beneath the surface, every word I speak is a carefully crafted lie. Back in California, I've spun a web of half-truths, friends like Charlie and Lee, an ex named Matt who supposedly drove me out of state with his obsession. The restraining order, the gunshot wound, the hospital stay, all fiction. The real story, sold to a cartel by my own mother at 14. 9 years trapped, then blood on my hands when I fought my way out. And Victor, the assassin who pulled me from hell, the man whose name still burns in my chest. I could never tell Dina or Dahlia or even Eric, the guy currently between my thighs, that part of me craves the danger I left behind. Victor's world. His name slips from my lips in the dark, a desperate prayer. Eric's mouth moves against me, his grip tight, but my mind drifts always back to Victor. Is he watching? Does he remember me? The thought alone is enough to send me over the edge. God. My back arches as pleasure ripples through me, fingers tangled in Eric's hair. He presses a kiss just below my ribs, oblivious to the storm inside my head. The one person who truly knows me is the one I can never have. My gaze drifts to the ceiling, the same way it does every time, that familiar wave of guilt keeping me from meeting Eric's eyes afterward. He's everything I should want, dark-haired, blue-eyed, with a charm that makes everyone adore him. At 27, he's the kind of guy you bring home to your parents, the kind who remembers anniversaries and makes you laugh even on bad days, or he would be if Victor Faust hadn't ruined me for anyone else. I swipe the dampness from my forehead as Eric stretches out beside me, his fingers brushing my ribs teasingly. I squirm away, laughing, then turn to face him, tracing a lazy line through his hair. "What's that about?" I ask. "You always go quiet," he murmurs, tilting my chin up. "Like you're somewhere else." And I am, just long enough to push Victor's face from my thoughts so I can look at Eric without feeling like a fraud. He kisses my forehead and I force a grin, pressing my lips to his fingers. "Recovery time," I joke. "Take it as a compliment. You're very good at what you do." And he is, but no matter how skilled Eric is, he's not Victor. It took me months after Victor vanished to even consider dating again. Eric wore me down with his relentless charm, showing up at the gas station where I worked, buying snacks he didn't need just to linger at the counter. I resisted at first, clinging to the hope Victor would return, but hope fades. Eric reaches for me, but I slide off the bed before his arm lands, tugging on my clothes before he can pull me back. He doesn't question it, just watches with that slow, knowing smile he gets when I'm half-dressed. "Sarai." I yank my shirt down, twisting my hair back into place. "Change of plans," he says. "I'm coming to California with you and Dahlia tomorrow." My stomach drops. "But your job got coverage," he interrupts. "Boss gave me the green light." This is a problem, not because I don't care about Eric, I do in my own fractured way, but because this trip isn't about beaches or shopping. I'm going to kill someone, or at least I'm going to try. Dahlia knowing was risky enough. Now Eric's coming and his smile falters as he studies my face. "You don't look thrilled," he says. I grin and shake my head, moving back to sit beside him on the bed. "No, I'm totally excited, just surprised, that's all. 6 a.m. is early. Are you even packed yet?" Eric chuckles, tugging me closer until I'm perched near his hip, one arm braced against the mattress. "Found out right before I left work today," he admits. "Bad timing, but all I need is 10 minutes to toss some clothes in a duffel." His fingers brush a loose strand of hair from my face. "Perfect," I say, forcing cheer into my voice. "Guess we're really doing this." By 4, Dina's already in the kitchen, the scent of sizzling bacon pulling me from sleep. After a quick shower, I slump into a chair at the table where a plate waits. "I still don't like you going back there," she mutters, loading her own plate. I grab a few strips of bacon. "I know," I say, "but I won't let some guy from my past ruin my trip." She exhales, her frown deepening. "The lie I spun months ago, the one about an abusive ex, haunts me now. When Victor brought her to the hospital after Nicholas shot me, I panicked. Easier to invent a villain than explain the truth. Now with LA looming, her anxiety's been relentless. I scarf down the last of my eggs just as Dahlia and Eric arrive. "Let's move," Dahlia says, her hair piled into a messy knot. At the door, Dina grips my elbows. "Call me the second you land." "I will," I promise, hugging her tight. For a split second, I almost believe in Matt, the phantom ex I've crafted so thoroughly he feels real. Then I'm out the door, stepping into the crisp morning air, the weight of the lie lighter with every mile we put between us and home. Eric tosses my suitcase into the trunk alongside their luggage before sliding into the backseat. "California dreamin', baby," Dahlia announces, her voice bubbling with excitement. I force a smile, matching about half her energy. Thank God it's dawn. If this were midday, she'd see right through my fake enthusiasm. I arch my back in a lazy stretch, letting my head thump against the headrest. Eric's fingers find the tense spot beneath my hairline, working slow circles that make my shoulders drop. Still don't get why you're allergic to airplanes, Dahlia says, twisting in her passenger seat. We could have been sipping mimosas at the hotel by now instead of watching you morph into a grumpy zombie. I tilt my chin toward the window, not grumpy, just conserving energy. Aha, she says, tapping her temple. Silent Sarai equals storm warning, or strategic recharging, Eric murmurs. Heat prickles up my neck as I swat at his hand, not that I want him to stop. Behind my closed eyelids, Victor's face flickers like a glitch, uninvited. 4 highway hours later, palm trees blur past as we hit city limits. The real reason I needed to drive sits buried under spare clothes in my duffel, 2 handguns and a switchblade. Dahlia's version, I wanted to see the desert bloom. 7 days, that's all I have to execute a plan I've mapped out in my head 100 ways. The Hamburg estate's gates might as well be a fortress, no crashing that party without an engraved invite and a room full of socialites watching. Arthur Hamburg won't forget me. Not after that night Victor and I conned our way into his penthouse, not after what happened to his wife. The platinum wig itching my scalp and the raccoon-eyed makeup should buy me enough disguise. Probably. Chapter 2, I kill daylight playing tourist with Eric and Dahlia, choking down overpriced salads on Sunset Boulevard, trailing behind a perky guide through Grauman's Chinese theater, nodding at modern art I don't see. By sunset, I'm slumped on a poolside lounger selling exhaustion. You're radiating flu vibes, Dahlia declares, pressing a palm to my forehead. Her nails are painted neon pink. Time zones exist, I mutter, swatting her away. Also, museums are boring, she flops back, adjusting her oversized sunglasses. Save the whining, Eric says, flicking my ankle. Tomorrow's Griffith Observatory and tacos from that truck I bookmarked. First visit since the family implosion, he adds when I groan. Dahlia sighs, 2 years for me, missed the smog. The chaise cushion digs into my spine as I fake a yawn. What I actually need is to lace up my boots and rehearse the route to Hamburg Steakhouse in my head. Again a kid cannonballs into the pool nearby, sending a spray of water our way. I lift myself from the lounge chair, shaking droplets off the paperback I'd been flipping through. My sunglasses get pushed up into my hair as I swing my legs around and plant my feet on the hot pavement. Think I'm gonna crash in the room for a bit, I say, grabbing my tote bag from the ground. Eric props himself up on his elbows, shades coming off as he squints at me. Want some company? He asks. I wave him off. Stay here with Dahlia, she'll get bored without you. I adjust the bag strap on my shoulder and snap my sunglasses back down, hiding my eyes. Dahlia tilts her head. Seriously, Sarai, we're at a resort in Miami. This is supposed to be fun, not nap time. I'll be fine tomorrow, I lie smoothly. Just need a bath and some actual sleep. Fine, but if you come down with something I'm not playing nurse, she warns, wagging a finger. Eric catches my wrist, tugging me toward him. His lips brush mine, warm and lingering. Last chance to change your mind, he murmurs. I pull back with a small smile. I'm good. The elevator ride up feels endless. Inside the room, I throw the deadbolt and chain before dumping my bag. My laptop fires up while I glance out the window, tiny figures of Eric and Dahlia still stretched out by the water. The screen glows as I pull up Hamburg's restaurant site again, scrolling through the same staged photos, the same useless details. My fist slams the desk. Screw this. Leaning back, I rake my fingers through my hair. The plan was simple: blend in, case the place, find Hamburg's private booth where he spies on his guests, then make sure he never leaves it alive. But every time I think about walking in there, my stomach knots. I'm not some trained killer, just someone who's pissed enough to try. And if I keep hesitating, I'll never do more than think about it. Standing just a few blocks from the restaurant, the weight of what I'm about to do settles in. The days are slipping away and suddenly my confidence is crumbling. This isn't some slick Hollywood heist. I'm not some smooth operator who can walk in, take a life and vanish without a trace. That's Victor's kind of move, not mine. Frustrated, I tap the table lightly, shut my laptop and push back from the chair. The worn, speckled carpet muffles my steps as I pace, my mind racing. Just as I decide to retreat to the room I booked separately away from Dahlia and Eric, the door rattles against the chain. Sarai, Dahlia's voice filters through the gap. You gonna let us in or what? I exhale hard and unchain the door. Eric trails in behind her, eyeing the lock. Since when do you use the chain? He asks. Force of habit, I mutter, dropping onto the edge of the bed. They toss their bags on the floor, Dahlia settling at the window table while Eric sprawls behind me, ankles crossed. Thought you were napping, Dahlia says, wincing as she picks at a knot in her damp hair. I glance between them. I just got here. Weren't you two supposed to stay by the pool longer? The irritation leaks into my words before I can stop it. Guilt twists in my chest. I don't want them tangled up in this. They shouldn't even be here. We can leave if you want, Eric offers softly, and damn it, my tone was sharper than I thought. I tilt my head back, sighing, then reach over to squeeze his ankle. Sorry, I say, forcing a smile at Dahlia. It's just, being back in LA is messing with me. Dahlia's expression shifts like she's solved a puzzle. and she nudges Eric's legs aside to sit beside me, arms slung over my shoulders. Knew it had to be something like that. Her glance at Eric tells me they've already discussed this, probably while lounging at the pool. No wonder they cut their time short to check on me. We wanted to make sure you were okay, Eric adds, sitting up behind me. Before he can pull me into one of his hugs, I stand abruptly. Lately, I've been dodging those. How much longer can I keep pretending? I should tell him the truth, that I don't feel the same way, but the real truth. I can't say anything at all. The weight of another lie presses down on me, another layer in this suffocating web I've spun. I've kept this charade going, hoping maybe, just maybe, I'd feel the same way about him as he does about me. I wanted to move on, to leave Victor in the past and embrace the life he's given me, but the truth won't let me. It clings like a shadow I can't shake. He won't even know you're here, Eric says, cracking his knuckles at the mention of Matt. And if he does, let's just say he'll regret it. I force a smile, but it only makes the guilt worse. The two people closest to me have no idea who I really am. Hugging myself, I drift to the window, watching the city lights flicker below. Dahlia sighs. Sarah, if you're this worried about Matt finding out, maybe seeing your old friends isn't the best idea. She's right, of course. I know they wouldn't say anything, I admit, but it's safer to just stick with you two while we're here. Eric grins. Sounds like a solid plan. And it is, because now I don't have to explain why my so-called friends are just ghosts of my imagination. Dahlia joins me by the window. Maybe we should have picked Miami instead, huh? I shake my head. No, this city means something to me, and I know how much you wanted to come. I glance at her, mustering a fleeting smile. Let's make this week unforgettable. She nudges me with her shoulder. There's the Sarai I remember, if only she knew. Dahlia tugs Eric off the bed. Come on, let's give her some space. Eric resists for a second before walking over, turning me to face him. His blue eyes lock onto mine, earnest and pleading. Anything you need, just call, I'll be here. This time my smile is real, he's earned that much. I will, I promise, gently pushing them toward the door. Try not to have too much fun without me. Dahlia laughs as she steps into the hall. Scout's honor. Eric rolls his eyes. That's not how it works, doll. Just get some rest, she insists. Tomorrow's going to be a marathon. Agreed. I nod, shutting the door behind them. Leaning against it, I exhale slowly. Pretending is exhausting, far harder than just being my messy, reckless self. I know what I have to do, I murmur to the empty room. Talking to myself has become a habit lately. It helps me think, even if the answers still feel just out of reach. I lean against the window frame, arms folded as I stare at the Los Angeles skyline. A disguise is essential, not to hide from Hamburg, but from security cameras and prying eyes. I need Hamburg to see me. That's the only way I'll get inside. 3 hours later, Dahlia and Eric finally return to the hotel room just as the last streaks of sunset fade. I'd already showered, changed into sleep shorts and an old band tee, and killed the lights to sell the illusion I was out cold. The second I heard the keycard click in the lock, I dove onto the bed, limbs splayed in my usual dead-to-the-world sprawl. Eric tiptoed in, whispering an apology when I woke with a groan and a half-lidded glare. He tried bribing me with a nightclub invite, swearing he'd stay if I did, but I shut that down fast. The guilt was pointless. In his shoes, I wouldn't waste a Friday night in some dingy room when the city was buzzing outside. Their departure was the break I needed. No awkward lies about where I was headed or why they couldn't tag along. Through the peephole, I watched Dahlia ditch her bikini, then both of them vanish down the hall. After 100 frantic paces across the carpet, I snatched my bag and bolted the opposite way, heart hammering as I reached the service wing. My fingers jittered through my purse, brushing gum wrappers and loose change before finally closing around the key. Inside, I threw the chain lock and dumped my suitcase open on the bed. The platinum wig came out first. I smoothed the flyaways, then perched it on a lamp to keep its shape. The dress was next, black slinky designer. Makeup took precision, smoky eyes, sharp contour, the kind of look I'd practiced for weeks in my bathroom mirror. Strappy heels completed the transformation. Walking in them still felt like balancing on knives, but Izabel's Seyfried wouldn't wobble, she'd own it. I dampened my hair, twisted it into a tight knot and secured it with pins. One last check in the mirror. Game time. I pulled the wig cap snug over my hair before securing the blonde wig, fussing with it until every strand falls perfectly into place. I fasten the knife sheath around my thigh and smooth my dress over it, then study my reflection from every angle in the full-length mirror. The blonde hair feels foreign, but it works. With my small black purse tucked under my arm, its slight bulge from the concealed handgun barely noticeable, I hesitate at the door, my fingers brushing the handle before dropping away. What am I even doing? Because I have no choice. The images won't leave me. Hamburg's smug grin as he loomed over me, the hollow stare of his wife wasting away in that hidden room, the stench of neglect clinging to her clothes. Every night since Victor walked out, those memories claw at me. The need to end this is relentless, an itch I can't ignore no matter how much it twists me inside. And maybe, just maybe, this will catch the attention of someone I can't bring myself to forget. Stepping outside, I shed Sarai and become Izabel for the night. I curse myself for not renting a proper car as the cab drops me off 2 blocks from the restaurant. Izabel wouldn't be caught dead in a taxi. The host eyes me as I enter. Table for 1. I tilt my head, lips curling. Is that an issue? Or are you offering to join me? My gaze flicks to his name tag. Jeffrey. He stumbles back, flustered. Sorry ma'am. I cut him off with a sharp glare. Don't call me that, just seat me. He leads me to a small table in the center of the dining room. When the waiter offers a wine list, I wave it off. Water with lemon. As he retreats, I scan the room, noting the exit sign near the hallway. My fingers tap against the table, restless. Tonight, everything changes. To my right, near the staircase leading to the upper level, the dimly lit restaurant feels just as it did on my first visit, quiet, half-empty, with soft jazz drifting through the air. My gaze lingers on the booth where Victor and I sat months ago, and for a moment the past floods back. The memory is so vivid I can almost see us there again. Come closer, he murmurs, his voice warm. I shift until our legs touch, his fingers tracing the nape of my neck as he draws me in. My pulse stutters when his lips graze my cheek, then his other hand slides beneath my dress, fingertips skimming higher. My breath catches. Do I let him? Do I pull away? Desire and uncertainty twist together until I can barely think. I've got something special planned for you tonight, he whispers, his breath hot against my ear. His touch lingers, teasing, and I bite back a gasp, knowing he can feel my reaction. What kind of surprise? I ask, leaning into his palm. Need a minute to decide. A voice snaps me back to the present. The waiter stands there, menu in hand, my water glass already placed before me, lemon perched on the rim. Flustered, I hesitate before shaking my head. I'll need more time, I say, and he nods, leaving the menu behind. My eyes drift to the balcony above, its ornate railing lined with empty tables. Where is Hamburg? Victor mentioned he always sits upstairs, but the space is eerily vacant. The thought that he might already be watching sends a jolt through me. I force my shoulders straight, sip my water, and cradle the glass with practiced elegance, pinky extended like some old money heiress. Around me, couples chat over half-finished meals, their laughter hollow. I wonder which of them will end up at Hamburg's estate this weekend, trading privacy for cash. My fingers brush the deep red flowers in the centerpiece vase before I reach into my bag, pull out my phone, and hold it to my ear. Arthur Hamburg, I murmur, pitching my voice low so the mic hidden in the petals catches every word. We need to talk. Recognize me now, Izabel Seyfried. It's been a few years. My eyes dart across the dimly lit restaurant, half expecting armed men to materialize from the shadows. Don't get any bright ideas, I didn't come solo. You and I need to have a conversation. I tilt my head back, scanning the balcony level, wondering if he's even here. Just as I'm about to write this off as a lost cause, movement catches my eye near the southern exit. My pulse kicks up as a tall, imposing figure steps into view, his salt and pepper hair and that unmistakable chin dimple confirming it's Willem Stevens, the restaurant manager. He descends the stairs with deliberate calm, his broad shoulders squared, hands clasped in front of him like a soldier at ease. Good evening, Miss Seyfried, he rumbles, his voice like gravel. Care to explain where your employer is? I take a slow sip of water, letting the silence stretch. Every nerve in my body is lit up, but it's not fear, it's the electric buzz of knowing I'm playing a dangerous game. Victor Faust doesn't own me, I say, setting the glass down with deliberate ease. But he's nearby somewhere. I let the hint of a smirk play on my lips. Stephen's gaze flicks around the room before settling back on me, his polished facade slipping just enough. What do you want? He demands. Arthur Hamburg and I have business, I reply, keeping my voice steady. Tell him it's in his best interest to meet me tonight, preferably before I lose my patience. Stephen's jaw tightens, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallows hard. His left ear twitches, there's a comms piece hidden there. Hamburg's giving orders, no doubt. When Stevens finally extends a hand, his expression is ice. This way. I rise, following him up the stairs, my mind racing. One way or another, tonight ends with blood, mine or someone else's. Chapter 4. Sarai. The guard outside Hamburg's door stiffens as I approach. Lay a finger on me, I say, flashing him a razor-sharp smile, and I'll turn your family jewels into burger meat. His nostrils flare, but before he can react, Stevens cuts in from behind me. She's here for Mr. Hamburg. You'll need to be searched for weapons before entering, the guard said, blocking my path. Damn, stay cool, think like Izabel. I took a slow breath, then flashed a sharp grin at both men before tossing my clutch at the guard. It smacked against his chest. Unless I shoved something very creatively, this dress isn't hiding much, I said, locking eyes with Stevens. The gun's in the bag, but if you even think about, let her through, Hamburg's voice cut in from the doorway. There he was, same bloated frame, same cheap suit straining at the seams. The guard shot me a look that could kill, but I just tilted my head, amused. I knew that Ray lived with it. He pulled the gun from my purse and shoved the bag back at me. Mr. Hamburg, Stevens protested, I should stay with you. Hamburg waved him off, his jowls wobbling. They're not here to shoot me or they wouldn't have walked in the front door. Watch the restaurant. At least keep Marion posted outside, Stevens insisted, nodding to the guard. Hamburg sighed. Fine, stay here. If you don't hear me for a full minute, come in, just a precaution. Obviously, I echoed, matching his smirk. He stepped aside, gesturing me in with a mock-polite sweep of his hand. Thought we were done, Miss Seyfried. The door clicked shut behind us. Sit, he said. The room was massive, with curved walls and dim lighting that made the gilded frames of biblical paintings glow. A fireplace loomed on one side while the faint flicker of TV screens leaked from a cracked door across the room. Surveillance, of course. I sank into the leather chair, smoothing my dress over the knife strapped to my thigh. We're not done, I said, crossing my legs. You took my wife. You really think that was the end of it? Hamburg's face darkened. You think one life was enough for you? I leaned forward, smiling. No, and neither was it for you. You've ended plenty of lives. Hamburg gnaws at his cheek before settling into the chair behind his desk, his thick fingers splayed across the polished mahogany. The hatred in his eyes is sharp enough to cut through steel, but he won't act, not yet. He's convinced I didn't walk in here alone. No sane person would. Only someone reckless or stupid would attempt this, or someone like me who just needs him to keep believing I've got backup until I figure out how to finish this and walk out alive. His little rule, 1 minute of silence before the guard barges in, just made my already shaky plan even worse. Gotta admit, Hamburg says, shifting the mood like flipping a switch, you've got a face that works with any hair color, but red. That was my favorite. He thinks my real hair was a wig, perfect. You're twisted, you know that? I drum my fingers against the armrest, keeping my voice steady even as my skin crawls. He grins, slow and unsettling. Those people knew the risks, he says, shrugging. Things get heated, control slips, it happens. How many? I press, his eyes narrow. What's the difference, Miss Seyfried? 1, 10, 20, get to the point. Money, secrets, I've dealt with blackmail before, I'm not new to this. Tell me about your wife, I say, buying time, pretending I'm still in charge. Part of me actually wants to hear it. The rest of me is just trying not to panic, my stomach churning like a hive got knocked loose inside me. Maybe keeping him talking will help. Hamburg tilts his head. Why? Answer. I loved her, he mutters like the words taste bitter. She was everything. That's love, I scoff. You let her rot with the lie that she was some junkie who killed herself just to cover your own tracks, and you call that love. A shadow shifts under the surveillance room door. Someone's in there now. Love's complicated, he says, leaning back with a creak of leather, his fingers laced over his gut. Mary and I weren't like other couples. Different doesn't mean less. His gaze flicks to mine, cold and sure. We were lucky to find each other. Lucky, I almost laugh. You think it's luck that two monsters found each other and made everything worse? He shakes his head like I'm too naive to get it. People like Mary and me, we weren't just different. I cut him off. We were broken, twisted. He exhales, resigned. Call it what you want. But when you're that far outside what society deems normal, finding someone who understands you is almost impossible. My jaw clenches on its own. Not because he's getting under my skin, but because I hate that this slimy man is making me think about Victor, about how much I actually relate to what he's saying. I force the thought away. The dim glow under the surveillance room door flickers again. I ignore it, not wanting Hamburg to suspect I'm watching for an exit. I didn't come here for a therapy session, I snap, the words tumbling out before I can stop them. I came for names. His eyebrows lift. What names? Your clients. Something shifts in his expression, a subtle tilt of power. You want my client list? He asks, suspicion creeping into his voice. Damn it, I thought you and Victor already had that. Keep it together, don't flinch, too late. We do, I say smoothly, but I'm talking about the ones you never wrote down. My stomach churns, my skull feels like it's burning. I hold my breath, praying he buys it. Hamburg watches me, his gaze crawling over my face, my stance hunting for weakness. He tilts his head, the extra weight of his chin shifting. And why would you think there's a hidden list? He asks. I exhale, but the tension doesn't leave my shoulders. There's always a hidden list, I lie, pulling the words out of thin air. Give me 3 names that aren't in the records. A smirk tugs at my lips. For a second, I think I've got him, then he leans forward. You give me 3 names from the list you already have, and then we'll talk. Control slips through my fingers. I swallow hard, forcing my expression to stay blank. What, do you think I keep your files in my bag? I scoff, scrambling to recover. This isn't a negotiation, Hamburg. You don't have the upper hand here. Is that right? He asks, grinning. He knows, I can see it, but he's waiting, savoring the moment before he calls my bluff. We're done talking. I push up from the leather chair, gripping my purse tighter, suddenly regretting leaving my gun behind. My fingers press into the polished mahogany desk as I lean in, just enough to make him feel the threat. 3 names, I hiss, or I walk, and Victor Faust replaces me with a bullet between your eyes, right through that tacky painting behind you. Hamburg chuckles. That's not Jesus. He rises, towering over me, his presence suffocating. My mind races, trying to figure out how he sees through me, but he's already there, delivering the blow before I can brace for it. Izabel, it's almost amusing how you'd walk in here demanding names that aren't on any list you bother keeping, he says, tapping a finger toward my bag. If you don't track them, how would you even know if I fed you duplicates? My stomach drops. I'm completely screwed. Let me tell you what I believe, he continues, leaning in. Showed up alone, driven by some petty revenge against me. His finger jabs the air. Because I recall every damn detail from that night, every single one, especially the shock on your face when you realized Victor Faust was there to kill my wife, not me. That wasn't the look of a player, it was the look of someone who'd stumbled into the wrong game. His attempt at a sympathetic smile twists into something mocking. If you had backup, they'd have burst in by now. Face it, you're in way over your head. The door creaks open, and for a heartbeat, I dare to hope it's Victor swooping in like some dark knight. Instead, the guard steps in, locking the door behind him with a smirk that makes my skin crawl. Hamburg gives a nod and the guard unbuckles his belt. My pulse hammers in my throat. Funny thing, Hamburg muses, circling his desk. Our first meeting involved a deal between me and Victor. Ring any bells? He drags my abandoned chair around, forcing me to face him. My hands tremble so badly it feels like my veins are burning. I reach for my knife, but they're already flanking me. No way I can fight them both. What are you talking about? I stammer, scrambling for time. Hamburg sighs like I'm wasting his. Don't play dumb, Izabel. You bolted before holding up your end. The deal died that night, I snap. His laugh is low as he sinks into his chair, flicking a glance at the guard. Before I can react, my arms are wrenched behind me. You'll regret this. I shout, thrashing, but the guard slams me onto the marble table. Pain flares through my jaw, blood pooling under my tongue. Get off me, I twist, kicking blindly. Hamburg's voice cuts through the chaos. Turn her face toward me. Before I can react, my head is wrenched to the side, my face pressed against the cold marble surface. I want to watch her expression when you take her, he sneers, his gaze flicking between me and the guard pinning me down. We're finishing what we started that night, Izabel. You like that idea? Go to hell, I spit back, struggling against the guard's grip. Oh, sweetheart, he chuckles, amusement dripping from his voice. I won't be the one touching you, you're not my taste. His eyes linger on the guard behind me, hungry and impatient. My jaw clenches as I force the words through my teeth. I swear I'll bury you both. Do whatever you want, you won't live to see tomorrow. Hamburg smirks, his fingers hovering near his undone zipper like he's fighting the urge. Who said you're leaving alive? He signals the guard, who tightens his grip on my hair. Make sure she doesn't. The moment his hand leaves my hair and slides under my dress, I seize my chance. Twisting awkwardly, I grab the knife strapped to my thigh and slash backward. The guard howls, staggering away as blood pours from his neck. You psycho, Hamburg bellows, lurching toward me like a charging bull, his pants sagging. I sprint at him, blade raised, but his bulk slams into me, knocking me to the ground. The knife skids away, and before he can grab me, I kick hard. My heel smashes into his face with a sickening crack. God damn you, he roars, clutching his cheek. I scramble toward my knife, spotting the guard writhing in a crimson pool, choking on his own blood. Snatching the blade, I whirl as Hamburg charges again, sending a chair toppling. I shove the table into his path, it wobbles, and he crashes face first to the floor. In a heartbeat, I'm on his back, my knees digging into his sides as he thrashes beneath me. I yank him backward by his hair, pressing the blade against his throat until he freezes. Do it, I don't give a damn, you're dead either way. His breath comes in ragged gasps, the stench of panic thick in the air. Just as the knife bites into his skin, a thunderous banging erupts from the door. The sudden noise breaks my focus. Hamburg bucks beneath me like a rodeo bull, throwing me sideways. The knife clatters away as he surges to his feet. Across the room, the door shudders under Stephen's pounding. I barely dodge Hamburg's lunge, grabbing the only weapon within reach, a jagged chunk of concrete from the overturned table. The sickening crack of impact sends him reeling, hands clutching his shattered cheekbone. The door groans on its hinges. No time. I bolt for the surveillance room, kicking aside debris as I go. The second door stands ajar. I slam through it and take the stairs 3 at a time, praying they lead outside. The exit sign bleeds red in the flickering hallway light. I crash through the door into an alley where a suited man lounges on a car hood, cigarette dangling from his fingers. Our eyes lock. He takes in my bloody hands, the wild look in my eyes, then jerks his chin toward a dumpster. Move, he growls, footsteps pound closer. I open my mouth, but he cuts me off with a snarl. Now. A gunshot rings out as I sprint past the dumpster, heels skidding on wet pavement. The shoes come off mid-stride. I ditch them behind a stack of pallets and keep running. The night swallowing me whole. I yank off the blonde wig and toss it into the dumpster, my stomach churning. The air feels thick, impossible to inhale. Bile rises in my throat as I double over against the rough brick wall, hands braced on my knees. My whole body convulses as I retch onto the sidewalk, the acid taste lingering. Grabbing my discarded shoes, I sprint toward the hotel, the blood smeared on my dress and hands impossible to hide. Eyes follow me through the lobby, curious, wary. I force myself not to run, but my pulse hammers in my ears. The elevator feels too exposed, so I take the stairs, my legs burning by the time I reach the 8th floor. I slump against the hallway wall, gasping, my muscles shaking. Every breath scrapes like I've inhaled shards of glass. The door to my room with Eric is locked. No key, no purse. I lost everything in that fight, phone, weapons, all of it. I knock anyway, knowing he won't be there this early. Desperate, I try Dahlia's door next. Doll, open up. My knocks are sharp, urgent. Silence. Just as I'm about to sink to the floor, the door creaks open. Dahlia stands there, her expression shifting from surprise to shock as she takes in my disheveled state. Behind her, Eric rises from the chair by the window, his hair messy, hers too. A flicker of suspicion crosses my mind, but I'm too exhausted to care. Jesus, Sarai, Dahlia breathes, stepping closer. Is that blood? Eric's gaze sweeps over me. You're hurt, what happened? Dahlia's eyes dart from my stained dress to the wig cap still clinging to my hair. Why are you dressed like? I look down at myself, the adrenaline fading. What do I even say? The words don't come, I stand frozen, like a deer caught in blinding headlights, but my face stays blank, maybe just a hint of confusion flickering through. You saw Matt, Dahlia snaps, her voice climbing higher. Damn it, Sarai, you did, didn't you? Her fingers dig into my arm, but I yank free, heading straight for the bathroom. As I pull the bobby pins from my wig cap, my gaze lands on a condom bobbing in the toilet bowl. Eric steps in behind me, guilt written all over his face. Sarai, I didn't mean, he stammers. Save it, I cut him off, dropping the last pin onto the counter. I brush past him back into the room where Dahlia's staring at me, her expression a mess of shame. She starts to speak, but I raise my hand. Seriously, I'm not mad. Dahlia blinks. What? Eric's fingers rake through his hair, his face flushed. No offense, I say, locking eyes with him, but I've been pretending with you since day one. His jaw tightens, but he doesn't say a word. Part of me relishes the honesty, not to hurt him, just to finally say it. But yeah, after catching them sneaking around, a petty little thrill curls in my chest. Pretending, he echoes. I'm done. I grab my bag, heading for the door. You two deserve each other. No hard feelings, just no more lies. Wait, Sarai. Dahlia's voice wavers. I turn, arching a brow. You're really okay with this? God, their world is exhausting. The drama, the jealousy, the pointless games. Their stunned faces say it all, like I'm the one acting crazy. Yeah, I'm fine, I say, then hold my hand out to Eric. Room key now. He hesitates, but finally fishes it from his pocket. I snatch it and stride out, not bothering to look back. Eric trails me to the next room, babbling apologies as I stuff clothes into my suitcase. Sarai, I never wanted. I spin around, stopping him cold. Listen up. One last time, drop it or go back to Dahlia, your choice. Honestly, I couldn't care less about whatever's going on between you two, but spare me the tired TV drama excuses about how it just happened. Give me a break. I let out a dry chuckle because the whole situation feels ridiculous. Next, you'll be feeding me that classic "it's not you, it's me" nonsense. Seriously, is it so hard to believe I genuinely don't care? No games here, I mean every word. I shake my head and hold up my hands for emphasis. I don't care. Turning back to my suitcase, I zip it shut and fish out the spare key from the side pocket, relieved I had a backup. I need to go, I say, brushing past Eric again. Where are you headed? He asks, his voice tense. I can't say, but listen, if anyone comes asking for me, act like you don't know me, tell Dahlia the same. Actually, both of you should just leave for the night, go grab dinner, see a movie, whatever, just don't stick around here. His eyes flick to the blood on my clothes. Sarai, what the hell happened? You're freaking me out. I'll be fine, I say, forcing a calm expression. Just promise me you'll do exactly what I said. Are you ever going to explain any of this? I can't. The silence between us grows heavy. Finally, I open the door and step into the hallway. Guess I should be the one apologizing, I mutter. For what? Eric stands frozen in the doorway, arms limp at his sides. For never really being present with you, not the way I should have been. My gaze drops briefly before meeting his again. No more words pass between us, just the unspoken understanding that we both messed up. And weirdly, there's relief in that. No more lies. I walk away, taking the long route down the hall, doubling back so he can't track my steps. The moment I lock myself inside the hidden room, exhaustion slams into me like a truck. Every bruise, every cut, every ounce of adrenaline crashes down at once. I collapse onto the bed, my legs screaming in protest. Tomorrow's going to be hell. Staring at the ceiling, I barely have time to process before darkness swallows me whole. Chapter 6. A sudden thud jerks me awake. I bolt upright, disoriented, only to freeze at the sight before me, a stranger's lifeless body on the floor and Victor Faust looming over him. Get up, Victor, my voice cracks. This has to be a nightmare. He doesn't wait, just yanks me out of bed by the arm, dragging me toward the door before I can even grab my shoes. His grip is iron-tight as he pulls me into the hall, leaving no room for questions. We sprint down the hallway just as another armed man turns the corner. Victor doesn't hesitate. His silenced pistol snaps up and the man crumples before he can even raise his weapon. Victor's grip tightens around my hand, dragging me past the fallen figure as we bolt for the stairwell. The metal door slams open and he shoves me ahead of him. My lungs burn as we race down flight after flight, the concrete steps blurring beneath us. By the 5th floor, my legs feel like lead, but Victor yanks me into another corridor, heading straight for a service elevator. The moment the doors close, sealing us inside, I finally gasp out, "How did you find me?" My chest heaves, partly from exhaustion, partly because Victor's fingers are still laced through mine. My throat tightens, but I blink back the sting in my eyes. His voice cuts through the silence, sharp as a blade. "What the hell were you thinking, Sarai?" Before I can answer, his hands frame my face, slamming me against the elevator wall. His mouth crashes into mine, fierce and demanding, stealing my breath in a kiss that leaves me weak. Every ounce of strength dissolves under his touch. He kisses like he's furious, like he's starving, and I melt against him. Then just as suddenly he pulls back, pinning me in place with a grip that borders on painful. His dark eyes bore into mine, unreadable and intense. I'm still dazed, still craving more, but he doesn't give me the chance. "Answer me," he growls, shaking me slightly. "Why did you come here? Do you realize what you've done?" The elevator dings, cutting me off as the doors slide open. Victor drags me into a dim storage room, stacks of boxes looming like shadows. We weave through the maze until we hit the underground garage, where he finally lets go. A sleek car sits wedged between two hotel vans, its headlights flashing as we approach. I scramble inside, heart pounding, while Victor slides behind the wheel. The engine roars to life, and we're moving before my door even clicks shut. As we merge onto the freeway, I finally mutter, "I wanted him dead." Victor's grip tightens on the steering wheel, his jaw clenched. "Yeah, mission accomplished," he snaps, voice dripping with sarcasm. The words sting, but I don't argue. He's right, I messed up. Big time. The gravity of my mistake hits me like a punch when Victor snaps, "You almost got your friends killed. You almost got yourself killed too." My stomach twists as I whirl around to face him, my voice shaky. "Wait, are they okay?" Victor keeps his eyes on the road, his grip tightening on the wheel. "They're fine," he mutters. "Hamburg's men checked an empty room first. I got there just as they were leaving, followed one of them to your hiding spot and took care of it." My blood runs cold. The spare keys, both of them, were in the purse I lost at Hamburg's place. The room numbers were right there, printed on the little paper sleeves from the front desk. I was so focused on hiding my weapons that I didn't even think about the damn keys. "Oh God," I groan, pressing my forehead against the window. I left them a trail. My purse had everything in it. At least I didn't have a spare for Dahlia's room, otherwise she and Eric might not have made it. What was I thinking? Victor's voice cuts through my panic. "You handed them a map straight to you, Sarai. I should be ended this mess a long time ago." I whip my head toward him, fury burning in my chest. "You don't mean that." He hesitates, then exhales. "No, I don't." "Then don't ever say it again," I hiss, "or I'll save us both the trouble and put a bullet in you first." He actually smirks. "You don't mean that?" I meet his gaze, those sharp blue-green eyes I've spent too long missing. "Maybe not, but it'd be the smart move." "Good thing you're not winning any genius awards tonight," I shoot back. "Guess I'm safe for another day." A faint smile tugs at my lips before I turn away. "I missed you," I murmur, watching the streetlights blur past. Victor stays silent, but I don't need words. That elevator kiss said enough. He suddenly veers off the highway, pulling under a shadowed overpass and killing the engine. Darkness swallows us. "Why are we stopping?" I ask. "Call your friends," he orders, fishing a burner phone from the console. "Tell them to get out of LA now." I take the phone, hesitating before dialing Eric, then abruptly hanging up. Instead, I call Dahlia. The phone rings 5 times before she picks up. I steady myself and slip into my usual role, the art of deception. "You both destroyed me. Honestly, I don't know if I can ever move past what you did." Dahlia's voice cracks. "Sarai, God, I'm so sorry. It wasn't supposed to go like this. I swear I don't even know how." "Just stop," I cut in sharp. The silence on her end is immediate. Then I force the tears, amazed at how easily they come when they mean nothing. "I want to trust you again, but you were my best friend and you stabbed me in the back. I need space. I need you and Eric gone tonight. Back to Arizona. I can't even look at you right. Wait, where are you?" A thought hits me. If they were still at the hotel, she'd have heard about the shootings by now. "We're at some rooftop thing," she says, hesitant. "Is that okay? Eric said you told us to go out, but it felt wrong." "Yeah, it's fine," I lie smoothly. "I did say that. Where's Eric now?" "Still up there. It's too loud to talk." "Why are you calling from this number?" "Borrowed a friend's phone. Mine's gone." "Did Eric mention if anyone asks about me?" "Yes," she interrupts, voice tightening. "Sarai, forget me and Eric for 1 second. What the hell is happening? The blood, the weird outfit, that thing on your head, was that a wig? You're in trouble. I know you hate me, but please just tell me." "I can't," I shout, letting the fake sobs shake my voice. "Dahlia, just go. That's all I'm asking. You slept with my boyfriend. The least you can do is get out of my life right now. Let me deal with my shit. Then maybe we talk, but not until you're back in Arizona. Got it?" The silence stretches. Finally, she exhales. "Okay, I'll tell Eric we're leaving." "Good. It's not enough. Not until I know they're safely out of this mess." I hang up without another word. "Not bad," Victor muses, leaning against the car. "Your friend bought it." I glance at him. He smirks. I didn't. Of course not, I say flatly, because none of it was real. He doesn't press further. The engine growls as we pull away from the bridge. The safe house sits at the end of a winding road, hidden in the hills just outside the city. A jagged pool wraps around the back, its glow cutting through the dark like liquid neon. No sirens, no voices, just quiet. The only sound is the wind rustling through the dense trees lining the east side and rear of the house, blocking a full panoramic view of Los Angeles' glittering skyline. A heavy-set woman in a blue uniform opens the front door, her dark curls framing olive skin and sharp brown eyes that study us carefully. "Come inside," she says warmly, her Spanish accent familiar. The moment we step in, the scent of cleaning products and artificial floral air freshener mixes with the cool night air drifting through open windows. Though not as lavish as some estates I've seen, the place is spotless and inviting, making me painfully aware of my disheveled appearance, the dried blood still clinging to my clothes. Victor moves ahead in tailored black slacks and a fitted long-sleeved shirt, the sleeves rolled up to reveal toned forearms. The fabric drapes loosely over his frame, the top buttons undone. His polished shoes click softly against the hardwood, and a sleek silver watch catches the light as he gestures for me to follow. Then I spot it, the subtle outline of a gun tucked at his waist, half hidden by his untucked shirt. His hand brushes my back, sending a quick chill through me just as Frederick strides in from the glass doors leading to the backyard. Frederick flashes a grin that's equal parts charming and unsettling. Dressed similarly to Victor but in a snug white tee, he's barefoot, his near-black hair and striking features giving him an almost sculpted look. There's something unnerving beneath that polished exterior, though something I'd rather not confront. I prefer the version of him I first met, all smooth charisma and mystery, the danger carefully masked. Victor checks his watch. Only 10 minutes early, he points out, as if punctuality could somehow make this feel less tense. The air between us hums with unspoken tension, the kind that makes you hyper-aware of every movement, every glance. The housekeeper disappears down the hall, leaving us standing there, the city's distant glow the only witness to whatever comes next. Frederick grins as he walks over, his white teeth standing out against his sun-kissed skin. "You know how I am," he says with a casual shrug. Victor gives a silent nod, leaving me to piece together what that means. "Good to see you," Frederick adds, towering over me with an effortless confidence. He takes my hand and presses a light kiss just above my knuckles before straightening up again. "Heard you took someone out tonight," he remarks, his smile lingering, almost proud, like the idea amuses him. I glance at Victor, who confirms my unspoken question with a nod. "So the guard at the restaurant didn't make it." I meet Frederick's gaze and reply flatly, "Guess I did." His smirk deepens and he flicks a glance at Victor before asking, "And you're fine with that?" "Absolutely," I say without hesitation. He had it coming. There's some unspoken exchange between them, the kind that makes my skin prickle. After a beat, Frederick finally speaks up. "You've got your work cut out for you, Faust." With that, he turns and heads back toward the glass doors. We trail behind, stepping onto a sprawling stone patio dotted with wrought iron furniture and even an outdoor canopy bed. I sink onto a cushioned couch beside Victor, close enough to feel the warmth between us but not close enough. "How'd you even find out?" I ask Frederick, then shift to Victor. "And you never explained how you knew where I was." "Truthfully, I don't care about the details, I just want an excuse to look at him." "Melinda Rochester told me," Frederick says with a smirk. Before I can ask who that is, he adds, "Well, she told the whole city, really." Channel 7 News: man stabbed behind a restaurant in LA. My stomach twists. Please tell me they didn't get a clear shot of me. I turn to Victor, panic tightening my throat. I wore a wig, kept my head down mostly. But the excuses sound weak even to me. I stare at my hands, still marked with dried blood, and exhale. "Finding you wasn't hard," Victor says beside me. "Dina called after you left Arizona. She was worried about you heading to LA and thought I should know." My head snaps toward him. "Wait, Dina knew where you were?" "No," he says softly. "She just knew how to reach me." The words hit like a slap. The sting of betrayal burns in my throat from both of them. "I told Dina only to reach out if it was life or death, if something happened to you." "You gave her a way to find you," I fire back, "but left me completely in the dark. How could you?" Victor exhales, his voice steady. "I wanted you to move on. But if Javier's brothers ever tracked you down, or if you did something reckless like tonight, I needed to know." I shift away, putting distance between us, even though part of me wants to close the gap again. But I hold my ground, refusing to let him see how his control over me turns my anger into something childish. "Dina kept this from me," I mutter, more to myself. "Because I made it clear how important it was," he counters. Frederick drops into the chair beside the couch, stretching his legs. "Seems like you've dug yourself a hole too deep to climb out of." "Then why are we here?" I snap. Frederick smirks. "Where else would you go?" Victor cuts in. "I had to get you out of that hotel." "Hold on," I say, backtracking. That man wasn't killed behind the restaurant, it happened upstairs in Hamburg's private room. The memory of the man who let me go flashes in my mind and my stomach twists. Hamburg wouldn't let the cops think it happened inside. They'd pull the security footage and see the truth. I frown. Wouldn't he want the police to know? Frederick lounges back barefoot, arms draped over the chair. Victor sighs. Do I really have to spell it out for you, Sarai? His irritation throws me, but then it clicks. My eyes dart between them. Hamburg doesn't want the cops poking around because it risks exposing him, so he had the body moved, made it look like a mugging. Not exactly new for him. I stop short, aware of Frederick's presence. I don't know how much he knows about Hamburg's wife about that night. Victor's gaze softens just enough to tell me he's proud I pieced it together. I refuse to give him the satisfaction, keeping my expression cold. The housekeeper steps outside then, balancing a polished ice bucket with 3 beers. Frederick grabs one and she turns to us. Victor grabs a beer, but I wave it off, my gaze distant as the night's chaos replays in my head. The housekeeper slips away without a sound. What's this about Javier's brothers? I ask, my voice tight. Victor pops the cap off his drink and sets it down. Luis and Diego took over his operation right after you put him down. For a second, Javier's face flickers in my memory, the shock, the twisted pride, the way he crumpled when the bullet hit. I force the image away. Diego, the one who tried to force himself on me back at the compound, the one Javier made pay for it. Are they hunting me? Victor takes a slow sip, then places the bottle carefully on the table. Not that I've heard, they're clueless, playing at being kingpins, doubt they even see you as a problem. Frederick leans back, his beer balanced between his knees. Don't relax yet, he cuts in. You take those idiots over Hamburg and his attack dog any day. My stomach twists. I shoot Victor a questioning look. Willem Stevens, he says, Hamburg's muscle. Hamburg's all talk couldn't hit a target if it stood still, but Stevens' ex-military mercenary work ran with a black market outfit back in '86. A what? Like us, Victor clarifies, but they'll take any job, no morals, just cash. So he murders people for a paycheck. I remember Victor's warnings about private contracts, hits over affairs, grudges, nothing worth a life. His crew only handles real threats, the kind that could burn the world down. My throat goes dry. He saw me, he's the one who led me to Hamburg. My hands rake through my hair, nails scraping my scalp. Victor, I didn't know, Frederick snorts. Yeah, and you'd have gone anyway. I drop my eyes to my lap, my fingers twisting together, still smeared with dried blood. He's not wrong. I hate it, but he's right. That restaurant. I'd walk right back in. The urge to take down Hamburg still burned inside me, but with this new information, I could have planned it better. My chest tightens suddenly, like someone just yanked the air from my lungs. Victor, my phone, I blurt, bolting upright from the couch. My auburn hair tumbles over my shoulders, the dried blood tangled in it, scratching against my skin. Dina's number is in there. Shit. Stevens will go straight for her. I have to get back to Arizona. I lunge for the door, but Victor's already there, his grip firm around my wrist before I even reach the stone pathway outside. Hold on, he says, his sea-green eyes locked onto mine with an intensity I've never seen before. Devotion, that wasn't a word I'd ever associate with Victor. Frederick's voice snaps me out of it. I'll handle it, he says, and I turn away from Victor, my focus shifting entirely. How? I demand. Victor guides me back to the couch while Frederick grabs my phone, scrolling through contacts before tapping a number. He lifts it to his ear and I barely register Victor settling beside me, his leg pressed against mine. Normally I'd savor the closeness, but right now all I can think about is Dina. Frederick leans against the armchair, absently bouncing his foot as he waits. The second the call connects, his posture sharpens. How fast can you get to Lake Havasu? He asks. A pause, then a nod. I'm sending an address. There's a woman there, Dina Gregory. His eyes flick to me for confirmation before continuing. Get her out and take her to Amelia in Phoenix. No questions, just keep her safe. My pulse hammers so hard I swear it's audible. Frederick hangs up, fingers flying over the screen as he texts the address. Victor supplies it before I can. My guy's 30 minutes out, Frederick says, shifting forward, elbows on his knees. Despite the relaxed pose, everything about him screams control and threat. He glances at Victor. What's next? Victor leaned against the patio railing, his fingers tapping impatiently. Don't forget about what we talked about yesterday, he said, and it hit me again how Frederick, despite his usual defiance, seemed to follow Victor's lead without question. Their dynamic was strange, built on something deeper than just orders. Oh, and I'll need your place tonight, Victor added casually. Frederick's gaze flicked to me, a slow smirk forming as he stood, tucking his phone into his massive hand like it was nothing. Say less, he replied. I've got plans anyway, perfect timing. Something shifted in Victor's expression, a barely there tension tightening his jaw. You're not doing what I think you are you? He asked, voice low. I didn't even pretend not to eavesdrop. Their vague, cryptic talk was getting old. Frederick chuckled, shaking his head. Not tonight, but soon. You know I'll need your help when the time comes. His eyes brushed over me, sending an uneasy shiver down my spine. Was it anticipation or dread? You'll get your chance, Victor said flatly. Frederick moved toward the door, pausing just long enough to toss me a half-hearted apology. Gotta run, I forced a smile. Thanks for helping with Dina. Let us know when you hear anything. Of course, he said before disappearing inside with Victor. Left alone, I strained to catch their hushed conversation through the glass, but they kept their voices too low. The secrecy was infuriating. Victor was going to hear about this later. Chapter 8. Victor. Frederick yanked the sliding door shut behind him. She still doesn't know about Nicholas, he asked like I expected. No, I admitted, but she needs to, especially now. Frederick glanced back at her through the glass, perched on the patio couch, watching us like a hawk. Neither of you can stay here long. I know, I muttered. If Nicholas connects her to what happened at Hamburg's place, he'll know I'm involved too. My brother isn't stupid. Frederick crossed his arms. And since he suspects I'm with you now, she's just as unsafe near me as she is with you. Exactly. He shook his head, that familiar, knowing glint in his eyes. I'll never get it, Victor, the whole love thing, I scoffed. It's not love. She means a lot to me. Maybe not, he replies, heading toward the kitchen, but love and attachment. They both come with the same price, pal. I trail behind him into the bright kitchen where he swings open a cabinet. Still, I've got your back. Whatever you need, I'm in. He grabs a loaf of bread and points at me from behind the cabinet door. Frederick's housekeeper steps in, a sturdy woman older than both of us, exactly the kind he'd never flirt with, which is probably why she got the job. She asks in Spanish if she can leave early to see her family. He answers in kind, waving her off. She nods, grabs her oversized leather purse from beside the recliner and slips out the front door without a sound. That's when I notice Sarai lurking in the shadows of the living room. Neither of us heard her come in through the sliding door. She steps into the kitchen light, arms folded loosely, fingers resting on her toned arms. Even now, worn down, she takes my breath away. How long were you gonna leave me out there? She asks, irritation lacing her words. Nobody told you to wait, sweetheart. Frederick shoots back. He likes her, that much is obvious, but he also knows I'd end him if he crossed a line. Still, I trust him. He's got his demons, sure, a taste for women and violence, but he draws the line at betrayal. His loyalty to me is why he's helping us, even if it means defying the order every damn day. Sarai moves closer, tilting her head as she studies me. The warmth of her skin, the scent of her, it's enough to unravel me. I've kept my hands to myself since the elevator, and I plan to keep it that way. But the way she's looking at me now, silent and expectant, throws me off. Her gaze shifts, playful and teasing. Frederick chuckles, shutting the fridge. You two make everything so complicated, he mutters. I ignore him, still locked on Sarai. Just call me the second you hear anything about Nicholas. Frederick nodded when I mentioned Dina Gregory's safety in Phoenix. I'll handle that, he said, heading toward the hallway leading to his room. He paused, glancing back at us. If you don't mind, I tore my gaze from Sarai and focused on him. Relax, I cut in, I remember where the guest rooms are. He took a bite of the sandwich he'd somehow made without me noticing, the bread tearing as he chewed. Just before vanishing down the hall, he shot Sarai a knowing wink, not flirty, just teasing about what might happen once he left. Sarai's expression darkened. What about Nicholas? She asked, her voice tight with worry. I brushed my fingers lightly through her hair, then pulled back before I lost control and lingered too long. There's a lot to explain, I admitted, but you must be exhausted. Shower first, then we'll talk. A faint smile flickered on her lips before fading into a blush. So I'm gross now, she teased. That's your way of telling me I stink? Pretty much, I said, grinning when she rolled her eyes. That was one of the things I loved about her. She never took things too seriously. Her playful look faded. But no holding back, Victor. I need to hear everything, and there's plenty I need to say too. I knew it was coming, and when she rose onto her toes, pressing against me for a quick kiss, I realized I had decisions to make, ones that would change everything. Because one thing was certain, Sarai wasn't going back. When I stepped back into the living room, Victor was hunched over the coffee table, sorting through scattered papers and photos. He didn't look up, but I knew he was aware of me. I'd borrowed one of Frederick's white t-shirts, letting it hang loose over bare skin. My morning panties were still on, not exactly seductive, but Frederick's boxers weren't an option. Just the shirt, just enough to make my intentions clear. After months of thinking he was gone, standing here now felt surreal. And I wasn't about to waste another second. That elevator kiss lingers in my mind like a frozen moment, as if the world paused just for us while everything else kept moving. I curl up beside him on the couch, tucking one bare foot beneath me. My eyes drift to the scattered papers and photos covering the coffee table. What's all this? I ask, watching as he carefully organizes the documents into a neat stack. He taps a grainy photo of a guy in a white tank top onto the pile. Work, he says simply. I'm freelance now. The words hit me like a punch. Wait, what? I know exactly what he means, but my brain refuses to accept it. He straightens the stack with a sharp tap against the table before sliding it into an envelope. I left the order, Sarai. His fingers press down the metal clasp, sealing it shut. My throat tightens, my thoughts scrambling. Victor, no, that's not. Yes, he cuts in, locking eyes with me. I walked away. Vonnegut wants me dead now. He grabs another file from the table, his voice steady. But bills don't pay themselves, so here I am solo. I keep shaking my head as if that'll undo what he just said. The idea of him being hunted by the very people who trained him sends a jolt of fear through me. What about Frederick? Nicholas? My voice cracks. Victor, tell me this isn't happening. He exhales, dropping a sheet of paper before sinking back into the couch. Frederick's still in. He's watching Nicholas and keeping an eye on you. Before I can fire off another frantic question, Victor stands. I stay frozen, legs curled under me, mouth half open. You know how the order works, he says. Traitors don't last long, but Nicholas hasn't turned Frederick in or had you killed because he's playing the long game. He's betting you'll lead him straight to me. It's not his words that gut me, it's the silence between them. My feet hit the floor, hands gripping the couch. Victor, are you saying Nicholas is still loyal to Vonnegut? Please, please let me be wrong. Every fiber of my being wonders if sparing Nicholas in that hotel room after he shot me was the worst call I've ever made. His gaze drifts to the patio door, and I can almost feel the weight of his sorrow pressing down on him, though his expression stays locked down. I promised my brother, you heard me, that if he wanted to stay with the order after I left, I wouldn't hold it against him. That was my word, Sarai. He moves toward the glass, clasping his hands behind his back as he stares at the pool shimmering under the moonlight. This is Nicholas' moment. I won't stand in his way. Cut the crap. I spring off the couch, nails digging into my palms. He's hunting you, isn't he? I shove past the coffee table, my voice sharp. That's the deal, right? Vonnegut's got him proving his loyalty by taking you out. Your own brother sold you out. He thinks he's stepping into your shoes. Unfreaking believable. It is what it is. Victor cuts in, turning to face me. But right now, Nicholas isn't my biggest problem. I cross my arms, pacing over the hardwood, the swirls of grain blurring beneath my feet. My chipped red nail polish marks me 2 weeks old and clinging on. Why do you leave the order? I didn't have a choice. Try again, he exhales. Vonnegut knew about us, he says, and my breath catches. Samantha, the night she died, before I left, he called me to Berlin. Just me, him, and a bare interrogation room. One flickering bulb, no windows. I walked in expecting a bullet. You were ready to die? If he says yes, I swear I'll deck him. No, he replies, and my shoulders loosen. I went in prepared. Frederick had Vonnegut's wife stashed nearby, ready to act if things went south. I bite back the urge to ask what Frederick's specialty is. So she was your insurance? Victor nods, still facing the glass. Samantha was under surveillance, probably for months. They thought she'd turn. Why not just kill her like they did Nicholas' mom? He turns, jaw tight. They didn't think she'd betray them, Sarai. She was. His voice falters. Was what? I step closer, dread coiling in my gut. More devoted to the order than I ever realized, he says, and the words hit like a punch. The longer I sat across from Vonnegut, the clearer it became. Samantha had betrayed me just as Nicholas had. Vonnegut revealed details he shouldn't have known, like my involvement in helping you. Somehow, before her death that night, she'd managed to pass information to him about us being there. You're lying, I snap, cutting the air with my hand. Samantha died protecting me. We've had this argument before. I don't buy it, Victor. She was a good person. Good at playing people, Sarai, that's all. I shake my head, refusing to accept it. Nicholas had to be the one who told Vonnegut. He knew you took me to her house. True, Victor admits, but Nicholas didn't know I made Samantha taste our food that night. The second Vonnegut mentioned how little I still trusted her after all those years, I knew she'd sold me out. That doesn't add up, I mutter, pacing with my arms crossed, fingers tapping my temple. Why would she shield me from Javier? Because her loyalty wasn't to him. I drop onto the couch, exhaling sharply. Guess nobody's worth trusting. Exactly, Victor says, his voice edged with something heavier. Now you see why I keep my distance. It's not just the job. People disappoint, especially in my line of work. Trust is a myth. But you trust Frederick, I counter, studying him. Why bring me here then? Didn't Samantha teach you anything? A shadow crosses his face. I never said I trusted Frederick, but right now he's my only link inside the order. 7 months and he's given me no reason to doubt him. That doesn't mean he won't. True, Victor concedes, but soon I'll know for sure. How? You'll see when I do. I roll my eyes. Why bother? You just said trust is pointless. You're relentless with questions, and you're stingy with answers. The faintest smile tugs at his lips, and I quickly look away before my resolve crumbles. I'm not safe here, I murmur. Nowhere's safe, he replies, but with me you're protected. I scoff. Since when are you my knight in shining armor? His brow lifts. Thought I wasn't your hero. Exactly, so spare me the empty promises. Trust your gut first, always me, only if you decide to. You told me that once, and it still holds true. Then how can you promise nothing will happen to me as long as I'm with you? For the first time he looks stunned, like no one's ever caught him off guard before. His face is blank, unreadable except for his eyes which flicker with something distant. It hits me then, he didn't mean to say that out loud. He wants to be the one who protects me, who I rely on completely. And I do. He moves back to the couch beside me, the faintest trace of his cologne lingering, just enough to make my pulse jump. 8 months, that's how long I've been haunted by him, every meal, every restless night, every fleeting touch that wasn't his. Even now with him right here it doesn't feel real. I force myself to focus. Do you think Frederick would tell Nicholas where we are? Victor exhales, fingers brushing my damp hair. If he wanted to, he'd have done it by now. Nicholas would have come for you already. Something's not right about him, don't you feel it? His thumb grazes my lower lip, sending a jolt straight through me. You've always been sharp, Sarai, he murmurs. Frederick's unstable in his own way. My breath hitches as his mouth meets mine, warm and demanding. Unstable how? I manage when he pulls back. His hand slides under my shirt, fingers tracing my hip bone, and my skin burns under his touch. Eyes locked on mine, he pauses. Something wrong? No, I swallow. You're different. He smirks just a little. That's on you. Then he kisses me again, deeper this time, pressing me into the couch. And for once, I stop thinking. Victor's phone vibrates across the coffee table, shattering the moment. I grit my teeth, annoyed at Frederick's timing, even if the call is just to confirm Dina's safety. Chapter 9, Sarai. I press my lips together, torn between hoping for good news and the restless tension coiling inside me. Victor's call with Frederick lasts barely a minute before he hangs up and dials again. When Dina answers, he passes the phone to me. Dina, her voice crackles with panic. Sarai, sweetheart, where are you? What's happening? I was in the living room watching my shows when some stranger knocked. I nearly grabbed my pistol. Something about him felt off, but then he mentioned your name. Oh, honey, I thought something terrible had happened. She finally pauses to breathe. Are you okay? I'm fine, I say softly. But you? I'm all right, just shaken. He flashed a badge, said we were meeting you at the station. Next thing I know, I'm in some woman's house. Sarai, this isn't right. It's going to be okay. I cut in, avoiding Victor's gaze. And trust me, she's not what you think. Dina's voice drops to a whisper. Where are you? When are you coming home? You know you can tell me anything. If only that were true, but right now I don't even have answers for myself. Victor must see the uncertainty twisting my expression because he takes the phone back. Mrs. Gregory, he says, all business. This is Victor Faust. Listen carefully. A beat. You need to stay put for a few days. We'll explain everything when we see you, but until then don't leave. No, going back isn't an option. It's not safe. His jaw tightens as she protests. This isn't a debate. One wrong move and you're dead. The bluntness makes me wince. Not because it's a lie, I know the stakes, but because I can picture Dina's face, the fear in her voice. She's not scared for herself, she's scared for me. Victor softens slightly. She's fine, I'll bring her to you soon. I take the phone back, murmuring empty reassurances, but we both know they're not enough. The weight of everything unsaid hangs between us, heavy and suffocating. The phone clicks off, and suddenly the room feels too big, too empty. Everything's different now. The weight of what I've done crashes over me like a wave. Before, I thought the mess was mine alone, that sending Eric and Dahlia away would fix things, but it's worse than that. My mistakes have claws and they've dug into everyone I love. Victor's gone, my attempt at a normal life, a joke. Even the sting of Dahlia and Eric together gnaws at me, not because I cared about him, but because I should have cared. Instead, I just felt nothing, like something inside me is broken. Victor abandoned me here, tossed me into a world I was never meant for, then walked away like it was nothing. And now I can't even pretend to be okay. Tears spill hot down my face and I don't bother wiping them away. Then I feel him, Victor, behind me. I whirl around before he can reach out, fury twisting my voice into something sharp. You left me. My hands slam against his stupidly perfect shirt. You should have just ended it. Do you even know what you've done to me? Murmurs an apology and it's like gasoline on the fire. Sorry, I laugh, bitter and raw. That's it, after everything. Some part of me knows this isn't his fault, but the louder part, the part that's drowning in regret, it needs someone to hate besides myself. My chest heaves. Every damn night, I snap, jabbing a finger at the ground. I waited for you, convinced myself you were watching, testing me, that if I could just pretend to be normal, you'd come back. My voice cracks, but you never were. And I was an idiot for believing it. The sob that rips out of me feels like it's tearing something loose inside. Victor's eyes burned with a pain I'd never seen in him before. He moved toward me, but I backed away, shaking my head. I wasn't ready for this. I just wanted to be left alone with the storm inside me. Sarai, his voice was soft, hesitant. Don't, I cut him off, raising a hand between us. I don't need the explanations. I know you had your reasons, and I can't even blame you. Fine, I'm selfish, I get it. I already know you did what you had to do. You don't, he said, stepping closer again. This time I didn't retreat. His words, vague as they were, rooted me in place. His hand slid down my arms, his touch featherlight, until his fingers closed around mine. I left the order because of you, he admitted, and my breath hitched. When Vonnegut found out I'd been helping you, he knew I was compromised. I jerked my hands free, frustration boiling over. Stop dancing around it, just say it. His jaw tightened. He knew I had feelings for you. The words hit me like a punch. My heart hammered, my tears suddenly dry except for the tracks on my cheeks. Vonnegut's top operative, his favorite, had been ordered to step back to be reconditioned until he fell back in line. Brainwashing, Victor said with a dismissive shrug, but that's not the point. He gave me one chance to prove it was just a mistake, that it wouldn't happen again. Second chances don't exist in the order. A mistake. I sank onto the edge of the coffee table, staring up at him. Sounds like he wanted you to prove you were still his emotionless weapon. What a psycho. Victor crouched in front of me, elbows resting on his knees. He ordered me to kill you, he said quietly, holding my gaze. To prove my loyalty, I told him I would, that I wanted to, but I walked away instead, went underground. Nicholas stayed. He's only ever known the order. I figured he needed time to decide for himself, and if he didn't know where I was, he wouldn't have to choose between us. Frederick dropped a bombshell on me. Nicholas was hired to take me out and has been hunting me ever since. What a piece of work, I mutter, shaking my head before catching his earlier phrasing. Wait, you said primarily. Besides me, why did you walk away from the order? It had been building for years, he admits, his rough fingers tracing mine. Killing my father to save my brother was the breaking point, but you were the push I needed to finally leave. I cup his lightly stubbled jaw, our eyes locked in the charged silence between us. When I kiss him, it's slow, deliberate. I'm so sorry about your brother, I whisper. His lips brush mine again, sending warmth spiraling through me like the first sip of aged bourbon. I wasn't testing you, Sarai. Another kiss, deeper this time. Then what were you doing? My voice is breathless as his hands slide over my thighs, lifting me effortlessly. My legs wrap around his waist, my fingers threading into his hair before our lips meet again. Waiting for the right moment, he murmurs against my neck, his mouth trailing fire along my skin. My back hits the wall as he carries me, his belt cool against my bare legs. Buttons scatter as I tear open his shirt, urgency overriding finesse. Clothes vanish in a blur, his belt clatters to the floor, my shirt follows. When he lifts me again, there's no patience left, no thought of making it to the bedroom. The wall braces me as he fills me, pleasure crackling through every nerve. My head falls back, my body arching into his, the world narrowing to heat and need. In the rough press of his body against mine, he pushes into me with a single deep thrust, pinning me against the chilly wall, his hands gripping my hips. My eyelids flutter open, still heavy, meeting his gaze, dark and hungry. My breath comes in short, uneven gasps as my arms tighten around him, fingers tracing the tense ridges of his back. I've waited forever for this, I whisper, my voice shaky. You don't even know, he murmurs before his mouth crashes into mine, the kiss so fierce it nearly steals my balance. My legs lock around him as he moves again, drawing a sharp gasp from me, my head thudding against the wall. His arms brace under my thighs, holding me steady as he rocks into me, each motion sending sparks through my core. My back arches and his mouth finds my breast, hot and demanding. I reach above me, searching for something to grip, but there's only empty air. Instead, I loop my arms around his neck, matching his rhythm, moving with him in a desperate, rolling motion. His fingers press into my skin, his groan vibrating against my lips. The tension coils tight, then snaps, my body shuddering around him as I fall apart. He follows moments later, his grip tightening as he spills inside me. For now, nothing else matters, just this. Victor lifts me effortlessly, carrying me down the hall to the bathroom. He sets me on the counter, standing between my legs, his expression unreadable. Don't worry about it, he says, pressing a kiss to my forehead before stepping toward the shower. I frown. Worry about what? The faucet creaks as he adjusts the water, his body moving with an easy grace, every muscle defined, his frame like something sculpted. He returns and I peel his shirt off completely, letting it drop to the floor. You won't get pregnant, he says, guiding me toward the shower. At least not from me. The words hang between us, but I don't push. The shower door clicks shut and his hands are in my hair, washing away the sweat and heat. For a while, I let myself forget who he really is, the killer with blood on his hands. Right now, he's just Victor, and that's enough. I sometimes forget that I'm no different. My hands took a life just hours ago. Maybe we were meant for each other, like mismatched pieces that only click when you turn them just right. Chapter 10. Victor, Frederick's housekeeper, returns at dawn. I'm already outside on the stone patio sipping coffee when she walks in. She spots me through the glass door, hesitates, then steps out to join me. Would you like breakfast, senor? She asks in Spanish. I flip the file for my next job face down on the iron table. Gracias, but no, I say, nodding toward Sarai as she wanders through the living room. She will, though. Will what? Sarai steps outside, barefoot, tangled auburn hair falling over her shoulders. She's wearing one of Frederick's old shirts, irritating since I don't have spare clothes for her, and loose shorts. She settles onto my lap and my hand finds the curve of her thigh. Breakfast, I tell her. She stretches, yawning, then leans into me, her skin still warm from sleep. The scent of her shampoo lingers, sharp and sweet. She wrinkles her nose. You need to eat, I insist. After a pause, she glances at the housekeeper. She, por favor, she says, slipping effortlessly into Spanish. The woman blinks, surprised, then nods and disappears inside. Sarai exhales. I can't avoid this anymore, she says. What happens now, Victor? Where do I go? I've been turning it over since I found her in LA, since what she did. My gaze drifts to the pool, water shimmering under the morning sun. No clean answers, just fractured pieces except one. You can't go back, I say, meeting her eyes. I knew it when I sent you to Arizona, but now there's no going home. Then I'm staying with you. For once, I don't argue, not with her, not even in my head. The selfish part of me, the part that's always been reckless, wants her here. And I'll burn everything down to keep her, but I'm not fool enough to think it'll be simple. Okay, I say, tracing my fingers along the curve of her knee. You can stay, but there are rules. She slides off my lap and faces me, arms crossed, one hand absently brushing against her cheek as she stares past me. After a moment, she meets my eyes, shaking her head with a frown. I thought you'd argue more. What's the deal? After everything last night, the months we spent apart, I never thought you'd actually say yes. You want me to argue? I lean back, resting an ankle on my knee. She exhales, arms dropping to her sides. No, God, no, I just didn't expect this. Neither did I admit, and I won't lie to you, Sarai, this probably won't end well. Her smile falters just enough for me to notice. I'm not changing who I am, I continue. Not because I can't, but because I don't want to. My gaze locks onto hers. This is who I am, that's not going away. I don't want it to, she says firmly, dragging a chair closer and sitting across from me. All I'm asking is to stay by your side. I'll follow your lead, but I need you to show me. I raise a hand, cutting her off. No, that's not happening. She flinches, turning away. This life isn't something you pick up in a few months. It took me years, decades, and even then you wouldn't be ready. Then what am I supposed to do? Her voice tightens. I won't just sit around like some useless trophy while you're out there. I can handle more than you think. You can do plenty, I say, sharper than I mean to. But not this. Why are you so set on it? Her hand slapped down on her thighs. Because I want to. The words burst out of her raw and unguarded. Because I like it, okay? Is that what you wanted to hear? I stare at her, caught off guard. That wasn't the answer I expected. I always knew Sarai had the capacity to take a life without losing sleep, but the idea that she might actually relish it never crossed my mind. The realization leaves me unsettled, unsure how to process it. Needing clarity, I shift forward in my chair until we're eye to eye. You like killing? I ask, though it sounds more like an accusation. If someone told you to pull the trigger, would you do it without hesitation? She frowns, shaking her head. Not just anyone, Victor. Only the ones who deserve it. Men. The word lingers in the air, sharp and deliberate, not people, men. I lean back, studying her with new curiosity. Explain, I press. She mirrors my posture, tucking her legs up onto the seat and letting them tilt to one side. Men like Hamburg, men like Javier Ruiz, Luis Diego, that guard last night. Willem Stevens, just for working under Hamburg, knowing what he is. John Lanson and every other smug bastard from those parties Javier dragged me to. Her stare hardens, voice dropping to a razor's edge. Men who deserve to bleed. The cold certainty in her words leaves me momentarily speechless. Two killers under my roof, both with the same hunger for vengeance. The thought barely forms before the rumble of Frederick's car cuts through the tension. He steps onto the patio, tossing the morning paper onto the table with a casual flick. Might want to check the headlines, he says, then smirks at Sarai. You pull off my clothes better than I do. I shoot him a glare but swallow the irritation before it shows. Sarai and I both reach for the paper, but I get there first. My eyes skim the article, 4 bodies in a luxury LA hotel, 2 identified, Dahlia Mathers and Eric Johnson, both from Arizona. Then, buried in the text, Sarai Cohen, also of Lake Havasu City, is wanted for questioning. It doesn't matter which alias she used, her face is the same in both lives. Before I can read further, she yanks the paper from my grip. No, her jaw clenches as she scans the lines, the color draining from her face. The names of her friends stare back at her, ink on a page, and the room goes still. Sarai's gaze locks onto mine for just a moment before the newspaper yanks her attention back, her fingers trembling as if she's praying the words might change. I warned them to get out of LA. Dahlia promised they'd leave. Her emerald eyes blaze with a mix of raw anguish and self-loathing. I rise as she snatches the paper, tearing it clean down the middle before crumpling the shreds in her fists. They murdered them, she screams, voice cracking. Dahlia and Eric, they're gone. Newsprint flutters across the flagstone patio like fallen leaves. Frederick stays silent, watching me with expectant tension. Sarai, my hands settle on her shoulders from behind, steadying her. I'll handle this. She whirls on me, dark hair lashing like a storm. This is my fault, just like Liddy. I seize her shoulders, cutting her off. I said I'll take care of it, I growl, leaning in until she can't look away. Hamburg and Stevens won't see Sunday, but she's not here anymore. Her breath comes in jagged bursts, pupils shrunk to needle points. The usual warmth of her irises has turned murky. No, she whispers, chillingly composed. You don't touch them. She steps back, breaking my grip. I'm doing this for you, I insist. No, another retreat, her back now to me as she stares at the pool's shimmering surface. They die by my hand, she murmurs. Stay out of it. Listen, she glances over her shoulder and the ice in her glare stops me cold. You interfere and I swear to God, Victor, that's the end of us. This is mine. You're not ready, ready, a bitter laugh. I don't need to be, I just need them gone. She strides forward, jaw set. So either train me or get the hell out of my way. Their blood is on my hands, no one else's, and if I fail, fine, at least I tried. I reach for her as she shoves past, catching her wrist. She could be marching to her death, worse, she knows it, and she doesn't care. Frederick moves aside, his gaze locked on the scene with an unsettling intensity, something between curiosity and amusement. Get off me, she shouts, her voice raw with frustration. I tighten my grip on her wrists as she thrashes against me. She wants to unleash everything, every ounce of rage meant for Hamburg and Stevens, but instead it boils over into helpless tears. She once admitted that fury always brings her to this point. The harder she fights, the tighter I hold, pressing just enough to ground her. Victor, just train me, she begs, her voice cracking. Even if it's only to take them down, that's all I need. I swear I won't ask for anything else. Her body goes slack against me, her sobs shaking through her like a storm. I pull her close, one hand cradling the back of her head, my cheek resting against her hair. These aren't just tears of grief, they're guilt, rage, the crushing weight of lives lost because of choices she couldn't control. Frederick watches, his expression unreadable, but I know what he's thinking. He believes I should give in, but it's not his approval that sways me, it's the fear of what happens if I don't. Fine, I say at last. I'll help you. Sarai lifts her face, wiping at her damp cheeks with the back of her hand. You mean it? Yeah, I say. She exhales, then leans up, pressing a quick, grateful kiss to my lips. Behind us, the housekeeper clears her throat. Breakfast is served, Marta announces, lingering by the patio door, her sharp eyes darting between us. Frederick grins, clapping his hands together. Marta's eggs are legendary, cooked in bacon fat just like they do down south. He throws an exaggerated kiss toward the ceiling. God bless American cooking. Victor chuckles as we trail after him. She's not from Georgia, but she sure knows her way around a skillet. Their chatter is forced, an obvious attempt to lighten the mood. But my thoughts are elsewhere, replaying Dahlia's and Eric's faces, the weight of their absence pressing down on me. This isn't just revenge, it's penance. And I'll pay it, one way or another. I have no idea who or what took their lives, but I'd give anything to bring them back. The three of us settle around Frederick's sleek glass kitchen table, picking at our food. It's almost amusing how Frederick insists Marta taste everything first, like he's following some paranoid playbook straight out of Victor's old habits. Breakfast drags on, the conversation stretching between bites, until Frederick finally dismisses Marta for the day, right after he and Victor switch to Swedish. I hate not understanding them, but it's obvious the discussion is about her, not me. Marta grabs her bag, thanks Frederick for paying her a full day's wages despite the early dismissal, and heads out. The second the door clicks shut, I drop my fork. What was that about? Frederick takes a slow sip of orange juice. Some conversations aren't for her ears. He gestures toward me with a grin. Marta listens more than she lets on. Then why not keep speaking Swedish? Victor leans back, studying me. Do you even speak Swedish? No. Then there's your answer, he says, setting his water glass down. A warmth spreads through me. This is the first time I've felt like I truly belong. The table, now cleared of dishes, is covered in files and crime scene photos instead. It's bizarre talking about interrogations and hits like we're debating the forecast. But for once I'm not fumbling in the dark, searching for an exit. The door's wide open and I've already stepped through. This is where I'm meant to be, with them, with Victor. Later, we leave Frederick's hillside LA house and hit the road, driving straight through to Albuquerque. Halfway there, I make Victor pull over at a mall, blowing a few grand on a new wardrobe since all my stuff's either back in Arizona or abandoned at the hotel. The backseat is buried under shopping bags, but by hour 9 I regret every purchase. All I want is to stretch out and sleep, but I'm stuck cramped in the front, my neck stiff against the Cadillac's window. No more private jets for Victor, just long, exhausting road trips now. Nicholas could still easily afford luxury if he wanted to dip into his own funds, but staying off the order's radar means sacrificing certain comforts that might draw unwanted attention. Gone are the sprawling mansions with ocean views. His current place in Albuquerque is a far cry from his East Coast estates. As we pull up the gravel drive, I take in the modest stucco house, its clean lines and boxy shape reminding me of childhood Lego creations. But the meticulous landscaping lining the pristine walkway and wrapping around the side of the house proves Victor hasn't abandoned elegance entirely. Stepping inside, the warmth of the southwest envelops me, rich rust-colored walls, exposed wooden beams stretching toward high ceilings, and terracotta tiles underfoot. A stone fireplace anchors the living room, flanked by ornate metal mirrors. You've always had a knack for finding impeccable housekeepers, I remark, dropping my bags near the leather couch. Not this time, he says, setting down his own luggage. Just me. I raise an eyebrow. Seriously, it's spotless. You couldn't have been here long. 4 months. He studies my reaction. Do you approve because it's yours now too? A grin tugs at my lips as he unbuttons his shirt, draping it over a chair. My gaze lingers a second too long before trailing after him down the arched hallway. Temporary though, he adds, leading me into a spacious bedroom, but home for now. When he strips off his pants, I force myself to look away mostly. His black boxer briefs leave little to the imagination and my pulse stutters. "Come here," he says, voice low. A shiver runs through me, my body reacting before my brain catches up. I step closer, my breath hitching as heat pools low in my stomach. His smirk tells me he knows exactly what he's doing. "I don't quite know how to define whatever this is between us," Victor says, choosing his words with deliberate care, "but I know one thing, I don't want it to end, whatever this is." Same here, I admit, though I can't help tilting my head slightly, studying him. "You seem off, everything okay?" He gives a small shake of his head. "No, nothing's wrong." A beat passes before I let out a short laugh. "Look, if you're worried I'm going to turn into some lovesick shadow, don't be. That's not happening." His expression doesn't shift. "So you're not in love with me?" The question is casual, almost indifferent. "Nope," I say, popping the P. "Not in love with you, Victor." "Good," he replies smoothly, "because I'm not in love with you either." Neither of us really knows what that word even means in this mess of whatever we're doing. There's a mutual understanding, but also something unspoken, like we're both playing a game with rules we haven't fully read. My fingers twist behind my back, restless, and I scuff my shoe against the hardwood floor before meeting his gaze again. "That said, I'd probably lose my mind if you slept with someone else, just putting that out there." His response is immediate. "Agreed, if I ever saw you with another man, I'd have to bury him." I nod, matching his tone like we're discussing the weather. "Absolutely, and vice versa." "Deal." The silence stretches thick and charged before my eyes flick toward the massive bed just a few steps away. Victor closes the distance between us, his hands slipping under the hem of my shirt. I lift my arms as he pulls it over my head. "For the record," he murmurs, fingers tracing the waistband of my underwear, "I wouldn't mind you clinging to my every move." "Really?" He kneels, sliding my panties down my legs, his gaze level with my stomach. "Yes," he says simply. Then with a smirk that's all sharp edges, he adds, "Just don't get in my way when I'm working." "Obviously," I breathe, shuddering as his mouth brushes just below my navel. My hands fist in his hair when he settles between my thighs, his thumbs parting me with slow precision. "But no stashing me in some boring suburb while you jet off on jobs," I manage, my voice already unsteady. "I'm not the waiting around type." A gasp tears from me as his tongue flicks against me, sending sparks up my spine. My grip tightens in his hair, my legs trembling. "Oh, I'm well aware," he murmurs against my skin before dragging his tongue lower, deliberate and unhurried. My back arches, my breath coming in short bursts. "You'll be right there with me," he says, the words a dark promise. "Every step of the way, so I can keep tabs on you." Tabs on me, right. My response was weak, barely masking the heat flooding my body at the memory of his mouth on me. Victor lifts me effortlessly, his grip firm as my thighs lock around his head. For a breathless moment, he devours me before tossing me onto the bed. My back hits the mattress, legs bent, and then his mouth is there again, sending me spiraling into pure sensation until I'm lost in it. Chapter 12. Sarai training starts 2 days later, and it's nothing like I imagined. Not that I had a clear idea of what to expect, but a martial arts studio in Santa Fe wasn't it? "Why are we here?" I ask as we pull into the parking lot of a combat fitness center. "Krav Maga," Victor says, like that explains everything. I stare at him, baffled. He kills the engine and we head toward the entrance. "I can't train you full-time, so 3 days a week you'll work with professionals here. Krav Maga's efficient, teaches you to defend yourself fast." Defend myself. I stop short on the sidewalk. "Victor, I don't need to learn how to block a punch. I need to know how to end someone." "Killing's simple," he says, holding the door open for me. "Staying alive long enough to do it, that's the challenge." I roll my eyes. "So what, you want me to master the art of kneeing a guy in the groin? Pretty sure I've got that covered." A smirk tugs at his lips just as a towering, dark-haired instructor strides over. Sunlight streams through high windows, illuminating the space where 2 groups drill techniques on thick black mats. The guy built like a linebacker extends a hand to Victor. "Been a while, 4 years. "About that," Victor replies, shaking it. The man's gaze flicks to me and Victor makes introductions. "Spencer, this is Izabel. Izabel Spencer." "Nice to meet you," Spencer says, offering his hand. I take it reluctantly, suspicion prickling at the back of my neck. They know each other, that can't be good. I force a tight smile as Victor adds, "No one's better at survival training. You'll learn fast with him." Spencer grins wide enough to make me wonder if he's about to take a bite out of me. He folds his arms, muscles flexing under his shirt, and suddenly I'm not sure if I'm here to train or be tested. The thick veins snaking across his hands and up his sun-browned arms give him the look of a bodybuilder, though he's not quite that massive, just big enough to make me feel small. I hold up a finger to Spencer. "Mind giving us a second?" "Sure thing," he says, flashing Victor a knowing smirk before stepping away. I drag Victor aside, the muffled thuds of bodies hitting the mat and the instructor's relentless commands filling the air. "This is pointless," I mutter, crossing my arms. Why bring me here if you're just handing me off to some human bulldozer? I wanted you to teach me. I glance back, hoping Spencer didn't catch that. Victor exhales sharply. I've got a meeting with Frederick in an hour. Oh, so now I get a babysitter? My jaw tightens. Seriously, that's not what this is, he snaps, frustration creeping into his voice. You're acting like a kid, zero discipline, just like my brother. The jab stings and I deflate. Fine, I just pictured us training together. His grip softens on my shoulders. We will, but first you need fundamentals and Spencer's the best for that. Why can't you teach me the basics? Victor leans in, brushing his lips near my ear. Because Spencer won't hold back, he murmurs. And I don't want to hurt you, but if you're serious, it has to be real. My stomach drops. Wait, you're saying that mountain over there is going to actually hit me? Every time you screw up, he confirms. That's the deal. The room tilts. I swallow hard. You don't have to do this, he adds, eyes locked on mine. But if you do commit, no half measures. When I train you, it'll be worse. So learn now or walk away. I nod slowly. Yeah, I get it. And for once I mean it now, I get it completely. My stomach twists with nerves. I can't recall the last time I felt this jittery about committing to something. Spencer, the hulking trainer, doesn't actually intimidate me that much because I know Victor might be paying him to push me, but he won't unleash his full strength. If he did, I'd be done for. You staying? Victor asks, his voice low. Yeah, I answer. I want to. Good. His lips meet mine again, the kiss so sudden and deep it leaves me breathless. I'm stunned by his boldness. We're in public after all, and when he pulls away, words fail me. I'll come back for you in a few hours, he says. Okay. We return to Spencer, who looks downright giddy at the prospect of training me like I'm some new challenge he can't wait to tackle. Ready to dive into Krav Maga? He asks. I nod, my gaze flicking past him to the fighters on the mat. Their movements are sharp, brutal, nothing like the tame self-defense classes I'd imagined. I always pictured groups of women learning basic blocks and yelling for help, not this raw, controlled violence. Shouldn't be too hard, I say, though my voice wavers. Spencer smirks. If you say so. But I'm not backing down, nervous, absolutely scared. No, I'm here to prove something to Victor and to myself. I won't be like his brother. Victor lives, and within the first hour I'm wrecked. My muscles scream with every step, my balance shot. Defense and attack always together, Spencer barks, looming over me as I struggle to rise from the mat. And never stay down. This isn't a game, Izabel. If you hit the ground, you lose. Gritting my teeth, I force myself up, my calf burning. Come at me, he demands, louder now over the scattered spectators. If you don't move, I will. I'm spent. I can't. I collapse onto the mat, gasping. It's my first day and you're treating me like I've been doing this for years. Where's the actual training, the basics? You mean where's the kid gloves? Yes, where are the steps, the structure? Every muscle protests as I sprawl on the mat, arms splayed, staring at the blinding lights above. This isn't just a class, it's survival. And I'm not sure I'm cut out for it. Spencer and his relentless Krav Maga drills don't even register in my exhausted mind anymore. All I want is to collapse. The harsh overhead lights blur past as someone yanks me across the mat by my ankle. No rules in Krav Maga, a voice says, but it's not Spencer's. A woman with a honey-brown ponytail stares down at me, her boot already slamming into my gut before I can react. The impact folds me in half, my arms clutching my stomach as I gasp for air. Enough, Spencer barks from somewhere behind me. My vision swims, bile rising in my throat. The woman steps back, arms crossed. Your feet, Spencer orders, now crouched beside me. His grip is firm as he hauls me up. Meet Jacqueline, my wife. I force a pained grin, charmed especially by your foot. Jacqueline's lips quirk. Your boyfriend hired me to wreck you, Spencer cuts in. But I've got standards, so my wife handles the dirty work, still gets the job done. It's how you learn, Jacqueline adds, rolling her shoulders. Brutal, yeah, but if you're the type to scream over a cockroach, this isn't for you. My jaw tightens. Try me, then show me, she challenges, stance widening. No rules, attack while you defend, never hesitate, and never hit the mat unless you're ready to stay there. Got it, stay upright or die. The next hour is a blur of fists and pain. By the time Victor arrives, my face is a mess, split lip, swollen eye, maybe a missing tooth. 2 weeks of this hell and somehow I'm thriving. Spencer claims I'm a prodigy, joking I missed the princess phase. If only he knew. The bruises fade slower than my fear. I land a solid elbow in Jacqueline's ribs one session. Pretty sure I heard a crack, but she just grins and keeps coming. No complaints, no weakness. Turns out, outside of trying to kill me, she's not half bad. 2 weeks have flown by and my days have been packed with training sessions. Jacqueline's brutal drills in the morning, Victor's tactical lessons in the afternoon. Even though I've started learning how to handle firearms, the waiting is driving me insane. I thought Hamburg and Stevens would have been dealt with by now. The delay gnaws at me. Victor, I don't need a fair fight, I say, frustration sharp in my voice. I just want them gone. Why are we wasting time on all this? He throws off the sheets and strides across the room, completely unfazed by his lack of clothes. I don't bother hiding my appreciation. There's more at stake here, he says, vanishing into the bathroom. That stops me cold. I sit up, tossing the covers aside. Oh, really? I follow him, leaning against the doorframe as he adjusts the shower. Steam curls into the air as he turns back, water cascading behind him. "This isn't just about revenge," he says. "If you're staying with me, you need to be prepared. Every weapon, every scenario, you have to know it all, and we don't have time for half measures." A slow smile tugs at my lips. The man who once seemed like a walking fortress now lets me see the cracks, the concern beneath the steel. Part of me wants to forget the conversation and pull him closer, but I push forward. "Then why drag it out? Let's just finish this." I step inside, perching on the counter in nothing but my underwear. Victor moves toward me, his hands framing my face. "Because surviving isn't just about pulling a trigger," he murmurs. "Every second you're with me, you're a target. The only reason the Order hasn't swarmed us yet is because Nicholas wants the glory for himself." Lips brush my forehead and I grip his wrists, grounding myself in the warmth of his touch. The danger's real, but so is this. The quiet between storms, the moment of reckoning is coming, sooner rather than later. The Order won't wait forever, and neither will my brother. One way or another, we'll cross paths again, and when we do, only one of us walks away. My fingers linger on his wrists as I gently pull his hands from my face, searching his striking sea-green eyes. "Why chase this fight?" I ask. "I get wanting to strike first, Victor, but why go looking for trouble? Why not just walk away?" The bathroom fills with steam, blurring the mirror behind me. He braces his hands on the counter, caging me in. "If Nicholas fails his first mission under Vonnegut, they'll execute him," he says, voice low. "And I won't let anyone else take him down, not after everything. He's still my brother." I nod slowly. "So when does this all go down, your showdown with Nicholas?" Me finally getting my shot at Hamburg and Stevens. Victor's lips curve into a faint smile, and I trace them with my fingertips. He catches my hand, pressing a kiss to my knuckles. "We'll work on that impatience of yours, Sarai. You're reckless, undisciplined, but we'll fix that soon." "Easy for you to say," I mutter. "Those monsters are out there living like kings while Dina's hiding, terrified because of me, because of them. They murdered my friends, they're hunting me. Every day they're free is another day they could hurt someone else." Victor studies me. "What will you tell Dina today?" I turn away, watching the steam curl over the shower glass. My skin glistens, damp with heat. "The truth," I say. "She deserves that much." "You sure that's smart?" I meet his gaze. "She's the closest thing I have to family. If you disagreed, you'd have said so by now." He smirks just a little before gripping my waist and lifting me off the counter. "Then we'd better get moving if we want to make it on time." As he leads me to the shower, I kick off my underwear, stepping under the spray with him. We were supposed to see Dina days ago after Frederick's contact whisked her away from Lake Havasu. But plans changed. Too risky, they said. Too soon one evening, I caught Victor and Frederick discussing Dina's situation, whether she'd been under surveillance before Frederick's contact arrived that night. Victor needed absolute certainty that no one was watching, ensuring none of us would walk into a setup if we stumbled upon her hiding place. After days of Frederick keeping tabs on the house where she was held, they both concluded it was secure. Now, after weeks away in Los Angeles with Eric and Dahlia, I'm finally going to see her again. Chapter 13. Victor. Sarai has to be ready, not just for the dangers closing in, but for the life waiting for her. She made her choice years ago, the moment we met, even if she didn't realize it then. I tried to resist it, fought against this pull I felt toward her, wishing she could have something normal, anything but ending up like me, but deep down I knew. The day I walked out of that hospital room 8 months ago, leaving her with Mrs. Gregory, I knew I'd come back for her. It wasn't planned, just inevitable. Out of my 37 years, 28 have been spent in the Order. Discipline, death, distrust, that's all I've known. Friendship, love, always laced with betrayal. I was molded to reject ordinary emotions, to be their flawless weapon. Then came Sarai. She made me see the truth. Vonnegut and the Order were never my family. They stole everything that makes a person human, and I won't let that stand. One day Vonnegut dies and the Order burns with him. They took my past, but Sarai and Frederick, if he proves himself, are my future. Right now, Sarai is the priority. She needs training fast. She'll never be an assassin, that takes decades. But she doesn't need to be. Her time in Mexico gave her something no training could, the ability to vanish into a role, to deceive anyone, even those who see through lies like glass. She's adaptable, sharp, skills I could never replicate. And that's exactly what we'll need. She has a way of making men believe whatever she wants with barely any effort, and death doesn't faze her. But she's not just an actress. She's something far more dangerous, because you never realize it's all a performance until the damage is done. Javier Ruiz was the one who truly shaped Sarai, teaching her skills I never could. He molded her into the lethal force she's becoming, though in the end, like so many corrupt mentors, he became her first kill. To master combat, she has to immerse herself in it completely, live it, breathe it. That's why I push her to train with Spencer and Jacqueline as often as possible. Survival demands it, but the instincts she already has, those will make her unstoppable. They're what will bind us together as the perfect team. First, though, she needs to grasp the full extent of what she can do and pass every test, even the ones that might make her hate me. I know she'll pass. Whether she'll hate me, that's still up for debate. Reach Phoenix just as night falls, and Amelia McKinney, Frederick's contact, meets us at the door of a small white house. She's striking curvy with long blonde hair, though her overly augmented chest looks like it belongs on a billboard rather than a woman with a doctorate. Her outfit screams desperation, not academia, which is odd for someone who spent the last 5 years teaching fourth graders. Victor Faust, she purrs, holding the door open with a sly smile. I've heard so much about you. So much. I reply, amused. She steps aside, gold bracelets clinking as she gestures us inside. The scent of mint toothpaste clings to her, mixing with something floral. I guide Sarai in with a light touch at her back, letting her enter first. Frederick mentioned you, Amelia adds, shutting the door, though so much might be generous considering how little he actually knows. She waves a hand dismissively. But mystery has its appeal, doesn't it? Sarai stops dead, turning to glare at her. Control yourself, I think, though part of me thrills at her possessiveness. Amelia raises her hands in surrender. Easy, sweetheart, no harm intended. Sarai relents, and we move deeper into the house, where Dina Gregory stands in the kitchen, stirring a pot of something that smells like a holiday feast. The moment Sarai spots her, she rushes into Dina's arms, laughter and relieved whispers filling the air. I push aside the distractions for now, focusing instead on the immediate concerns, my environment and this stranger standing in front of me. Trust isn't something I hand out freely. Amelia, like most women who have crossed paths with Frederick Gustafsson, has no clue about the order or our involvement in it. She isn't like Samantha from the Texas safe house, someone I once relied on. Oh, whatever Amelia and Frederick had, if you can even call it that, is messier. I start combing through the house, checking for hidden cameras or weapons, running my fingers along shelves, decor and furniture while discreetly placing my own surveillance gear. Frederick warned me you'd do that, Amelia says from behind me, though I doubt she spotted the tiny tracker I just slid under the TV stand. She lets out a soft laugh. I scrubbed the place clean before you got here. Where's the hazmat suit? She teases. I don't turn around or pause my search. Any strangers come by since Mrs. Gregory moved in? I ask, lifting a lamp to inspect its base. God, you and Frederick are two peas in a paranoid pod, she sighs. No, not really. Some guy tried selling me satellite TV last week, that's it. She steps closer, voice dropping to a whisper. So how long is this woman crashing at my place? She's sweet, but she hesitates, glancing toward the kitchen. I'm 30. I haven't had a roommate since high school. Last week a guy thought she was my mom. Total mood killer. My love life's been on pause since she arrived. I finally face her. How long have you known this guy? What? The one you brought here? How long? Her perfectly shaped eyebrows pinched together. Seriously, you want his social security number next? How long? Met him at a bar last weekend. So an unfamiliar visitor. She rolls her eyes but doesn't argue. Fine, satellite guy and Mr. Almost Took Up, happy. Before I go, I'll need his name and description. She scoffs, shaking her head. I don't know why I deal with Frederick's nonsense. She yanks open a drawer, pulling out a notepad. Because you're drawn to chaos, I say, not unkindly, just honest. Another bad habit, speaking when silence would be wiser. Her piercing blue eyes flash with irritation as she jots something down, rips the page from her notepad and thrusts it at me. Care to explain that? Before I can fumble through an answer, her voice drops to a husky whisper as she leans closer. So just how similar are you two, really? I know exactly what she's hinting at, whether I share Frederick's darker inclinations, but with Sarai just a room away, this conversation is playing with fire. Not much, I reply, slipping the note into my pocket before continuing my sweep of her apartment. Pity, she sighs, twirling a strand of hair. What's his deal anyway? Does he ever mention me? I exhale, stopping mid-step to face her. If you want answers about Frederick, take it up with him. Amelia flips her hair with a dramatic eye roll. Fine, just ask him how much longer I'm stuck playing babysitter, okay? She brushes past me toward the kitchen where Sarai and Mrs. Gregory are chatting over takeout. As I move toward the guest room, my phone buzzes. Frederick. Got a lead on the New Orleans job, he says, the hum of city traffic behind him. Our contact swears she spotted the target near Bourbon Street. Could be nothing, but if we wait and he slips back to Brazil, we'll lose him for months. I'll cut this visit short, I say, shutting the door behind me. Head there now, but don't engage. I'll meet you tomorrow. And Frederick, Sarai's taking point on the detainment. A beat of silence. You're joking, she'll blow the op, or worse. She's ready, I say firmly. You handle the interrogation after. I can practically hear his grin through the phone. Letting Frederick loose on an interrogation is like handing a starving wolf raw meat. See you in NOLA, he says before hanging up. Tucking my phone away, I finish my sweep and rejoin the others in the living room, where plates of lukewarm Chinese food sit ignored. Sarai shoots me a questioning look, but I just shake my head. Later. The real work starts tomorrow. Victor steps into the living room just as I take another bite of Dina's famous green bean casserole. Seriously, you're missing out, I tell him, waving my fork toward the kitchen. Dina's cooking beats everyone else's, but don't let that get back to Marta. Dina nudges me with her elbow, rolling her eyes. Don't listen to her, but if you want food, grab it now before it's gone. Victor doesn't move toward the kitchen. Instead, he plants himself right in front of the TV, arms crossed. We need to talk, he says, his voice tight. The air in the room shifts, and I set my plate down on the coffee table. About what? His eyes flick toward Amelia, who's picking apart a piece of cornbread in the armchair beside me. He pulls out his wallet, thumbing through a stack of crisp hundreds before sliding them across the table. Amelia, I need you to step out for a while. She eyes the money, then scoops it up with a smirk. No problem, she says, grabbing her plate and soda before heading to the kitchen. The clatter of dishes follows, fork scraping, water running, then she reappears, already halfway down the hall. Now Amelia, Victor calls after her. She spins around. You want me to walk out barefoot? Just hurry up, he mutters. A few minutes later, her car rumbles out of the driveway. Victor exhales, turning back to us. We're leaving sooner than planned. Dina's fork clinks against her plate. Why, things changed. My stomach twists. I was supposed to have more time to ease into the truth. Now it's all crashing down. I take a breath and turn to Dina. Months ago, I start, my voice steadier than I feel. I killed someone, self-defense. Victor gives me a slight nod, but his jaw is tight. And the night Dahlia and Eric died, that was me too in LA. Dina's hand flies to her mouth. Sarai, what? They died because of me, I say before she can finish. The words hang there, sharp and final. The lapped isn't just after me for questioning. I was with those officers before they died. Now the killers are hunting me too. That's why you're here. Oh, sweet Jesus. Her hands drop from her face, revealing tired eyes framed by deep wrinkles. I take her icy fingers in mine. There's so much you don't know. Where I really was those 9 years Mom and I vanished. What actually happened to us. And in LA, when Victor brought you to the hospital, that wasn't some jealous ex who shot me. I hesitate, glancing at Victor before deciding to shield her. It was someone else. The full story would take days, but you deserve the truth now. You're the closest thing to a mother I've ever known. After everything you've done for me, you have that right. Dina clasps my hand tighter. What did they do to you, honey? Her voice cracks and suddenly the words pour out. Mexico, the horrors, Lydia's death. I skip the worst details like Javier Ruiz, the cartel boss who kept me trapped, but her tears come anyway. She pulls me into a hug, rocking us both like I'm the one falling apart. But for once, I'm numb. Hurting her cuts deeper than my own memories. When I finish, Dina sits frozen on the couch, then turns to Victor. How long before I can leave? I want to take Sarai home. Not happening, he says flatly. She stays with me indefinitely. Dina's face crumples. Sarai, tell me this isn't forever. I can't lie. I have to stay with him. It's the only way we both stay safe. She exhales, defeated. Will I see you again? Always. I squeeze her hand. I'm not saying goodbye. She nods, forcing a smile that doesn't reach her eyes. Then I'll wait. Dina shifted her gaze back to Victor, frustration tightening her voice. I appreciate the thought, but I can't keep hiding in this stranger's home. If safety's the only reason I'm here, I'd rather take my chances back at my own place. Those men don't scare me. She rose from her chair, her eyes locking onto mine. Sarai, sweetheart, you know I'd never betray you to the authorities. I hope you trust me on that. I stood to meet her, my pulse quickening. This isn't about trust, Dina. It's about keeping you alive. If anything happened to you because of me, I'd never recover. You and Victor, you're all I have left, my family. I can't lose you. She shook her head, her fingers twisting the hem of her sweater. I can't stay, honey. Amelia's been kind, but this isn't my life. I miss my garden, my morning coffee, and my favorite mug. I feel like I'm overstaying my welcome. Victor exhaled sharply, his patience thinning but his tone still measured. Mrs. Gregory, he said, waiting until she met his eyes. He hesitated, then delivered the truth like a hammer blow. If you go back, they will find you, and when they do, they won't hesitate. Either they'll kill you on sight or they'll use you to get to Sarai, filming every second of it. Do you understand the stakes? The defiance drained from Dina's face, replaced by something hollow and resigned. She searched my expression, maybe hoping I'd call Victor's bluff, but I couldn't. He's not exaggerating, I said softly. Just hold on a little longer, we're handling this. Victor cut in, his voice edged with urgency. Actually, staying here isn't safe anymore either. Hiding in one spot too long, that's how you get caught. My stomach dropped. Then where does she go? You can't seriously suggest she comes with us. Of course not, Victor said, but I have another option, a place of her own. I blinked. You said we were out of time. Scrambling for a new safe house takes days. Victor's mouth twitched, almost smug. Already handled. It's mine out of state. Frederick's guy will take her there. Arizona's not safe for any of us right now. Dina sinks back into the couch, her hands clasped tightly between her knees, the fabric of her khaki pants wrinkling under the pressure. I take a seat beside her. Please say yes, I urge. It'll give me peace of mind knowing you're out of harm's way. She hesitates, then exhales. At my age, I should be knitting, not running from trouble, but fine, I'll go just for you, Sarai. I pull her into a quick embrace. You're the best. Once we drop Dina off at Amelia's and get back on the highway, I turn to Victor. So where's this mystery house? He hadn't wanted to discuss it earlier, probably wary of prying ears. Tulsa, he says. It's one of my backup spots. Not as flashy as the Santa Fe place, but it's secure, comfortable, and off the radar. I frown. Who exactly is Frederick's contact? Another loose end. Victor keeps his eyes on the road. Not order-affiliated, if that's what you're worried about, just someone he trusts like Amelia. But if they're not part of the order, what's their deal? A semi roars past, its headlights glaring. Victor adjusts his grip on the wheel. Amelia's an old flame of Frederick's. Ace functions like a safe house minus the drama. She doesn't know the first thing about the order, just that she's got a soft spot for Frederick and jumps when he says jump. Sounds like a real winner, I mutter. He chuckles. You could say that. And the guy taking Dina, what's his story? Victor shrugs. One of our hires. We've got about 20 people like him, vetted, discreet, and clueless beyond their assignments. Ex-military mostly. They follow orders, no questions asked. I raise an eyebrow. They have no idea what they're signing up for. You're relentless today, he says, flashing me a grin. They know enough confidentiality risk, but we keep it simple: surveillance, property buys, and the occasional VIP transport. He glances over, like chauffeuring Mrs. Gregory to Tulsa on short notice. His smirk fades as another truck blares past. How do we make sure they follow our orders? Money talks. It's a powerful motivator. They're well compensated for their work. I lean back against the seat, stretching my legs as much as the cramped car allows, already exhausted at the thought of the long drive ahead. One of our guys was at Hamburg's restaurant the night I found you. My head snaps up and I turn to him, waiting for more. Mrs. Gregory didn't reach out until after you'd already left for LA, he explains. I was in Brazil, tracking a target for 2 weeks with no luck. The second I got her call, I dropped everything, but I knew I wouldn't make it in time. So I contacted 2 of our people already in the city, gave them your description and told them to watch Hamburg's restaurant and his estate. I figured you'd show up at one of them. I remember the man lurking behind the restaurant after I took out the guard, the one who let me slip away. I saw him, I say, glancing over. When I ran out the back, he was just standing there. I assumed he worked for Hamburg. He does, Victor says. The admission catches me off guard. Him and the other guy were some of my first recruits, he continues. LA was my main focus when this all started. You knew I'd go there, I say, and even though part of me doesn't want to sound naive, I know it's true. My pulse quickens, a steady thrum beneath my ribs. The realization that Victor had been thinking about me more than I ever guessed fills me with quiet relief and a sharp pang of guilt. I'd blamed him for leaving me behind. I hoped you'd let it go, he admits, but I knew you wouldn't. The car falls silent for a beat. Is he okay? I ask, thinking of the man at the restaurant. Victor nods. He's fine. He'd been working for Hamburg for months, knew the restaurant's layout inside out. He was aware the only other exit from Hamburg's top floor room was the back door. Then, almost as an afterthought, he adds, oh, and he wanted me to apologize to you. For what? I frown. He helped me escape. His orders were to stop you before you even reached that room. The wig threw him off. He was looking for auburn hair, not platinum blonde. By the time he recognized you, Stevens was already leading you inside. He couldn't get past the guards, so he circled around back, hoping to find another way in. 2 more guys were posted there. He talked them into letting him take over their post, just in time for you to come barreling out. I exhale slowly, sinking back into the seat. Tell him he doesn't owe me an apology, but why didn't he just tell me who he was? Or are you taking me with you? He had to stall Stevens so you could escape, and it helps that he's still embedded in their operation. He doesn't know Hamburg and Stevens' full plan or how deep their network runs. He's just a hired hand, but that inside access is useful for us. I unbuckle my seatbelt and awkwardly maneuver between the front seats, graceful, I know, with my knees digging into the console and my backside definitely on display. Victor's gaze lingers a second too long, and I feel my cheeks warm. One more question to add to the pile, I say, dropping into the backseat. He raises an eyebrow, amusement in his voice. And what's that? How much longer do we have to play road trip refugees? I stretch out, legs draped over the seat. I miss the luxury of private jets. This backseat purgatory might actually kill me before Vonnegut's men do. Victor chuckles, the sound low and unfairly attractive. You're on the run with a professional killer, dodging bullets daily, and you think cramped legroom is your biggest threat? He shakes his head, grinning. Yeah, okay, fair point, I admit, though it still feels absurd. But discomfort has a way of overshadowing even life-or-death stakes. Not much longer, he assures me. We stay under the radar until I'm clear of Vonnegut's reach. He's got connections everywhere, especially in private aviation. We'd be safer hitchhiking than stepping onto a chartered flight. I let that sink in, staring at the car's shadowed ceiling. Then shifting gears, for the record, I say lightly, I'm not just sleeping with an assassin, I've somehow developed a serious attachment to one. Is that right? His tone is teasing, and I can practically hear his smirk. Unfortunately, yes. A terribly unhealthy one. Oh, do explain, I sigh, playing it up. Well, for starters, he's stuck with me now permanently. Clingy like Amelia, he needles, and I prop myself up just to swat his arm. He pretends to wince, still grinning. Not even close, I retort, lying back down. Unlike Amelia, I won't jump just because he says so. His laughter is quiet, warm. Guess he's doomed then. Forever's a long time. A beat passes before he replies, softer now. Something tells me he's okay with that. I drift off hours later, the smile on my lips lingering even in sleep. Chapter 15. Victor. By the time we reach New Orleans the next day, the streets are alive with crowds. The streets of New Orleans pulse with energy as crowds dressed in white outfits and crimson accessories flood the French Quarter for the annual running of the Bulls Festival. We navigate the quieter outskirts, passing wrought iron balconies draped in ivy and hidden courtyards until we reach the industrial district. Frederick's waiting inside an old warehouse far from the revelry. Sarai had dozed off against the car window earlier but now stretches awake, rubbing the stiffness from her neck. Last night I gave her the basics, why we're here, who we're after, but held back details until Frederick could fill in the gaps. Our target, Andre Costa, nicknamed Turtle, is a slippery mark. Half Brazilian, half American, he's the right-hand man of a Venezuelan crime boss. I've chased leads from Rio to Miami, always a step behind. The guy's got a knack for vanishing. The warehouse looms ahead, its rusted bay door creaking open as we pull inside. Dust swirls in the dim light filtering through grimy skylights. The space smells of oil and old rubber, remnants of its past as an auto shop. A mechanic's pit scars the concrete floor and forgotten tires tower on metal shelves. Sarai shivers, eyeing the shadows. Cheerful spot, she mutters. Frederick steps forward, his tailored suit absurdly out of place. Glad you could make it, he says drily. He flips a breaker and a few flickering fluorescents buzz to life near the back. The weak glow does little to lift the gloom. Sarai hugs herself, scanning the cavernous room. Seriously, what is this place? She asks. Frederick smirks. Let's just say it's seen its share of conversations. I recognize it from 2 months ago, another interrogation, another loose end tied up. Knowing him, he's used it for more than just work. The air feels heavy, charged with unspoken history. Somewhere outside, the distant roar of the festival crowd fades into silence. The dim light exposes an antique dentist chair tucked in the corner, its cold metal frame fitted with heavy restraints, thick leather straps for the wrists, ankles, and even one to secure the head. Welcome to my interrogation suite, Frederick announces, gesturing casually like a realtor showing off a prized listing. At least that's what it is today. He crouches behind the chair and pulls out a sleek black case, dropping it onto a chipped metal table splattered with old paint. With a quick flick, he pops the silver clasps open. Do I even want to know what happens in here? Sarai mutters, arms uncrossing as her gaze drifts from the room's grim details back to the case. Frederick shoots me a look. You sure she's cut out for this, Faust? Sarai scoffs. I said almost didn't want to know. Try me. Her jaw tightens, defiance flashing in her eyes. Frederick smirks, rolling a stainless steel tray beside the chair. One by one, he arranges his tools, 3 blades of varying lengths, needle-nose pliers, syringes loaded with murky liquids, and finally 6 tiny vials lined up like soldiers. She's got spirit, Frederick muses, still eyeing me. But spirit doesn't always mean steady hands. Sarai leans in, studying the instruments. Someone's got a flair for the theatrical. Frederick ignores her, turning to me instead. You haven't filled her in yet, have you? Not my story to tell. Tell me what? Sarai's voice sharpens as she glances between us. Frederick sets down the last syringe and steps toward her. She doesn't retreat, even as his gaze lingers with unsettling hunger. My stomach twists when he reaches out, twirling a strand of her auburn hair between his fingers. But this is part of the test, whether she can stomach the truth about him, and I already know she will. Sarai. Frederick's icy blue stare sends an unwelcome shiver down my spine. His fingers drop from my hair and he tilts his head, studying me like a puzzle he's deciding how to dismantle. I force myself not to flinch, but my pulse betrays me. It's not fear of him that unsettles me, it's the realization that I should be afraid and I'm not. I flick a glance at Victor. His face gives nothing away. If he's calm, maybe I should be too, unless this is another one of his lessons. That blind faith he warned me about years ago, trust no one, not even me. But no, it's something else he's waiting for, something I can't name. I mirror Frederick's tilt, biting my cheek. Cut the suspense, I snap, just say it. Frederick flashes a dangerously charming smile as he casually puts some distance between us. The harsh fluorescent light above the dentist's chair throws eerie shadows around him, making his tailored suit look sinister against the sterile white walls. We're all murderers in this room, he says smoothly, his Swedish accent lingering on each word. He nods toward Victor. The professional hitman, he continues, then turns to me. And you welcome to the club, though your motives are personal, unlike our friend here who works for profit. My stomach tightens as I glance at Victor, but his expression remains unreadable. What about you? I ask Frederick, trying to keep my voice steady. Why do you kill? His laughter cuts through the tension, and suddenly the room doesn't feel so oppressive. The way he and Victor exchange a quick glance tells me he's just messing with me. I'm caught between frustration and relief. Only when necessary, Frederick finally answers, surprising me. Faust likes to call me a specialist. Interrogation, extraction, that's my game. He gestures to the array of unsettling tools behind him, though sometimes I get to play end-of-life consultant. I force a laugh. For a second, I thought you were going to say you were some kind of psychopath. Victor and Frederick share another brief, knowing look. No, sweetheart, Frederick says, turning away to adjust his instruments with unsettling precision. I don't enjoy it, it's just work. The silence that follows is heavy. Frederick seems almost vulnerable now, his usual confidence slipping as he fusses with the tools. Against my better judgment, I feel a pang of sympathy for him. Victor breaks the quiet. We should move. Just like that, Frederick snaps back into character, clapping his hands together with a grin that's equal parts enthusiasm and menace. Damn right, I'm sick of waiting on this bastard, no offense, Faust. Some of it might be my fault, Victor admits, and I get the sense I'm the reason. But priorities are priorities. I stare at the stained floor, hoping my face doesn't give me away. You sure you're up for this? Victor asks. Frederick scoffs. More than ready. He launches into the details. Andre Costa's in town for 2 more days, holed up with some aunt across the river in Algiers. My source caught Costa chatting at Lafitte's bar last night. Unless he was just spinning tales to impress those women, the guy seems to know every corner of this city like the back of his hand. If we miss him tonight, don't worry, he'll turn up again soon. Frederick's gaze flicks toward me, skepticism written all over his face. I've got this, I say, trying not to let his doubt get under my skin, though I can't blame him. If our roles were reversed, I'd be just as wary. Costa's been a regular at Lafitte's every night since he got here, Frederick continues. No reason to think tonight's any different. Victor reaches into his back pocket and hands me a small envelope. Inside is a photo of Andre Costa, young, smooth-skinned, barely old enough to need a razor. A tiny mole sits just above his lip, and his short, curly black hair gives him an almost regal look, like some modern-day Caesar without the crown. He's grinning in the picture, wearing a black tee with faded white lettering, perched at a bar with a cocktail in hand. The flash catches his glassy eyes, that too bright smile of someone riding a whiskey high. He's not exactly intimidating, I remark. 155 pounds, Victor says, 5'9", 24, but don't let that fool you. If he figures out you're after him, I can handle it, I cut in. Why's he even on our radar? Victor hesitates, and I already know he's about to dodge the question. You're not with the order anymore, I press. No need for secrecy, just tell me what he's done. He exhales, shoulders dropping. Costa's not the target. We need him to lead us to Edgar Velasco, a Venezuelan crime boss responsible for killing 16 Americans, Brits, and Canadians last year. They were snatched in Rio and other tourist hotspots. There's a $3 million bounty on Velasco, but the guy's a ghost. Wouldn't be so hard to find, Frederick mutters, if he ever left the damn slums. Reminds me of Bin Laden holed up with his goats. People like us stick out like sore thumbs down there. Victor nods. Velasco's cut from the same cloth as Javier Ruiz. The name snaps my attention away from Costa's photo. I hadn't even realized I was still staring at it. Velasco makes Javier look like small time, I say. Victor nods. Javier's operations were local. Velasco's network spans 6 countries, and he's personally ordered the deaths of at least 169 tourists, women and children included. Frederick leans against the warehouse wall. That's just the confirmed cases. The real number could be twice as high. I raise an eyebrow. So who's paying for this job? I don't expect an answer, but Victor surprises me. Anderson Weinhardt. Boston billionaire. His son was one of Velasco's victims. The name drops like a brick. I take a second to process it before swinging myself onto a nearby crate, legs swinging. You're just giving me that info, no hesitation. Victor crosses his arms. If you're in, you're all in, no half measures. Appreciate the trust, I mutter, half expecting him to laugh and say it was a joke. But then I think about the order, its reach, its history, and the questions pile up. How are you even pulling jobs like this with them hunting you? Vonnegut's got eyes everywhere, Nicholas too. Wouldn't they catch wind of a hit this big? Maybe they know it's happening, Victor says, but they don't know I'm the one doing it. There are over 20 groups like the Order in the US, plus freelancers like me. They'd never guess I'd keep working under their noses. Bold move, I say, or stupid. He smirks. Call it what you want, but it works. I press further. How do you even find clients now? Vonnegut handled all that before. Connections, he says. I've been in this game longer than he has, met people he's never even heard of. Fieldwork has its perks. I exhale sharply. Sounds risky, one wrong move and someone rats you out. Victor's expression darkens. It's a risk I live with. Trust is a luxury I can't afford. You learn that the hard way. I let the silence hang before motioning for them to continue. The briefing isn't over yet. The clock just past 10, and I'm dressed like a high-end party girl in a short, flowy ivory and pink dress that barely covers my thighs. My 6-inch pink heels put me eye to eye with Victor, and my hair spills over my shoulders, framing the deep neckline where my lacy pink bra peeks through. After a full face of makeup, I added chunky rings, stacked bracelets, and a spritz of perfume, one on my collarbone, another dabbed on my wrists. Frederick wrinkled his nose at the scent before we left the warehouse, and honestly, he wasn't wrong. Perfume's never been my thing, but tonight's different. Victor parks near a red brick school across from CC's coffee house, nodding toward the intersection. Bourbon and St. Philip, he says. I'll stay here. The bar's cramped and dim, easy to miss someone. Don't look like you're scouting around, or I've got this. I cut in before he can launch into another safety lecture. Grazing his lips with a quick kiss, I add, trust me for once. His smile doesn't reach his eyes. For a second, I'm tempted to climb into his lap and kiss him until neither of us remembers why we're here. But I shake it off, stepping into the humid night. Leaning back through the window, I adjust the wire hidden in my bra. No heroics unless I call for you. Promise, he raises his hands. Promise. This isn't about you, I say, sharper now. I'm doing it because I choose to. If you end up impressed, fine, but that's not the point. He murmurs, I know, but I'm already walking away, heels clicking on pavement. The streets alive with chatter and laughter even this late. A tour group blocks the sidewalk, waving skull-shaped fans as their guide drones on about the building's history. I weave through them, the coffee shop's neon sign flickering ahead like a beacon finally stepping across the street. I push through the door of the cramped corner bar and immediately let go of the person I pretended to be. The dim lighting swallows me whole as soon as I step inside. Flickering candles dot the space, perched on tables, wedged into wall crevices, even lining the rough stone fireplace at the room's center. The place is packed, bodies pressed together as people weave through the crowd, not an empty seat in sight. I dodge past a loud group huddled around a table and ease my way deeper inside. Even in my skimpy outfit, I stick out, too polished, too deliberate. Most of the women here are in casual wear, moving easily in the shadows while I wobble on my heels like some wide-eyed weekend tourist. Exactly the look I was going for. Andre Costa has a type, new faces, girls who act like they just stumbled off the clueless train. I head straight for the bar and order a deux equis, sliding my fake id toward the bartender with a practiced, tipsy grin. He studies it, then me before shrugging. Guess you're legal, he says, handing it back. I tuck it into my clutch. First time in New Orleans, he asks, popping the cap off my beer. He's got that effortlessly hot thing going, messy dark hair, deep blue eyes, a face that still looks boyish. I duck my head, taking a quick sip. That obvious. I flutter my lashes, playing the part. His smirk lingers a second too long, drifting downward before snapping back up. But he's smooth about it, no need to answer, we both know the truth. When I try to pay, he waves me off. It's on me, enjoy the city. Thanks. I grab my drink just as two giggling women shove past, nearly spilling it. Hey, easy, I snap, but the music drowns me out. Rolling my eyes, I turn away, sipping as I scan the room, swaying slightly like I'm just here for the vibe. Near the fireplace, the space splits. Right leads to a smaller bar and dead end, left to some kind of outdoor patio. Time to see where the night takes me. I hesitate near the entrance, scanning the dimly lit lounge when I notice Andre Costa tucked away in a shadowy booth. He's surrounded, two striking women laughing at his jokes while a pair of guys lean in, clinking glasses like they've already won the night. My stomach twists. They're flawless, the kind of polished beauty that makes me second-guess myself. Then I remember Izel's voice, sharp as broken glass, hissing in my memory. You're pathetic, she'd sneered years ago, wrenching a brush through my tangled hair until my scalp burned. Javier must enjoy charity cases. You've got the face of an angel and the instincts of a fumbling schoolgirl. Her nails dug into my shoulders as she forced me to stare into the mirror. Men don't want eagerness, they want the chase, the illusion they've discovered something untouched. A sudden jerk of my head sent tears spilling down my cheeks. One mistake tonight and I'll personally toss you to the wolves. Understood. I'd swallowed my defiance back then, too terrified to protest. But when I dared to ask why she despised me, the brush cracked against my jaw. Because you're weak, she spat. Now repeat it, how do you hold a man's gaze? Briefly, I whispered, just long enough to tease. Good, let him think he's the hunter, her grip tightened. And when he approaches, act surprised, like I hadn't noticed him at all. Izel's lessons were cruel but effective. Back then my role was clear. Lure Javier's targets in with calculated innocence, never letting them close enough to tarnish his reputation. I wasn't merchandise. I was the unattainable prize, proof of his empire's allure. Now, as Andre's gaze flicks toward me, I let my eyes meet his for exactly 2 heartbeats before turning away, a ghost of a smile playing on my lips. Let him wonder I was always the first one they noticed, the most striking, the most mysterious. Javier used me as his showpiece, the living proof of his business's success, and it worked. These men couldn't have me, but after 10 minutes in a room where I wielded Izel's lessons like a weapon, they'd settle for the next closest thing. To them, buying from the same batch I came from was the only guarantee. But tonight, with Andre Costa, I wouldn't need half of what Izel taught me. Costa wasn't looking for someone to collar, just a reckless young criminal with an itch to scratch. So tonight, all I needed was the right look. I leaned against the wall, purse tucked under my arm, letting the hum of the piano music wash over me as I sipped my beer. 5 minutes passed before I even glanced his way. I knew he'd already checked me out twice, I could feel it, but the dark-haired girl beside him had done a decent job keeping him distracted. 1, a slow, knowing smile. 2, a deliberate look away, another sip of beer, then the waiting game. Before long, he was in front of me, flashing a grin. "I'm Andre, and you are?" His eyes darted around me. "Alone, I'm guessing." I let my cheeks flush, dropping my hands in front of me. "Yeah," I said, voice soft, "just me." "That your name?" "Alone." I barely held back an eye roll but kept the sweet, vacant smile. "No," I answered, tilting my head. "It's Izabel." Andre's grin widened as he reached for my hand. "Well, Izabel, you should join us. Plenty of space at my table." I hesitated, biting my lip. "I don't know you." "Exactly," he said, tugging me forward anyway. "But trust me, I'm good people. You're in New Orleans, might as well have some fun while you're here." He led me to the table where the guys greeted me warmly, but the dark-haired girl shot daggers my way. "Move your ass," Andre told the blonde guy beside him. "Make room." The guy stood, pulling out a chair. Andre gestured grandly, all charm, and I sat, watching as he barked at the blonde to fetch drinks. "Another deux equis?" he asked me. I nodded. "Sure, thanks." As the guy vanished into the crowd, the girl scoffed. "Yeah, real polite." Andre just laughed like it was all part of the game. "Relax, girl, you haven't even finished your drink yet. Take it easy, everything's fine," he says, patting her knee in a way that even I find patronizing. I catch her eye with a knowing look, silently claiming him as mine. Her expression shifts instantly from possessive to furious, her glare burning across the table while her tipsy friend absent-mindedly traces the tattoo on the guy's wrist beside her. That one couldn't care less about me, but the guy she's into only has eyes for her. "You from around here?" Andre asks me. I twirl a strand of hair around my finger and smile. "Nope, Texas, just visiting." The dark-haired girl snorts under her breath. That explains the twang. I hadn't even noticed my own accent until she pointed it out. Part of me is amused at how naturally I slipped into it, another part unsettled by how effortlessly I'm playing this role. I flash her a grin. "And you must be from the wrong side of town with a mouth like that." "All right, enough," Andre cuts in, arms outstretched like he's physically holding back a brawl. Just then the blonde guy returns, balancing 4 beers between his fingers. He drops them on the table with a clatter. "You're in good hands tonight," Andre says, taking a swig before setting his bottle down. "I'd be happy to show you around later if you're up for it." Ashley exhales sharply, her eyes narrowing. "Hold on, I thought we were—" "Jesus, relax," Andre interrupts, shaking his head. "I meant all of us, Ash, not just me and her." He glances at me. "You cool with that?" I don't even know what he's asking, but honestly, the sooner she's gone, the better. "Sure, sounds fun." Ashley shoves her chair back so hard it slams against the wall, snatching her purse off the table. "We're leaving," she snaps at her friend who's still clinging to the tattooed guy's hand. "Oh, come on," the friend whines, swaying slightly as she stands. "I don't want to go yet." "Too bad," Ashley snaps, yanking her away. Andre stands, palms up in mock surrender. "Don't be like that, babe. Go to hell, turtle," she spits, shooting me one last glare. "I'm done with your games, lose my number." Andre's mouth drops open, but he's fighting a smirk, fingers raking through his curls. That's when I spot the tattoo hidden near his armpit, small but deliberate. Like a secret he forgot to hide, Ashley and her friend storm off, still bickering as they disappear into the crowd, leaving me stranded at the table with Andre and his buddies. The sudden shift makes me hyper-aware of being the only woman here. "I hope I didn't cause that," I murmur, gripping my drink. Andre flops back into his chair, legs sprawled like he owns the place. "Nah," he says, waving a hand. "She's always like that, thank God I'm not stuck with her." He twirls a finger near his temple with a smirk. "You get what I'm saying?" I force a laugh and take a sip of my beer. "Yeah, she seems intense." What I really think is that Andre's the problem. Ashley might be been harsh, but something tells me she's earned every bit of that attitude. Way they interact screams history, and not the good kind. If anything, she's just guilty of tolerating him too long. "So vacation, huh?" Andre leans in, elbows on the table. "Who'd you drag along?" I tuck my hands under my purse, playing shy. "Seriously," he presses closer now. "A girl out alone, that's either brave or sketchy." I duck my head, feigning embarrassment. "My friend Dahlia was supposed to come, but she bailated last minute. Hotel rooms got her hostage with a migraine." "Sheraton, right?" He guesses when I mention it, and I nod, letting him think I'm clueless for sharing. "That's a hike from here," he remarks. "Not really," I lie. "Though I did cheat, hopped on one of those pedal cabs halfway." Andre barks a laugh. "Pedal cab, adorable." He jabs a thumb at the guy scrolling on his phone. "That's David, married to his iPhone. Pretty sure it's his longest relationship." David doesn't glance up. "Screw you, turtle." Andre grins and jerks his chin toward the blonde guy stacking empty bottles. "Joseph, still too new to roast, but give me time." "Turtle," I echo, and his smile flickers. "Childhood nickname, courtesy of my old man." I wince. "Sorry, I didn't mean—" "Relax," he cuts in. "He's alive, just a grader jerk." David's eyes dart up briefly, sharp with disapproval, but Andre doesn't even notice. The tension hangs for a second before dissolving into the hum of the bar. I know I shouldn't linger too long talking to him, especially with Victor waiting just outside. He's close enough to hear everything, or at least he would be if the music and chatter weren't drowning out his inevitable complaints about me taking forever. Still, I can practically feel his impatience from here. Hey, I say, shifting my tone, you wanna step outside for a bit, get some air? It's a gamble showing this guy I trust him enough to walk out alone with him so soon. But if I don't speed things up, we could be stuck in here all night before Andre finally decides to make a move. His eyebrows lift in surprise, but he doesn't hesitate, pushing back from the table and adjusting his black tank top. Hell yeah, he grins, grabbing his beer and offering me his hand. Let's do it. He downs the rest of his drink in one go, slamming the empty bottle on the table before waving off his buddies. As we head for the door, his hand lands on the small of my back, and just like that, his whole demeanor shifts. The polite act drops, replaced by the kind of guy who assumes tonight's already a done deal. Damn, you're something else, he murmurs, way too close for comfort. You sure you're not here with someone? Don't want to end up in a fight over you. I glance at him, his hip bumping against mine as we walk, and force a coy smile. No boyfriend, Scout's honor. His grip tightens around my waist, tugging me closer. Hey, I say, nudging him back lightly, take it easy, I'm not that easy. He just laughs, not buying it for a second, and pulls me in again. All right, he says, still grinning. I'll behave. We turn away from where Victor's waiting near the school, and I pause, pretending to debate our route. Come on, Andre urges, steering me forward. This way's more fun. I hesitate, then relent, not wanting to push too hard. The last thing I need is him getting suspicious. With a playful smile, I turn and walk alongside him down the bustling sidewalk. Tourists weave around us, their chatter blending with the distant clip-clop of horse hooves on pavement. As we cross the intersection, I glance up at the street sign. Bourbon Street really does have it all, I remark, pausing in front of a jazz club with a weathered marquee. Mason Bourbon, I've always wanted to hear live jazz, let's go in. Andre tugs my hand, steering me away. Not my scene, he says. Truthfully, it's not mine either, but I need Victor to track my location. After a couple turns, the streets grow quieter, the glow of neon fading. I keep up my act, pointing out landmarks and asking questions, playing the wide-eyed visitor. Pulse quickens as the crowd thins. I know exactly what he's thinking. So where are we headed? I ask, feigning curiosity. Just up ahead, he says, nodding toward a dimly lit corner. Meeting some friends at a bar. No way am I walking into that trap. If we reach a crowd, I lose my advantage. Before he can take another step, I spin to face him, flashing a mischievous grin. Wait, I murmur, catching his wrist. My gaze flicks to the shadowy alley behind him, then back to his face. What if we took a detour first? I step closer, hooking my fingers into his belt, letting my touch linger just enough to sell it. His breath hitches, eyes darkening as he leans in, lips grazing my neck. You're full of surprises, he murmurs, voice rough. I sidestep, leading him toward the alley, my heart pounding. The scent of damp brick and trash hits me as we pass a line of dumpsters. The second his palm slams against the wall beside my head, I go for his belt, fingers trembling, part act, part nerves. Come on, Victor, pick up the clues. Andre chuckles, crowding closer. Seriously, right here. His grin is all hunger, but I've got my own game to play. You'll see, I whisper, and the alley swallows us whole. Didn't see that coming, but I'm not complaining, I mutter, stepping back from the brick wall. With a quick shove, I pin Andre against the rough surface. Okay, he chuckles, raising his hands in mock surrender. You're calling the shots here, do whatever you want. I close the gap between us, my voice dropping to a whisper. Oh, I will. Then I drive my knee upward, nailing him right where it hurts. Andre gasps, doubling over in pain. Grabbing a fistful of his hair, I yank him forward and slam my knee into his face once, twice, 3 times until he stumbles back against the wall, blood dripping from his nose. You psycho. He spits, but my fist is already flying, cracking against his jaw so hard his head whips back into the wall. He crumples to the pavement, out cold, his fall knocking over a metal trash can with a deafening clatter that echoes down the narrow alley. Victor, I hiss into the mic tucked under my shirt. Andre's down, but he won't stay that way long. Move it. I rattle off my location, every second stretching into an eternity until Victor's car screeches to a stop at the alley entrance. He storms toward us, his furious stride sending a chill down my spine. I handled it, I say, nodding at Andre's stirring form. Victor doesn't waste time, he hauls Andre up by the arms, his grip iron tight. The plan was the parking lot, he growls. Andre thrashes as Victor drags him toward the car. I did handle it, I snap. Pretty sure I'm not the one bleeding on the ground. What the hell is this? Andre shouts, struggling against Victor's hold. Victor shoves him face first into the backseat, pinning him with a knee between his shoulder blades as he zip-ties his wrists. Get in, Victor orders. I slide into the passenger seat, slamming the door behind me. Who are you people? Talk to me, damn it. Andre's voice booms through the car, grating on my nerves. Without a word, Victor twists around and delivers a knockout punch that silences him instantly. Appreciate it, I say as Victor shifts into drive. My ears were about to bleed. Victor's grip tightens on the wheel. Wasn't for the noise, he says, eyes fixed on the cramped street ahead. It was for touching you. I turn toward the window, biting back a smirk as the city blurs past. Chapter 17. Victor Frederick stands at the garage entrance when we pull into the warehouse, arms crossed, waiting. I pull into the warehouse just as Frederick lowers the rolling door behind us. Killing the engine, I yank Costa's limp form from the backseat, gripping his collar as I haul him across the concrete. Sarai trails behind, her silence louder than words. Frederick raises an eyebrow as we dump Costa onto the dental chair. Rough night, he asks, already securing the restraints around the unconscious man's chest. Sarai steps forward, arms crossed. No problems, she says, though the edge in her voice says otherwise. Just didn't go as smoothly as we hoped. I turn on her. Simple job, Sarai, in and out. You were supposed to lead him toward the school, not improvise. Her jaw tightens, eyes flashing. Before she can argue, I grab her wrist and yank her close. You think this was some game? That guy could have gutted you without blinking. My grip tightens and for a second fear flickers in her eyes, then defiance. You don't trust me, she spits, twisting against my hold. This isn't about trust, I snap. It's about discipline, following orders. I shove her wrist away, exhaling hard. The anger burns hotter than I expected. Sarai scoffs. Or what? I'll turn into Nicholas. That's what you're really afraid of, isn't it? Frederick clears his throat, cinching the last strap around Costa's legs. Maybe take this somewhere else, he suggests, nodding toward the office door. Sarai storms off before I can respond. Inside, the room smells like mildew and something sharp, bleach maybe. A flickering lantern casts long shadows over the dented metal chair and water-stained walls. She stands by the grimy window, arms wrapped around herself. You always bring him up, she says quietly, the fight gone from her voice. Like I'm just another mistake waiting to happen. The accusation hangs between us, heavier than the dust in the air. Sarai leans against the desk, arms crossed with her fingers lightly resting on her sleeves. I let out a long breath and sink into the chair, stretching my legs out before pulling them back. My head tilts back for a second before I meet her gaze. She's still standing there, right in the middle of the room. Just as I open my mouth to speak, she steps closer and cuts me off. I'm sorry, she murmurs, barely above a whisper. This isn't some rebellion, Victor. I'm not scheming behind your back just to prove a point. I was just figuring things out as I went, that's all. She stops just inches away. From this angle, I can see the way her auburn hair spills over her shoulders, the way her heels add to her already striking height. That subtle curve of her waist, the kind that lingers in your thoughts long after she's gone. She tilts her head slightly, and before I can stop myself, I tug her onto my lap, settling her against my thigh. One hand drifts to the small of her back, the other resting lightly on her bare skin. She glances down at me, then lifts her fingers to trace the line of my jaw. Victor, she says softly, I'm not Nicholas. I could never do what he did to you. It's not about that, I reply, my thumb brushing slow circles against her hip. I'm not trying to compare you two, but the way you act, your impulsiveness, your temper, the way you ignore what I tell you, my orders, she interrupts, eyebrows lifting. There's no anger in her expression, just quiet resolve. She shifts on my lap to face me fully, and suddenly I'm the one under scrutiny. We need to clear something up right now. I tilt my head, studying her. No woman has ever held my attention like this, not Samantha, not anyone. I've always been the one in control, the one who walks away. But Sarai, the way she looks at me, that unshakable calm in her green eyes, tells me I won't be the one leaving this time. I'm not one of your operatives, Victor, she says, voice steady. I want to learn from you. I want to be part of your world, but you don't get to rewrite who I am, and you don't get to treat me like just another asset. She cocks her head, a faint challenge in her tone. You can try, sure, but I won't bend, got it? God help me. Instead of pushing her away, her defiance only pulls me in deeper. I exhale, running a hand through my hair. This woman might just be the one thing I can't control. I don't want you to be someone else, but you've got to start trusting my judgment in moments like this, Victor said, his voice firm but not unkind. It was just one guy, Sarai shot back, crossing her arms. You know, I could handle him. I did handle him. He wasn't exactly a heavyweight. Victor exhaled sharply. That's not the point. Andre Costa's network snatches people, tourists, women, kids, across South America like it's nothing. We're not in South America, she countered, though her fingers tapped nervously against her arm. Doesn't matter, Victor said, leaning closer. People vanish in the US every day, shipped off, sold, killed. You of all people know how fast freedom can be taken away and how few ever get it back. Sarai hesitated, her earlier bravado flickering. But you heard me on comms. I gave you every street, every turn. I know, Victor murmured, his hand resting on her knee. But what if I hadn't caught your clues? What if Costa had led you into a van or some back room and his crew was waiting? We can't obsess over what-ifs, she muttered. Victor's grip tightened slightly. We have to, not to live in fear but to stay alive. Sarai looked away, her jaw clenched. Victor tilted her chin up, his voice softer now. You asked me to train you, to trust me, so trust me now. She swallowed, then nodded. Fine, but don't yell at me if I mess up. A slow smile tugged at his lips. He'd never want her fire dimmed, just her recklessness tempered. He knew she could handle Costa. This wasn't a test of skill but of discipline. And Sarai, discipline wasn't her strong suit. Her sudden kiss sent a jolt through him, her scent dizzying. He pulled her closer, hands framing her face. You'll be the end of me, he breathed against her mouth just as Costa's scream tore through the warehouse. Sarai jerked back, eyes wide, right on time. What the hell is happening to him? I rested my hands on her waist, pulling her closer. Trust me, you don't want to know. She shook her head, sliding off my lap with determination. No, I really do. Chapter 18. Sarai, son of a bitch, I don't know anything. Andre's agonized screams hit me the moment I stepped into the office. His arms were strapped down, the leather restraints digging into his skin as he fought against them, turning his wrists raw. Blood smeared his lips, dripping down his neck in thick streaks. Frederick stood over him, gripping a pair of pliers coated in red, his gloved fingers pristine white except for the crimson staining them. You lying bitch, Andre snarled as I stepped into the dim light. His wild gaze flicked between us, landing on Victor behind me. My brother's gonna hunt you down before you leave this city, and when he does, he'll make sure you're dead. Frederick flicked something from the pliers into a metal tray with a sharp clink. The contrast was unsettling, his calm precision against Andre's raw, thrashing fury, like watching a surgeon work on a feral animal. Who is your brother? Frederick asked, voice smooth as ice. Go to hell, Andre spat, blood spraying from his mouth. Frederick gripped Andre's jaw, fingers pressing into his cheeks, the latex gloves turning pink. Andre jerked, but the strap across his forehead held him in place, leaving him barely any room to move. I ain't telling you a damn thing. Andre choked, blood bubbling in his throat. Pull em all out if you want, dentists exist for a reason. But the way his fists clenched, knuckles white, betrayed his bravado. Frederick adjusted the pliers, clamping them around another tooth. Andre's screams dissolved into guttural groans, his body seizing against the chair. The sound of bone grinding made my stomach twist, but I kept my face blank. Where is Edgar Velasco? Frederick repeated, twisting slightly. Andre garbled something, probably another curse, before Frederick yanked. The tooth came free with a sickening crack, landing in the tray with another metallic clink. Andre keeps muttering, go to hell, his voice thick with rage and the promise of payback, though tears streak his face. His brother's name is David, I say, stepping forward. And I recognize him. Frederick glances at me, the bloodied pliers still gripped in his fist. Victor, standing beside me, frowns. How do you know that? He asks. Andre goes quiet, his silence confirming what I've said. It was just a guess at first. Back at the bar, I noticed the way David stiffened when Andre insulted their father. But now, seeing Andre's reaction, I'm certain. He was with Andre earlier, I explain. Victor moves past me, heading toward the car. The slam of the door reverberates through the warehouse before he returns, briefcase in hand. Frederick lowers the pliers as Andre tries to backtrack, but it's useless. My brother isn't even in Louisiana, he yells, his words slurring, his tongue struggling around the gap where his teeth used to be. He's overseas. He tries to laugh, but blood catches in his throat, turning it into a cough. Frederick tilts his head. Funny, because a minute ago you swore he'd hunt us down before we left town. How's that work if he's not here? His tone is mocking, though his face stays blank. Andre clamps his mouth shut. Victor sets the briefcase on a crate, flipping it open and pulling out a stack of photos. I step closer and he hands them to me. Without a word, I start flipping through them while Victor circles around to stand opposite Frederick, hands clasped behind his back. He studies Andre's battered face. David's next, Victor says, eerily calm. Whatever happens to you tonight, he gets the same. Now where's Edgar Velasco? Andre glares at the ceiling, jaw clenched. Victor shifts back just as Frederick forces the pliers into Andre's mouth again. A raw scream tears through the warehouse. Clink. Found him, I say, holding up a photo. Same wrist tattoo, it's him. Andre lets out a shuddering sob, but I doubt it's from fear for his brother. The pain is overwhelming him, and something tells me Frederick's only warming up. This night is far from over. 16 minutes in, and it already feels like an eternity. The dim glow of the battery-powered clock on the table has been my only distraction. Its green numbers ticking away the minutes like a silent witness. Anything's better than watching Frederick work on Andre, his methodical cruelty, the way Andre's body jerks against the restraints only to collapse again when the pain stops. Sweat and tears carve paths through the blood on Andre's face, his fingers twitching weakly before going slack. Frederick's voice stays flat, detached, as he holds up a small plastic case. A twist of his fingers and a needle glints in the dim light. Andre's breath hitches when Frederick forces his hand flat against the chair. Where is Edgar Velasco? The question hangs in the air, cold and unyielding. I can't look. Teeth were one thing, but this is different. My stomach twists as Frederick presses the needle to Andre's fingernail. Victor catches my expression, his grip tightening on my arm. "You should step out," he murmurs, but before I can move, Andre's scream tears through the room. I flinch, hands flying to my ears, but it's too late. The sound is already seared into my skull. Andre's voice cracks as he sobs. "He's my father. You think I'd betray him?" Frederick's expression darkens, his patience snapping. "Get her out of here," he orders, and for the first time I see something dangerous flicker in his eyes. Victor doesn't hesitate, steering me toward the door, but not before I catch the raw desperation in Andre's plea. One last, futile act of defiance. There was a time when he seemed to relish this, letting me catch glimpses of the darkness inside him. But now his demeanor is all efficiency, no room for spectators. With nothing left to say, I trail Victor back into the office. The door shuts behind us, muffling Andre's screams, but the images in my mind remain sharp, relentless. Each cry carves itself deeper into my memory, as vivid as the needles forced beneath Andre's fingernails. It doesn't take long, less than 5 minutes, and Andre breaks. He gives up everything, a precise location in Venezuela down to the street address along with descriptions of the surrounding area. He even betrays his own brother, David, handing over his New Orleans hideouts and every contact tied to him. Half an hour later, I'm still in the office when Frederick steps in, murmuring to Victor about verifying David's whereabouts. "What's next?" I ask as Frederick turns to leave. "We wait," he replies flatly before disappearing. "Wait for what?" I press Victor. "Confirmation," he says. "We need to be sure Costa wasn't lying about his brother's location before we move." "Move," he nods but doesn't elaborate. He doesn't need to. I already know. Then silence. No more whimpers, no creaking leather as Andre fights against his restraints. The quiet is unnerving. I glance at Victor, my expression tight with unease. "You all right?" he asks, tone casual as if checking the weather. I force a nod, though my skin prickles, my fingertips throbbing like they've been pricked with needles. "I'm fine," I lie, stepping toward the door. Victor's hand lands on the tarnished knob before mine. "Maybe wait until Frederick's finished." Finished with what? I already know, but part of me wants him to say it. Instead, I cut him off. I said I'm fine. My voice is steady, convincing even if I'm not. He lets go. I push the door open. The dim light spills over the scene, Frederick standing there motionless, and Andre slumped in the chair, crimson pooling beneath him, seeping into the grimy concrete. My gaze drifts up from the pool of blood to Andre's lifeless hands, now stretched wide across the armrests, fingers limp and unresponsive. But it's his eyes that hold my attention, wide open, staring blankly in my direction, yet seeing nothing. The deep slash across his throat tells the final story. Frederick works silently, loosening the restraints as I step closer. "I thought you only killed when necessary," I say, my voice steady despite the scene. The brutality of torture had always been harder for me to stomach than death itself. Frederick pulls the last strap free and stands, meeting my stare. "This was necessary," he replies, his tone leaving no room for debate. I frown, trying to reconcile his words with what I knew of his rules. Hadn't he always claimed self-defense was his only justification? Before I can press further, he turns back to the task at hand, methodically wiping down the chair. Victor moves beside me, his presence calm but firm. "Costa couldn't be left alive," he explains. "One call to Velasco, and our lead in Venezuela would vanish. His brother in New Orleans would slip away before we could reach him." "You're targeting the brother too?" I ask, still piecing together their plan. Victor nods. "If their stories align, we'll know the intel is solid. We'll keep him breathing just long enough to confirm Velasco's location, then he joins the rest of his family." Frederick unrolls a black body bag with practiced ease, avoiding the bloodstains. Victor retrieves a recorder from his briefcase, replaying Andre's final moments, the screams, the confessions, before sealing it away. Gloves snap into place as they lift the body, maneuvering it into the bag with grim efficiency. "What happens to him now?" I ask, watching Frederick spray down the area with a sharp-smelling cleaner. "Someone's coming for him," Victor says, peeling off his gloves. The scent of bleach lingers, heavy in the air. "Within the hour." A sudden noise outside, a car door slamming, makes me tense. Victor doesn't flinch. "Right on time," he murmurs, as if death were just another appointment to keep. "We should head out." "But where are they taking it?" I ask. "To the bayou," Frederick replies calmly, scrubbing the bloodstains off the chair with a rag. He glances up, that familiar glint of mischief in his eyes. "Gators have a taste for turtle." I shake my head, laughing, but before I follow Victor to the car, I turn back. "Was there ever someone you couldn't break?" The moment the words leave my mouth, his expression shifts. The air in the room turns heavy. I instantly wish I hadn't asked. His jaw tightens, his throat bobs as he swallows, and his eyes darken like whatever he's remembering hurts worse than what he just did to Andre Costa. "My wife," he says. The answer hits me like a punch. My breath catches, but instead of disgust, all I feel is a deep, unexpected ache. I don't understand why, but his pain becomes mine. Chapter 19. Sarai's Victor drives us to a hotel somewhere to stay while he and Frederick track down David. He tells me about Frederick's past. Victor, why would he torture his own wife? I ask, gripping the seatbelt. I can't even, he didn't have a choice. Victor cuts in, turning onto a narrow downtown street. Years back, Frederick wasn't an interrogator. He ran a safe house in Stockholm. That's where he met Serafina. She was one of you? Victor nods. She worked under Vonnegut, same as me. After a while they fell for each other, but you know how the order is, no attachments. They married in secret. Then 2 years in, Frederick started thinking she was playing Vonnegut. If he loved her, why not just walk away? He didn't turn her in, Victor says. He confronted her, tried to stop her before the order did. She admitted she was working for someone else, feeding Vonnegut lies. Frederick couldn't change her mind, so instead of turning on her, he joined her. My stomach drops. I already know how this ends. She used him, I say quietly. Yes, Serafina had Frederick passing false intel back to Vonnegut, then she started pulling away. Took Frederick half a year to track her down, found her in another safe house with another man. You can fill in the rest, Victor said as the car rolled to a stop near a waterfront hotel at the end of Poydras Street. I barely registered his words, too caught up in the hollow ache Frederick's story left in my chest. The engine cut out, leaving us in the dim glow of streetlights filtering through the windshield. Frederick wasn't himself after Serafina's betrayal, Victor murmured, staring blankly ahead as if replaying the memory. Something in him just snapped. He shook his head slightly, forcing himself back to the present. He interrogated them both, made her watch as he killed the other man, thinking it would break her. But she never cracked. She chose loyalty to her employer over the man she claimed to love. His voice grew quieter. That broke him. He hasn't been the same since. I clenched my hands in my lap, Frederick's face still burning in my mind. So that's why he's like this? I asked as Victor pocketed the keys. Probably a big part of it, he admitted. She was his first failure, the one person he couldn't break. After that, he asked Vonnegut to move him into field work instead of safe house duty. A few years later, he was officially an interrogator. I let out a dry laugh. And now he dabbles in assisted suicides. That's dark, Victor smirked as he stepped out of the car. Frederick is full of dark little talents. He circled around to my side, briefcase in hand. Stay in the room until I get back, might be tomorrow. I followed him toward the lobby but stopped short at the glass doors. What happened to Serafina? He hesitated, gaze flickering past me. No idea. He never talked about her again. A beat, my guess, he killed her. Victor didn't return until nearly noon the next day. I followed his orders, didn't even step out for the vending machine down the hall. Dinner arrived as a silent knock and a tray left outside the door. I spent the evening flipping through channels and taking a long shower, then stood by the window of my high-rise hotel room, staring down at the neon-lit streets of New Orleans. The city pulsed with life below, but my mind kept circling back to Victor, where he was, what he was doing. Had he and Frederick tracked down David yet? And if they had, was David meeting the same grim end as his brother? When Victor finally walked back in, his suit was spotless, not a single wrinkle or stain to hint at what had happened. But I knew better. They'd gotten what they needed from David, and his confession lined up with what Andre Costa had already told them. Victor mentioned David cracked faster than expected. Frederick didn't even need to bring out the needles. Part of me was relieved, but I didn't want to dwell on it. Frederick stayed behind to deal with David while Victor drove me back to Albuquerque. We've been over this, I said, crossing my arms. Why are you leaving me here again? Victor barely glanced up as he folded a shirt into his worn leather suitcase. Because you're not ready for fieldwork, especially not overseas. Crossing borders complicates things, too many eyes, too much risk. I flopped onto the bed, letting my legs dangle off the edge and stared at the ornate ceiling. How long this time? Until it's done, he said, snapping the suitcase shut. I propped myself up on my elbows. So what am I supposed to do? Sit around and twiddle my thumbs? Stay out of trouble, he said, flashing that infuriating half-smile that always made it hard to stay mad. Can't I at least stay with Dina in Oklahoma? She could come here. I'll lose my mind alone in this place. Frederick will keep you company once he's finished. I sat up fully, narrowing my eyes. Frederick, you're seriously leaving me with him? I knew Victor trusted him mostly, but not enough for this to make sense. Victor smirked. What, afraid he'll break out the needles? I stiffened. Had my fear been that obvious? You'll be fine, he said, moving closer. He crouched in front of me, his expression shifting, no more teasing, just something quiet and intense. His hands settled on my knees, warm against my skin. Sarai, he said, voice low, remember everything I've ever told you, all of it. A chill ran through me. Why does that sound like a goodbye? He stood abruptly, grabbing his suitcase. Trust your instincts. Wait, I scrambled after him, but he was already at the door. He pauses, turning to face me with a searching look. Why do I get the feeling you're hiding something from me? Setting his suitcase aside, he closes the distance between us, his arms wrapping around me. His lips meet mine, warm and insistent, his fingers tangling in my hair. The kiss is deep, almost desperate, but beneath the heat a cold thought lingers. Is this the last time? When he finally pulls away, his thumb grazes my chin. Because I am, he admits, his voice low. The words hit me like a punch. Let's just hope your instincts don't fail you. Without another word, Victor leaves, heading straight for the airport, his destination Venezuela. Chapter 20. Sarai. 2 days alone in this sprawling desert house have left me restless. The high yellow walls and clay tiles feel more like a cage than a home. After years trapped in Mexico with nothing but telenovelas, you'd think American TV would be a relief, but I lost interest fast after moving in with Dina in Arizona. These days, I'd rather play piano if only Victor had one here. Instead, I wander barefoot checking locks, refusing to let paranoia take hold even for Victor's sake. Still, I can't shake his cryptic words before he left. It feels like another test, and my gut says it's tied to Frederick. How far will Victor push me? How much does he really trust me? Just as I resign myself to mindless TV, tires crunch over gravel outside. My pulse spikes as the front door handle twists, unlocked from the outside. Why would Victor give him a key? Frederick steps in, his hair perfectly disheveled, like he walked straight out of a photo shoot. "There you are, doll," he says smoothly. I force calm into my voice. "What are you doing here?" But the tremor gives me away. My eyes dart to the couch where a 9mm is tucked beneath a throw pillow, then to the hallway console with its hidden .380 in the drawer. Weapons are stashed everywhere in this house, each one ready to fire. In this world, safety catches don't exist. Victor didn't mention it. Frederick asks, undoing his cuffs and rolling his sleeves up to his forearms. "I'm your babysitter until he returns. You could roast a turkey in here." He tugs at his collar, grimacing as the fabric sticks to his neck. "Sorry," I mutter, "I run cold." Frederick flashes an easy grin and strides past me into the living room. I trail behind, watching him like he might vanish if I blink. Logically, I shouldn't trust him, but I do, and that unsettles me more than his presence. "Ever heard of fresh air?" he remarks, flipping the locks on the tall windows behind the sofa. A breeze drifts in, lifting the sheer curtains. His white dress shirt clings just enough to outline his build, and the grip of a pistol juts from his waistband. Maybe this is some twisted test, though Victor sending Frederick of all people feels too obvious. Then again, Frederick's the kind of man who makes you question your own morals. I should be repulsed by what he's capable of. The way he dismantled Andre Costa should have left me sleepless. But here I am, perfectly calm, legs curled under me on the gun-hiding cushion. Maybe Victor's right, maybe I'm worse than I thought. "I know what he's up to," I say, chewing the inside of my cheek. "Save us both the trouble." Frederick cocks his head, circling the sofa before dropping into the leather chair opposite me. His loafers are scuffed, like he's walked through more than just this conversation. Waste my time doing what? Genuinely seems clueless, settling into the chair with one ankle resting on the opposite knee. His fingers brush the brass studs on the leather armrests as he stretches out. "Listen, good looks won't get you anywhere with me," I say, crossing my arms. "I'm not that easy to charm." Frederick chuckles, running a hand through his dark, messy hair. His blue eyes gleam with amusement as he exhales. "Relax, sweetheart, I'm not here to flirt. Victor just wanted me to keep tabs on you." "Tabs," I scoff. "I don't need a babysitter." His grin softens, lingering more in his gaze than on his lips. "No argument there," he says, "but Victor's word trumps yours." "Sorry." I glare, though I'm not actually mad, just stubborn. "What's your deal with Victor anyway?" He raises an eyebrow. "Oh please, you've got him wrapped around your finger, and fast too. Honestly, you're way more dangerous than I'll ever be, at least where he's concerned." He smirks, slapping his thighs before smoothing his palms over his slacks. My frown deepens. "If you're suggesting I'm manipulating him—" "Didn't say that," he interrupts, leaning back lazily. "But I've known Victor a long time, and I've never seen him like this. Not until you." A flicker of warmth stirs in my chest, but I shove it down. I don't do butterflies, especially not over men. Still, Victor's different. I clear my throat and pivot. "Let's cut to the chase. Do you enjoy hurting people or killing them?" Frederick adjusts his silver watch, unfazed. "Says the woman itching to cut a man's throat," he counters, still grinning. "Bit hypocritical, don't you think?" "Thought you liked honesty," I shoot back. He doesn't miss a beat. "Touché, if you're asking whether I enjoy it in a sexual way, then no. But when it comes to payback, absolutely, I relish every moment." "Payback, without a doubt," he replied. "Men like Andre Costa and his brother David, they earned what they got, and I was more than happy to deliver." A quiet laugh escaped him before he added, "Don't mistake me for some righteous avenger, though. If the tables ever turn and I'm the one strapped to that chair, I can accept it, but no one will ever break me again, not like before." I couldn't help but linger on that last part. It felt like a slip, something he hadn't meant to say aloud. My mind flashed to the needles, the way they had been driven beneath Andre's fingernails. A shudder ran through me, my skin prickling with unease. Palms grew damp, and I wiped them against my jeans before meeting his gaze across the coffee table. "But the things you do," I swallowed hard, trying to shake the image. "Why needles?" A faint, almost apologetic smile touched his lips, not gloating, just an attempt to ease my discomfort. "It's effective, you saw that for yourself." Yeah, but I struggled for the right words. How do you even handle it? Frederick's smile vanished, his expression blank as he stared past me. Honestly, I don't know. There was something unsettling in his tone, like the answer disturbed him more than he'd admit. Just as quickly the smile returned and he laced his fingers over his stomach. How long do you think Victor will be gone? I asked, shifting the subject. Frederick shook his head. Until it's done. I'd expected that answer. Victor had said the same, but I had to try. What I really wanted was to ask about Serafina, but the words stuck in my throat. Victor had told me about her in confidence, and I wasn't about to betray that. Still, the curiosity gnawed at me. I unfolded my legs from the sofa, planting my feet on the floor before standing. Arms crossed, I paced once behind the coffee table before stopping. What made you like this? I asked carefully, skirting around what I already knew. Frederick tilted his head, studying me. What you really want to know, he said, is how Serafina shaped me, or did Victor leave that part out? His grin was knowing, and for a moment I couldn't meet his eyes. I rubbed my arms, then perched on the edge of the coffee table, gripping the hem of my t-shirt. He told you? I asked. Frederick nodded. He asked if I minded. At least he had the decency to check first. It's not exactly light conversation. I hesitated before murmuring, she must have hurt you badly. Frederick leaned back in his chair, his hands resting loosely between his knees. Victor's got it wrong, he said. Serafina wasn't the whole reason I ended up this way, just a piece of it. My therapist, the one the order assigned, called her the trigger, like lighting a match in a room soaked in gasoline, but I was already broken long before she came along. His laugh was hollow, devoid of any real amusement. I doubted he found any of it funny either. Without warning, he stood and moved toward the open window behind the couch. I rose too, keeping my eyes on him but staying near the table. His back was turned now, but the air in the room had shifted. Something heavy settled between us. The breeze ruffled his dark hair as he stood motionless, arms at his sides. Whatever ghosts were tormenting him, he kept them locked away, leaving me to guess at the memories clawing at his mind. All I could do was wait. Frederick, 25 years earlier, the red-haired man, whose name I'd never be allowed to know, struck me hard enough to send stars across my vision. My legs, thin from hunger, buckled as I hit the rough stone floor. The taste of copper filled my mouth when his boot cracked under my chin. Worthless brat, he snarled, flecks of spit landing on my face. You've lost me more than you'll ever earn. A sharp cry tore from my throat as pain exploded through my ribs. Enough, Olaf's voice cut in from somewhere behind me. I curled tighter, arms wrapped around my ribs, praying they wouldn't shatter. Every breath burned. My stomach twisted, but I swallowed back the bile. Vomiting would only make the agony worse. Olaf was no saint, but he was the only one who ever stepped in. The others took what they wanted, leaving bruises and worse. Olaf at least pretended to care. I despised him for it. The red-haired man spat near my face, the warmth of it grazing my cheek. Then you handle him, he snapped. I'm done wasting time on this idiot. 4 months and he still can't follow basic orders. I kept my eyes shut, wishing the cold stone would swallow me whole. The stench of filth from the hallway clung to the air, urine, vomit, decay. In that moment I prayed for the floor to crack open and take me with it. The damp air from the shattered window brushed against the rough stone walls before reaching my face. My thoughts drifted to the woman I once called mother, though she never deserved the title. She ran the orphanage where I grew up, a cruel woman who sold me to these men just days after my 7th birthday. Like Olaf, I despised her. The memory of her beating me with that switch until my skin split still haunted me. So did the nights I went to bed starving, my stomach cramping with hunger. Yet in this moment I'd have traded anything to be back under her roof rather than trapped with these men. Maybe you're the problem, Olaf said, his voice steady. You're too harsh with him. He's not like the others, smaller, weaker. Eskil's right, he's the runt. The brat refuses to eat, the red-haired man roared. I could almost see him now, arms flailing, his face turning that blotchy crimson I knew too well. The scar on his nose twisted as he snarled. Olaf sighed. It's not refusal. Dr. Hammonds checked him yesterday, said it's stress. Stress, the man barked out, a laugh sharp and mocking. Olaf didn't flinch. I'll handle him from now on. I cracked my eyelids just enough to see the red-haired man looming over me, his grin sending a chill down my spine. I snapped them shut again before he noticed. Thought you were done with him? Olaf said. Changed your mind. Silence stretched between them. Finally the man grunted. Take him, maybe you'll have better luck. No more words passed as Olaf lifted me into his car, settling me gently on the backseat. The engine rumbled to life. I'll look after you, he murmured from the front. My body trembled, ribs throbbing, blood and tears bitter on my tongue. His voice softened. I'll be good to you, boy, until you force my hand. He drove me to a place I didn't recognize, and there I stayed, learning to survive under his watch, until the night 5 years later when I slipped poison into his drink and vanished into the dark. Sarai, Frederick, I stepped closer, uneasy at his prolonged silence. He turned from the window, that familiar smirk playing on his lips. You okay? I asked. He chuckled, tilting his head. Oh, doll, you worried about me? I rolled my eyes, but my cheeks burned. Don't let it go to your head. For once his smile held no mischief, just something warm, something real. I paused near the kitchen doorway, still within his line of sight. You want something to eat? I ask. You actually know how to cook? He teases, that familiar smirk in his voice. Not like your fancy chef, I shoot back, rolling my eyes, but I can throw together a killer PB&J. Works for me, he says, and I flash him a grin before slipping into the kitchen. Chapter 21. Sarai. The sun hasn't fully risen when I grab the keys to Victor's backup car, the one he insisted I keep for emergencies. Driving to Santa Fe to hit Spencer and Jacqueline's Krav Maga gym might not qualify as urgent, but right now it's the only thing keeping me sane. I can't just sit at home anymore, not when I could be sharpening my reflexes. 30 minutes into sparring with Spencer, frustration gnaws at me. He's holding back and I hate it, though part of me knows I'd regret complaining if he ever decided to unleash those sledgehammer fists of his. Shoulders forward, he instructs, circling me. Both of us crouch slightly, arms raised. Punch left, right again. He demonstrates with quick, controlled strikes, his movements precise. I mimic him, drilling the motions until they feel fluid. Then I lunge, aiming a sharp jab at him, only for him to block it effortlessly. He counters and I twist away, strands of hair escaping my ponytail and clinging to my damp face. Sweat drips down my spine, my shirt plastered to my skin. When he advances again, I remember a weak point, his throat. One solid strike and he staggers. Before he recovers, I grab the back of his head and yank him forward, driving my knee up, once, twice, 3 times in rapid succession. He stumbles back, clutching his nose. If Spencer weren't pulling his punches, he'd have shaken it off and come at me twice as hard. Damn Sarai, he mutters, voice thick with amusement behind his palm. You just redecorated my face. I scoff, wiping sweat from my brow. Please, that nose was never straight to begin with. He barks out a laugh, pointing at me with mock warning, one eye squinting. I grab my towel from the edge of the mat, dabbing at my face before fanning my shirt for some relief. Thank God for moisture-wicking leggings. Then the studio door swings open. Frederick steps inside. Frederick's expression is anything but happy as he strides across the gym floor, dressed in dark jeans and a fitted grey tee that shows off his build. The bright white Converse with red laces throw me off. I can't tell if I should defend my sudden disappearance or ask if he raided a teenager's closet this morning. How'd you track me down? I toss my damp towel next to my running shoes. Why do you take off without a word? He counters, his tone edged with irritation. I exhale sharply, catching Spencer's curious stare from a few feet away, his massive arms crossed like he's ready to step in. Jacqueline slips in through the same door Frederick just used, her gaze flicking between us before she heads toward the office. I study Frederick's outfit again. Seriously, are you cosplaying as a college kid? The look works on him, I'll give him that, but it's still jarring compared to his usual sharp suits. It's hard to imagine him handling business, the messy kind, in sneakers. The mental image almost makes me laugh, but I push it aside. You're dodging, he points out, unamused. Victor tipped me off, said you might be here. My stomach tightens. Is he mad? Please say no. Frederick shakes his head, almost annoyed by the answer. He said today was no different than usual. His stare turns stern. But you should have told me. What, are we in high school? I bite back a grin. Everything okay here? Spencer steps closer, sizing up Frederick with a glare. Jacqueline's already vanished into the office. Yeah, we're good, I say quickly. Spencer, this is Frederick. Frederick, meet my trainer. Spencer's eyes lock onto Frederick, unmoving. Victor gave strict orders, no visitors. His stance shifts like he's one wrong move from throwing hands. Frederick, meanwhile, stays relaxed, hands clasped, that faint smirk playing on his lips. Spencer might have brute strength, but Frederick, I know better. I slide between them. Victor knows him, he just didn't expect him to show up. The tension lingers for a beat before Spencer nods. All right, but if you need backup, I've got it, thanks. I force a smile until he walks off, joining Jacqueline in the office. A couple of new arrivals dump their bags by the wall, oblivious. Frederick drops his voice. Victor's flying back tonight. He glances over his shoulder, then nudges me farther from earshot. Didn't think you'd actually get him on the phone, I mutter. I tried reaching him last night, but the call wouldn't go through, I muttered, glancing around the dimly lit diner. Frederick gave a slow nod. No service where he was most of the time anyway. I turned slightly, lowering my voice. So, it's done, Velasco, he exhaled sharply. Handled, the other son's on the list for tonight. My fingers tightened around my coffee cup. You're really going through with it? I whispered, scanning the room to make sure no one was close enough to hear. Frederick's expression shifted, just enough to warn me to shut up. Without a word, he guided me outside, his grip firm but not rough. The moment we hit the sidewalk, the tension in his shoulders eased. He deserves it, Frederick said, watching my reaction carefully. Like he expected me to argue, I swallowed hard. Okay, but what did David actually do, or Andre? I get their father was a monster, but... Are they just as guilty? Frederick's jaw clenched. They're the ones doing the dirty work, the kidnappings, the killings. Every last one of them has blood on their hands. But do you have proof? I pressed. Enough to know, he snapped. That's all you need. I huffed, annoyed. Thought I was part of this. You're not pulling the trigger, he shot back, shoving his hands into his pockets. When if that changes, you can ask all the questions you want. I let it drop, leaning against the brick wall outside, arms crossed. The cold seeped through my jacket. Speaking of pulling triggers, I'm done waiting on Hamburg and Stevens. I want them gone. Now. Frederick mirrored my stance, both of us staring at the traffic light flicking from yellow to red. And after, he asked. You get your revenge, then what? I didn't look at him. They won't be the last. The words hung there, heavier than I expected. It was the first time I'd admitted it out loud. Even to myself, the unexpected honesty of my own words leaves me momentarily stunned, my gaze fixed on the passing traffic as the world seems to slow around us. You and I aren't as different as you think, Frederick remarks. I finally turn to study him, his imposing frame, that deceptive calm masking the predator beneath. Even without knowing his full story beyond Serafina's influence, I recognize the scars of something far darker than anything she could have done. It unsettles me how deeply I understand that pain. Maybe, I admit, looking away, but our methods were nothing alike. Frederick's chuckle carries an unsettling certainty. Keep telling yourself that. His silence lingers just long enough to make me question it myself. Then with abrupt cheer he pushes off the wall. You eaten? I'm craving carbs. I almost refuse until the scent of fresh bread drifts through the studio door. Ducking inside, I call to Spencer and Jacqueline, ignoring Spencer's protests about mistraining and his unspoken distrust of my companion. Minutes later, Frederick's tires hum against pavement as we speed toward the bakery. Explain Nicholas to me, I demand, watching strip malls blur past. How does someone go from taking a bullet for Victor to betraying him? Frederick's grip tightens on the wheel. Jealousy festers. In the order, Nicholas was always second best. He cuts me a glance as we turn onto Paseo de Peralta. But unstable, that's not new. The man once stabbed a recruit over burnt toast. The bakery's red awning comes into view, its sugary warmth a stark contrast to the chill in Frederick's voice. He'd move mountains for his brother, but something about him always felt like a ticking time bomb. His gaze flicks toward me, and for a split second our eyes lock. Truth is, you played a big part in why Nicholas turned on Victor. My throat tightens as I stare at my hands, twisting them in my lap. The thought has crossed my mind before that maybe I was the reason everything fell apart. But the idea that I could drive a wedge between them, that's absurd. I'm nobody special. I don't have that kind of influence, not even over Victor. Definitely not. Why would you say that? I ask, praying his answer will be something laughable, something I can dismiss. Because in the end, Victor picked you over his own brother. His words hit me like a punch to the gut. It's not ridiculous, it's painfully logical, and I hate how much it stings. Victor started pulling away from the order after he met you, Frederick continues. Sure, he had issues with Vonnegut before, but you were the final push. Even before he went rogue, he was risking everything, his rank, his life, just to help you. Nicholas was trying to save him from himself. In his mind, killing you was the only way because reasoning with Victor about you was pointless. Victor even lied to Nicholas about you. He pauses, his eyes locking onto mine again. To Nicholas, it was like Victor traded him for you. We reach the bakery's parking lot, but instead of turning in, Frederick's grip tightens on the wheel, his eyes darting between the road and the rearview mirror. A cold prickle runs down my spine. He's watching something behind us. I start to turn my head. Don't, he snaps, his voice sharp enough to freeze me in place. But his face stays calm, his hands steady, like nothing's wrong. What's going on? I ask, unable to keep the tension out of my voice. We've got company. My breath catches. I force myself not to turn around, instead stealing a glance through the side mirror. A black SUV, maybe a Navigator, hangs a few car lengths back, its dark windows hiding whoever's inside. My fingers dig into the red leather seat beneath me. I don't look away from the mirror, my mind racing. It could be them, and if it is, we're in trouble. Are you sure? My voice is barely above a whisper. Frederick flicks the turn signal, taking the next left without speeding up or slowing down. No sudden moves. They've been on us since we left the studio, he says, and my stomach drops. The black SUV had been tailing us from the parking lot across the street. So that's why you wanted breakfast, I muttered. Frederick gave a tight nod and took a sharp right at the next intersection. My stomach twisted. How had I missed this? I should have noticed we were being followed, but self-pity could wait. Right now we had bigger problems. What's the plan? I asked, my fingers digging into the seat. Frederick slammed the gas and suddenly we were flying down the road, well over the speed limit, heading straight for the freeway entrance. The Navigator matched our speed, staying glued to our bumper. I yanked my seatbelt tighter, bracing myself as the car shot forward, weaving dangerously between lanes. Tires screeched as Frederick cut off a sedan, then swerved onto the shoulder to pass a slow-moving truck. They're still on us, I shouted over the blaring horns. Frederick's grip on the wheel tightened. Hold on, he barked. The car jerked violently as he swerved from the center lane, barely missing a compact car. My shoulder slammed into the window, then I was thrown the other way as he corrected. Twisting in my seat, I caught sight of the navigator. It had dodged the same blue car we had, clipping its front fender. The impact sent both vehicles spinning, the blue one flipping onto its side in a shower of sparks. I gasped, covering my mouth as traffic behind us screeched to a halt. Up ahead, drivers scrambled to get out of our way. We surged forward, hitting 90, forcing cars onto the shoulder. But the navigator was relentless, closing the gap again. We need to get off this freeway. I yelled, "Not yet." Frederick shot back, swerving into the fast lane. I glanced back. Their grille was practically kissing our bumper. How are we supposed to shake them? Frederick's jaw clenched. "Just trust me." The engine roared as we hurtled forward, the city lights blurring past. Frederick stays silent, his focus locked on the road ahead, scanning every vehicle around us while keeping tabs on the navigator tailing us. The tension in the car is thick enough to cut with a knife. Then, without warning, he swerves from the fast lane, cutting across 3 lanes of traffic like a madman, barely making the exit at nearly 90 miles per hour. The navigator doesn't stand a chance. By the time they realize what's happening, we're already gone. My head slams against the window as Frederick blows through a red light at the end of the ramp, luckily hitting an empty stretch of road. "Are you trying to get us killed?" I shout, gripping the seat as my heart pounds like a drum. He doesn't answer until we've zigzagged through side streets, both of us scanning for any sign of pursuit. "If I'd stayed predictable," he finally says, "they would have been ready for us." I can't argue his reckless move worked, but that doesn't make it any less terrifying. "You're insane," I snap. He just smirks. "And you're acting like this is your first time." I can't help but laugh, despite the adrenaline still coursing through me. Instead of heading straight back to the Krav Maga studio, Frederick takes a detour, looping around on back roads before merging onto the freeway in the opposite direction. "Where are we going now?" I ask. "Albuquerque," he says, "the scenic route, just in case." Hours later, we're still on edge, watching from the living room window when Victor's car finally crunches up the gravel driveway. Frederick and I bolt up the second we hear it. Victor strides in, tossing his keys onto the counter before dropping his briefcase on the coffee table. "Any trouble?" he asks Frederick first, then turns to me, his expression unreadable, which by now I know means he's juggling a dozen thoughts at once. Before Frederick can respond, Victor's eyes lock onto me. "You okay? No injuries?" "I'm fine," I say, glancing away just as Frederick cuts in. "No tails," he assures Victor. "Took a long detour to be sure." Nothing suspicious on the roads, just regular traffic. Victor moves closer, perching on the edge of the coffee table the way I usually do. His gaze is intense, a mix of worry and simmering anger, not at me but at whoever was in that navigator. "Hold on," I start, but he interrupts smoothly, leaning forward with his hands clasped between his knees. "Look, I already told Frederick. I never expected you to just sit around this place the whole time I was away. You don't owe me an apology for stepping out." His unexpected understanding catches me off guard, leaving me silent for a beat. "I wouldn't have gone anywhere important," I finally say, still wrestling with guilt. "After all the training with Spencer and staying here, it didn't seem like a big deal whether I left today or waited for you." Victor nods, resting his hands on my knees. "You're not wrong," he says, then glances at Frederick as he takes a seat. "This isn't about you leaving. The real question is how they knew where to find you." There's something in Victor's expression, something Frederick doesn't notice, that sends a chill through me. It's the look of a man who doesn't trust the person beside him. My gaze darts between them, trying to piece it together. Is this another Texas situation? Did Victor set this whole thing up, leaving Frederick with me just to test him? My fingers curl into fists, nails digging into my palms. Was I just bait? Frederick clears his throat. "I've been turning it over in my head," he says. "And I hate to say it, but I think I know how they tracked her down." We'd already talked about this before Victor arrived. But now, with suspicion burning in Victor's eyes, I can't shake the fear that Frederick's been feeding me lies this whole time. Suddenly, I don't trust either of them. The walls feel like they're closing in, trapping me between two men who could turn dangerous in a heartbeat. My chest tightens as Victor pulls his hands away and focuses on Frederick. "I think we need to head to Phoenix ASAP," Frederick continues. "I tried reaching Amelia, figured she might have intel, but she's not answering. That's not like her." Victor shifts beside me, flipping open his briefcase and pulling out his laptop. He scans his fingerprint to unlock it. "What are you looking for?" I ask. "Checking the security feeds at Amelia's place," he mutters, clicking through files. "Haven't touched them since we got Mrs. Gregory out." Minutes pass as he scrolls through footage, until one clip freezes him. Men storming in, Amelia struggling before the feed cuts to static. Victor snaps the laptop shut. "Well," Frederick presses. "They were there," Victor says grimly, stuffing the laptop back in his case. "Then the feed died. They must have discovered one of the trackers I hid when I brought Sarai to Mrs. Gregory's place." The idea of what Stevens could have done to Amelia, or worse, what she might have told them, sends a chill through me. "Frederick's right," I mutter. "We need to get to Phoenix." "Then let's move." He reaches for my hand and I take it reluctantly, pulling myself up. What I really want is to smack him. Victor, I say as he turns toward the door. He stops, glancing back. None of this would be happening if Hamburg and Stevens were already in the ground. Phoenix, Arizona, 1:00 a.m. We take a commercial flight, then a cab to Amelia's place. A 6-hour drive wasn't an option. Victor wants answers immediately. The silence from Amelia's phone gnaws at me. She could already be dead. Frederick's growing frustration back in Albuquerque was unsettling. He's not the type to care, yet he kept calling, kept getting angrier when she didn't answer. Was it all an act? Maybe he orchestrated this himself. Either way, I'm just relieved we got Dina out in time. The cab leaves us a block away and we move through the shadows toward the house. A dim porch light casts a sickly glow over the cracked steps and peeling paint. Inside, a flickering blue light from the den suggests a TV left on. Victor unscrews the porch bulb, plunging us into deeper darkness. Frederick presses close to the window, scanning the interior. Victor shifts, trying to nudge me behind him, but I shove his arm away. He meets my glare jaw tight before turning back to Frederick. No sign of her, Frederick murmurs. No struggle. Victor draws his 9, testing the doorknob, locked. My pulse spikes when Frederick pulls his own weapon. Victor steps aside, gesturing for Frederick to take the lead, though I suspect it's just to keep him in sight. 3 sharp knocks, silence. Victor's focus stays ahead, but my eyes are locked on Frederick, waiting for the moment he turns on us. Something stirs inside the house. The curtain by the front window twitches, followed by the muffled thud of someone leaning against the door to check the peephole. Victor shoves me behind him without hesitation, and for once I don't resist, too focused on who might be waiting on the other side to care about my usual resentment toward him. Metal scrapes as the chain slides free, then the deadbolt clicks and finally the knob turns with deliberate caution. The door cracks open just enough to reveal a pair of tired blue eyes framed by tangled blonde hair. Frederick, Amelia's voice is rough, barely above a whisper. You need to leave. Now. Her gaze darts past us, scanning the empty street. Victor doesn't wait. He shoves the door wider, flooding the entryway with the scent of spiced air freshener and stale coffee. Amelia stumbles back, arms wrapped tight around herself, her faded blue robe barely covering the bruises mottling her legs. A dark purple shadow blooms across her cheekbone and the whites of her left eye are streaked with red. Her split lip looks days old, the swelling just starting to fade. Victor yanks me inside, Frederick close behind, locking the door before sweeping through the house, guns drawn. I sink into the recliner by the window, spine rigid, fingers knotted between my knees. When they return holstering their weapons, Frederick doesn't waste time. Who did this to you? He demands. Your phone's been off for days. Amelia's hands won't stop shaking. Victor paces, pretending to inspect a shelf of dusty novels, but I catch the way his shoulders tense when she speaks. I ignored your calls because they were listening, she says. No voicemails meant no proof. They bugged my line, Frederick. Frederick guides her to the couch, his grip gentle but insistent. Start from the beginning. Amelia's knee bounces, her sneaker tapping a frantic rhythm into the worn carpet. She glances at Victor, still rifling through drawers. They tore this place apart, she mutters. 3 of them, tossing furniture, ripping up floorboards, looking for whatever gadgets he planted. Victor freezes mid-step, his back to us, but I see his fingers curl into a fist. Amelia exhales sharply. They showed up 3 days after you left, dragged me to the kitchen, tied me down, her voice cracks. Then they made sure I'd remember. The unspoken why hangs thick in the air, and for the first time Victor turns to face her, his expression unreadable but his silence louder than any apology. They went after my family, Amelia's voice cracks. Victor steps closer, cutting her off. Did you say to them? Nothing, she snaps, her hands trembling. They kept demanding to know where she was. Her gaze flicks to me, and under the glow of the TV I noticed the sickly yellow bruising around her eye. But I didn't know. How could I tell them something I didn't know? Then they started asking about Dina, same damn thing. They didn't believe me, so they just kept hitting me. She sucks in a sharp breath, fighting back tears. Frederick leans in, his tone firm but not harsh. Amelia, think. You must have given them something. She drags her fingers through her tangled blonde hair, avoiding his eyes. I couldn't take it anymore, she whispers, staring at the floor. I thought they'd kill me, so I told them. Dina mentioned Sarai a few times. That's all just stupid little things, nothing useful. Victor's jaw tightens. What exactly did you say? Her voice wavers. They wanted anything recent, anything Dina said about Sarai or Izabel. The only thing I remembered was when you were all here. Dina talked about training, Krav Maga or whatever. My stomach drops. Shit, I bolt up from the chair. I can't do this, my voice cracks. Victor, you were right. I'm not cut out for this. I'm going to get us all killed. For a second, I forget about him testing Frederick's loyalty because right now my own stupidity is the bigger problem. Victor grips my wrist, easing me back down. Did you tell Dina where you trained? No, I say quickly. I never gave specifics, not even where I lived. It was just kitchen talk. She asked what I'd been up to. Frederick exhales, rubbing his temple. Stevens probably had guys checking every Krav Maga gym from here to Miami. That's why it took them weeks to track her down. Amelia suddenly pales. Wait, her eyes widen like she just pieced something together. Is Dina okay? I need to know she's safe. Sure, I wanted my place back, but that woman, she was good to me. I cared about her. Victor nods. Dina Gregory is fine. Relief washes over both Amelia and me. Amelia exhales, but then her body tenses again, her gaze locking onto Frederick with raw desperation. But you can't stay, she insists, her voice trembling. None of you can. Victor tilts his head. That was my next question. Why are you still alive? Amelia swallows hard. They thought you'd come back or at least call me. Her eyes flick to Frederick, guilt flashing across her face. I couldn't answer. Frederick gives a slow nod, silently telling her it's okay. She turns back to Victor. After a while I played along, acted like I hated all of you, especially Frederick. I ranted about how he dumped some old lady on me. She glances at Frederick again. I even trashed you to their faces. By the time I was done they bought it, thought I was just some bitter ex they could use to lure you in. I had to make them believe I was on their side or they would have killed me. Her voice cracks. I was terrified, Frederick. If I hadn't lied, I wouldn't be standing here. Frederick's expression softens. For a second it looks like he might reach out, but he hesitates, shifting awkwardly. Instead he says, you did what you had to, and you're right, they would have pulled the trigger. He stands facing Victor. Only one thing doesn't add up. How'd they know to come here? Frederick raises his hands. I swear it wasn't me. My muscles lock up. My eyes dart between them, searching for any hint of deception. The air feels thick, suffocating, like I'm bracing for a fight that isn't coming. But the longer I watch, the clearer it becomes. Frederick's telling the truth and Victor believes him. I know it wasn't you, Victor says, calm as ever. The words hit me like a slap. How the hell can you be so sure? I snap. Victor doesn't flinch. Because if Frederick wanted to betray us, he wouldn't have sent them after Dina's old place weeks after she left. That's sloppy, and Frederick's not sloppy. My hands clench into fists. You used me, I hiss. Left me alone with him to see if he'd sell you out. The accusation burns in my throat. Maybe this isn't the time, but I can't hold it in. Victor steps closer, reaching for me, but I jerk back only to bump into the recliner. Trapped, his hands settle on my arms, fingers pressing gently into my skin as he locks eyes with me. There's an intensity in his gaze, something raw and unshakable. That's not what happened, he says firmly. You need to believe me. And you need to trust Frederick. He's not the one you should be afraid of. My voice comes out sharp, edged with frustration. Easy for you to say. Then why did you walk away and leave me alone with him? What was all that talk about trusting my instincts if you were just going to disappear? Victor pulls back, his expression shifting as he turns toward Frederick. The sudden tension in the room coils tighter. We can't stay here, he says, his voice low and urgent. Frederick, it's your call. Either get her to safety or leave her behind. Amelia jerks upright from the couch, her robe slipping loose as panic flashes across her face. The fabric gapes for a second, revealing the thin nightgown underneath before she hastily reties the belt. What are you talking about? She demands, her voice trembling, her wide, bloodshot eyes dart between them. Frederick, what does he mean? Chapter 23. Victor. Sarai carries the weight of every misstep like it's hers alone to bear, and sometimes she's not wrong. Mentioning even a hint of her training to Dina and Amelia was reckless, though she tried to be cautious. But caution only goes so far. She's still new to this, still learning, and the truth is the hardest lessons are the ones that stick. You don't learn to swim from a manual, I tell her as we drive through the desert, the moon hanging huge and pale over the empty highway. Flying wasn't an option, not after what happened. Real experience, that's the only teacher that matters. No simulation, no drill, nothing prepares you like the real thing. Sarai stays silent, her gaze fixed on the passing landscape. She hasn't looked at me since we left Phoenix. The quiet stretches until she finally speaks, her voice hollow. That doesn't make it okay. It does, I counter. This isn't some movie where you master everything in a montage. You'll screw up a lot. She whirls on me, eyes blazing. I said it's not an excuse, she snaps, jaw clenched. I knew what I was getting into. I asked for this. I chose it. Her finger jabs at her own chest, her breath coming fast. I'm not some kid you have to protect. Victor, stop treating me like one. You can't just tell me what I did was fine, that I'm allowed to mess up. In this world, mistakes get you killed. My respect for her grows in that moment. She gets it. She won't take the easy way out, won't let herself off the hook just because I offered her an excuse. She refuses to accept failure as inevitable, even though she'll still stumble because she's human, but she'll learn faster than someone who clings to justifications. Sarai is stubborn, reckless, and fearless to a dangerous degree, yet she's also relentless, unbreakable. Even with her lack of discipline, even though she hasn't fully embraced the cold, calculating mindset that keeps people like us alive, I know she can survive this life. Do you regret it? I ask. The path you chose. No, she answers without hesitation, her gaze fixed on the highway stretching ahead, the road disappearing under the car's hood. I don't regret a thing, and I'm not backing out. She shifts in her seat, turning to face me fully. I'm going to kill Hamburg and Stevens, she says, voice steady. And after that, she hesitates, but her eyes never waver. I glance at the road for just a second before looking back. There's something you should know, something I told Frederick. Once they're dead, I don't want them to be the last. I'd suspected as much from the moment she said she wanted to take them down herself. This wouldn't end with them. I saw it in her eyes, the thirst for vengeance, the craving for blood. Javier Ruiz's death marked the point of no return for her. The first kill changes everything. It reshapes you, twists something inside until it's unrecognizable. I know she's thought about killing Hamburg every day since the night they met. I know because I remember my second kill, how I stalked him for a week, obsessed like a predator circling prey. His face was all I saw, his death was all I wanted, just like the first. That's what I was made for. I craved Vonnegut's approval after my first mission at 13, desperate for the pride in his eyes I'd never gotten from my father. I wanted the respect of the other boys in the order. So I buried my anger, my grief over losing my mother, and I killed, for Vonnegut, for years, until I realized he'd taken far more than he'd ever given. Now I kill because it's the only thing I know. Sarai and I, we have different reasons, different demons driving us, but in the end we're the same, and that won't ever change. There's no turning back from what we've done, and honestly, most people who cross that line don't want to. My gaze drifts back to the road stretching ahead. Does that unsettle you? She asks, her words hanging in the air. That I don't want those kills to be my last. I shake my head. No, I murmur, it doesn't. The car falls silent except for the hum of tires on asphalt. She shifts slightly, her attention now elsewhere. What's going to happen to Amelia, she finally asks. Frederick will either stash her somewhere safe or end her. I brace for a reaction, but she doesn't even blink. She just nods as if it's the most natural thing in the world. The transformation is already happening. She's shedding hesitation, refusing to let past missteps hold her back. Piece by piece, she's locking away the parts of herself that might slow her down, the guilt, the second-guessing. By the time we reach the house, the sun is dipping low. I thought Sarai might crash during the drive, but she never closed her eyes. 24 hours without sleep, and she's still sharp, wired on pure adrenaline. I know the feeling too well. Meanwhile, exhaustion is dragging at me, making every movement heavy. I sweep the house, double-checking every corner, even though the surveillance feeds showed nothing. Stevens shouldn't know about this place, but assumptions get people killed. The real question is how he found out about Amelia and Dina. Frederick wouldn't have betrayed us, I'm sure of that, but the breach gnaws at me, even if it's the least of my worries now. My carefully laid plans are unraveling. I'd hoped to stretch this out to buy time to maybe sway Sarai from this path, or at least convince her to let me handle the dirty work. But she's made up her mind, and nothing I say will change it. Maybe I should just Victor, her voice pulls me back. She's at the sliding door, silhouetted against the fading light. The desert outside is bathed in gold and pink, the sky streaked with wispy clouds. There's something I need to tell you, she says, her tone hesitant. I move closer, tension coiling in my chest. What is it? She doesn't turn, just keeps staring through the glass, arms folded tight. I've decided, she says softly, almost like an apology. My stomach knots. I just hope you'll understand. Finally, she glances at me, just her head turning, her eyes searching mine. Her auburn hair falls in loose waves down her back, the white tank top she changed into during the ride home clinging lightly to her frame. There's something almost ethereal about her in white, like a fallen angel with a blade hidden in her sleeve. Tell me, I say, keeping my voice steady even though my pulse is anything but calm. What decision? Her gaze drifts away from mine, and that tiny shift feels like a gut punch. She bites her lower lip, hesitating before finally speaking. Once Hamburg and Stevens are gone, I'm leaving. She turns to face me fully, and my chest tightens. I'm taking Dina, and we're starting over somewhere else. No more of this life. My mind scrambles for words, but all I manage is a weak, I don't get it. Sarai tilts her head, arms dropping to her sides with effortless grace. She steps closer, close enough that I could pull her in if only I had the nerve. Victor, she says, I can't keep pretending, not with you, not with Frederick. You two are pros, and I'm just not. I'll either get myself killed or get you killed, and I won't let that happen. She raises a hand before I can protest, reading the argument in my expression. This isn't some plea for reassurance. I know what I have to do. You're wrong, I blurt out, though I wish I had something better. No, she says firmly, you know I'm not. But where would you even go? My voice sharpens. Sarah, you tried normal once, look how that turned out. The words taste bitter the second they leave my mouth. I should be relieved she's finally walking away from this mess. She exhales, shoulders lifting slightly. Don't, she murmurs. Don't act like this changes anything for you. We both know it's the right call. If I'd just listened to you from the start, if I'd let go of this revenge, I'd be back in Arizona with Dina, with Dahlia, maybe even Eric. You didn't love him, I cut in, instantly regretting it. Why that of all things? No, she admits, meeting my eyes. But he was safe. He was what you wanted for me. I was too stubborn to see you were right. I take a step back, the weight of her words pressing down harder than I expected. Hold on, I say, raising my hand briefly before pressing my fingers to my lips, my gaze fixed on the ground. So you're telling me you suddenly want a quiet, ordinary life now? Not even close, she replies, shaking her head. I could never go back to that, but if I hadn't gone through with killing Hamburg, maybe things wouldn't be this messed up. I tilt my head, my expression shifting into confusion. Then what are you really saying? I ask. You're just going to start hunting people down on your own. The idea almost makes me laugh, but I keep it in. I know Sarai, she'd try it. She might even succeed a few times, but not forever, not without the kind of backup I can provide. I haven't worked out all the details yet, she admits. Her fingers curl around the sliding door handle, and with a quiet push, she lets the cool evening air sweep inside. She steps onto the patio, and before I realize it, I'm out there with her, my body moving before my brain catches up. None of this makes sense, I say. The motion light flickers on as she crosses its path, casting half her face in shadow as dusk settles around us. I still have business in Mexico, she says, and my blood runs cold. Hamburg wasn't the only one I've wanted dead these past 8 months, Victor. Her eyes fix on the horizon, but I can't look away from her. When you and Frederick told me Javier's brothers took over the compound, it just made me angrier. They all deserve to die. Every last one of them, Andres, David, all of them. She turns to me. There are still girls trapped there, 19 left after Lydia and Cordelia. What kind of person would I be if I just moved on knowing they're still suffering? My hand twitches toward her, but I stop myself. I don't understand why this is tearing me apart inside. The light clicks off as she steps away, leaving us in the dim glow of twilight. A soft wind lifts her hair, strands drifting against her shoulders. This is reckless, Sarai, I finally say. Even with my help, something like this would take years. How do you expect to pull it off alone? You wouldn't even find the place without me. I can do it alone, she says, her voice steady, unbreakable. At least I can try, and that's better than sitting back. You underestimate me, Victor. I can connect the dots just as well as you can. I can piece together everything I've learned, every scrap of information that's come my way, and figure this out on my own. Finding Cordelia won't be difficult. She's in California, Guzman's daughter, and you were sent to that compound to track her down and take out Javier Ruiz for kidnapping her. Even without your help, I can locate that place. Cordelia and Guzman are my starting points. My mouth goes dry. My stomach twists into a tight, unyielding knot. She's right, I underestimated her. She's sharper than I ever realized. I knew she was clever, but she just completely blindsided me. There's no smugness, no gloating, just her standing there, steady and unshaken, with a focus so intense it sends a chill down my spine. Sarai's thirst for revenge runs deeper than I imagined, deeper than she ever let on. How did I miss this? And then there are the wealthy men Javier paraded me in front of, she says, her voice dripping with disgust, showing me off like some prize to make them buy the others. I remember what you told me, John Gerald Lanson, CEO of Balfour Enterprises. She nods, watching my reaction. Oh, I remember plenty, and before I left for LA to kill Hamburg, I spent weeks at Dina's digging into these men, piecing together names, faces, tracking down who they are, where they live, how much they're worth. When I wasn't thinking about you, I was buried in research, learning everything I could so I could take them out one by one. She steps closer, locking eyes with me. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. You can't do this without me, I snap, anger rising. How can she just cut me out like this? My hands tremble. I look away before her piercing green eyes pull me in too deep. This is insane, I mutter, ready to end this ridiculous argument. I'm going to shower and get some sleep. You're welcome to join me. I hope she says yes, but I already know she won't. I won't be joining you, she says flatly. I meant what I said. When this is over, when they're dead, I'm gone. I spin toward her, my hands clenched, the sleeves of my dress shirt suddenly too tight around my wrists. You're not going anywhere, not like this, I won't allow it. A bitter laugh escapes me. God, Sarah, you really have no idea how reckless this is. Reckless, she scoffs. Fine, maybe. But the dumbest thing here isn't my plan. It's thinking I could ever have a life with you. I hate myself for what I've dragged you into, for what I've done to Dina. I stand before you like some lost kid you never signed up to raise, expecting you to feed me, shelter me, and show me how to survive this reckless life without getting myself killed. This wasn't your burden to carry, and I never should have dumped it on you like this. The taste of cheap plastic fills my mouth as my jaw clenches tighter without me even noticing. My chest heaves with ragged breaths, anger, fear, all tangled together. My eyes burn dry from the wind and from staring too long without blinking. My heart hammers like it's trying to break free. I haven't felt this raw since I was a kid, furious, terrified. I'm sorry, Victor, she says, her voice quiet but sincere. You've done so much for me, and I'll never be able to repay you. The best thing I can do now is walk away and stop messing up your life. She turns to leave. Sarai, my voice cracks and she freezes. I force myself to steady. Just wait. When she faces me again, my thoughts are a jumbled mess. I fumble for the right words, my gaze darting from my polished shoes to the rusted patio chair, then to the way her hair dances against her bare shoulders. Finally, I force it out. I don't want you to go. But I have to, she says, so gentle it almost shatters me. You know it's the only way. No, my voice hardens. I won't let this happen. You're staying. I'll keep you safe. We're done talking about it. Let's go inside. I hold out my hand. She doesn't take it. I can't, Victor. I grab her wrist and yank her close. She doesn't resist, doesn't even look shocked. My hands frame her face, forcing her to meet my stare, those wide, innocent eyes deceptive. There's a fighter behind them, my fighter. Stay with me, I choke out. Why? Because I'm asking you to. That's not enough. It doesn't have to be. You're not leaving. Yes, I am. I shake her, my grip tightening. You're not walking away. My whole body shakes. She doesn't pull back, but her eyes glisten, a slow, sad shake of her head. I'm leaving, Victor, and you can't stop me. Sarai, no. The roar tears from my throat. My fingers slip away from hers like they've suddenly forgotten how to hold on. I stare at my empty palms, stunned as if they've turned against me. My chest tightens. Something inside me has cracked open, emotions I didn't know existed spilling out in a tangled mess. All I want is to escape to my room to make sense of whatever just happened, so I spin toward the glass door. Victor. Her voice is soft but stops me cold. I can't turn around, not yet. Then I feel her warmth at my back, the faint scent of vanilla and something sweet. Look at me, she murmurs, her words barely louder than a whisper. I force myself to face her. Her hands rise, cradling my face with a tenderness I didn't give her. She tilts her head, studying me, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Then she rises onto her toes and brushes her lips against mine. Don't hold back, she pleads. Whatever you're feeling, say it, even if it scares you, even if it doesn't make sense, just say it. I don't remember grabbing her wrists, but suddenly my fingers are wrapped around them, anchoring me as her thumbs trace my cheekbones. My thoughts spin. What is she doing to me? What has she already done? Her words echo in my head, and against every instinct to shut down, I want to give her the truth. Sarah, I've never felt like this before. My gaze drops, but she catches my chin, forcing me to meet her eyes. Tell me, she insists. I need to hear it. The raw need in her voice mirrors the storm inside me. I trace her face, the curve of her lips, the delicate line of her jaw, the way her collarbone dips beneath her skin. But it's her eyes that undo me. You matter to me, I whisper, the words rough. More than anything, more than anyone, having you here isn't some obligation. I want you here. I want to train you, wake up beside you, breathe with you. I need you in my life more than I've ever needed anything. I step back, breaking contact. Her hands fall away. My throat burns as I force out the next words. I won't make you stay, but if you leave, my voice cracks. You'll destroy me. If you think being here is ruining my life, walking away will be worse. Because I'll spend every second terrified for you, knowing you're out there unprepared. Sarai, it'll break me, do you understand? My pulse hammers. It will kill me. You'll destroy me if you walk away. My whole body trembles, overwhelmed by pain and raw emotion. Sarai closes the distance between us in an instant, her fingertips tracing my face with that familiar touch. She seems composed, yet there's something new in her gaze, something I can't place through the storm inside me. Is that joy, relief? All I crave is to pull her close and never let go. When her finger catches a tear beneath my eye, I freeze. A tear, my confusion leaves me speechless. I stare at the glistening drop on her skin before meeting her warm green eyes, which hold none of her usual sharpness, just quiet understanding. She speaks softly. I had to know how you truly felt, Victor. I collapse into the wrought iron chair, legs stretched out, rubbing my temples as exhaustion hits. Sarai kneels between my knees, her voice earnest. Being with you means more than just being part of your work. I needed to know we wanted the same thing, but sometimes it feels like I'm just another assignment to you. Her fingers weave through mine, tight and urgent. You've been this fortress since we met. The only time I ever broke through was in bed, and it drove me crazy, because I knew this version of you existed. She squeezes my hand, the one who just showed me his heart. Victor, look at me. I force myself to meet her eyes, my throat tight. I don't want to be your obligation, she whispers. I want to stand beside you, learn from you, but I need to know I matter when the job isn't demanding everything. I know it's not your fault. I know what the order did to you, but I had to try. You played me, I mutter. She flinches, but I pull her onto my lap before she can apologize. Don't, I say, tilting her face to mine. Never be sorry for this. The patio lights flicker above us, casting shadows that make her look younger, more vulnerable. For the first time, I don't feel the weight of my walls, just the quiet certainty that she's the one who'll help me tear them down. You made the only choice you had, I tell her, hoping those words will stick when she needs them most. I can't blame you for that. She searches my face. You're not upset. I shake my head. Upset. Number grateful, that's the word. Her smile flickers and I lean in, kissing her softly. Looks like we're saving each other, I say. She tilts her chin, listening. You're giving me a shot at something I lost, a real life, not just survival. And I'm giving you what you never had a choice, so no, I could never be angry with you. She shifts closer, pressing her lips to the corner of my mouth. My hands settle at her waist, fingers laced tight. The night stretches above us, stars sharp against the black. Was any of it true? I ask. All of it, she says, except walking away from you. I exhale, turning over everything she's told me. There's no reward in going back to Mexico, just loose ends and old ghosts. I know, she murmurs, but it matters. Those girls matter. My hand slides up her spine, cradling the back of her head as I pull her against me. Then it matters to me too. It might take a year, maybe two, but we'll do it right, together. Just promise me you'll wait. You have my word, she interrupts. However long it takes, I'll follow your lead this time. Later in the bath, I work shampoo through Sarai's hair while she leans back between my knees. We trade stories, hers of childhood mornings spent wrapped in a blanket watching cartoons before everything fell apart, mine of games in the streets of Germany before the order took me. For a while, the past feels closer than the present, and I almost forget the uncertainty still hanging between us. When I wake, Victor's side of the bed is empty. I pull his pillow against my chest, the sheets already cold. He had an early morning meeting in Bernalillo with one of his contacts. Victor asked if I wanted to tag along, but after all the recent travel, I just couldn't stomach another long drive, especially when it wasn't leading to an airport. With the Krav Maga studio now deemed unsafe, he's pushing for us to leave New Mexico sooner rather than later. My mission today, packing up the house. Not that it'll take much effort. Victor lives like a ghost passing through. No overflowing junk drawers, no closets stuffed with forgotten relics. No fancy china gathering dust, no sentimental trinkets cluttering shelves. Just a handful of boxes, his tailored suits, my ever-expanding wardrobe, wigs, jewelry, and enough shoes to outfit a small theater production. Guess who's doing most of the packing? I flick on the TV for some background noise, letting the national news fill the quiet. Sunlight spills through the sliding glass door, painting the desert landscape in golden streaks. For a second, I pause, staring at the endless stretch of sand and scrub. After years in Mexico's arid heat, the idea of trading it for towering evergreens or city skylines sounds like a dream. Victor mentioned our next stop could be Washington or New York. Either way, it's a world away from this. Breakfast is quick: scrambled eggs, toast, a glass of milk. A short workout, a faster shower, then I throw on black cotton shorts and a fitted tank. My hair gets yanked into a no-nonsense ponytail, and I debate makeup before abandoning the idea. Back to packing. As I'm carefully sliding Victor's suits into garment bags, my fingers brush against something stiff beneath the fabric of one jacket. I pause, then lift the sleeve aside. Inside the pocket, my fingers close around a small, thick envelope. For a heartbeat, I consider leaving it untouched. Some things aren't meant to be found, but curiosity wins. I can't help but look. The envelope is small and square, its edges frayed from years of handling, the paper yellowed with age. It feels like something that once held a birthday card or maybe a wedding invitation. Inside, I find a stack of old photographs. The first one shows a man with sharp features and light hair, dressed in a crisp white shirt and deep red tie. He sits in a leather chair, the walls behind him covered in outdated floral wallpaper. A young boy with brown hair and a little girl with pale blonde curls stand beside him, grinning at the camera. The next photo captures the same kids with a stunning woman, long blonde hair cascading over her shoulders, posed outside in a sunlit park. Every image has that faded, sepia-toned look, the corners cracked from being folded or tucked away too many times. I turn them over, squinting at the handwritten notes in the corners. Versailles 1977, Paris 1977, Versailles 1976. The ink is so faint it's barely legible. In later pictures, the boy is older, maybe 8, his arm slung around another kid's shoulders. München 1981, Berlin 1982. My stomach twists when it hits me. These are Victor and Nikla's, their father, Victor's mother. The girl must be a sister. It's heartbreaking knowing he carries these around, the only remnants of a life he can't let go of. It's proof he's not the cold, unfeeling man he pretends to be, just someone broken, hiding under layers of armor. And damn it, I want to fix that. A creak from the hallway snaps me back. I drop the photos on the bed and snatch the 9 from the nightstand, checking the magazine before slamming it back in. Barefoot, I press against the wall, gun raised, listening. Nothing but the drone of the TV I now regret turning on. Could be Frederick, but I'm not betting my life on it. I edge toward the door, then into the hallway, scanning the shadows. Movement flickers across the terracotta tiles at the far end. My pulse hammers in my fingertips, every muscle coiled. Sweat prickles my neck as I hold my breath. Eyes locked on the floor, waiting for another shift in the dark. The sound of distant footsteps sends me creeping silently down the hallway, my bare feet barely making contact with the worn carpet. I pause just before the corner, holding my breath as the muffled voices from a nearby TV drone on about healthcare debates. Useless background noise that only makes it harder to pinpoint where the real danger is coming from. Then finally I catch the hushed exchange. Search the rooms, a man orders. She's gotta be tucked under a bed or crammed in a closet. Try the hallway, genius, I think, tightening my grip on the pistol. The moment a figure in a black suit steps into view, I fire. The gunshot echoes sharply and the man crumples, clutching his throat as blood spills between his fingers. I step over him without hesitation, ignoring the wet, choking sounds behind me. Around the corner, I squeeze off 3 more rounds. One finds its mark before searing pain explodes at the base of my skull. The world tilts. My knees buckle, and as I hit the ground, I catch a glimpse of the second man I shot collapsing nearby. Then there's Stevens, looming like a shadow, his smirk carved into his face like a scar. My gun's gone, my vision swimming. The cold tile presses against my cheek, the taste of copper sharp on my tongue when I touch the back of my head and find blood. Stevens crouches beside me, all polished arrogance, expensive cologne, a gold watch glinting under the dim light. Took me a while to track you down, he says, like we're old friends catching up. Do the world a favor and disappear, I reply, as flat as if I'm commenting on traffic. His grin is the last thing I see before the darkness swallows me whole. Chapter 25. Sarai consciousness returns in fragments, a dull mechanical hum overhead, a rush of air like distant waves. My eyelids feel weighted, the world a blur of grayscale shapes shifting in and out of focus. The air is thick, oppressive, my clothes clinging with sweat. A sudden draft raises goosebumps along my arms, the chill cutting deeper than the ache in my skull. My wrists are bound tightly behind me, just as I once bound Izel's when she hunted me down after my escape in Victor's car. A fleeting memory of her surfaces, the way her sweat-drenched hair clung to her face, her sharp glare. I must look just as desperate now, though my hair is still tied back. My ankles are secured too, I realize, the rough rope biting into my skin. Blinking hard, I force my vision to clear. The room is vast, dim and thick with dust, an abandoned warehouse, its concrete walls and metal beams stretching high above. The air reeks of paint thinner and something acrid, making my dry throat burn. A bitter laugh rises in my chest as Andre Costa's face flashes in my mind. Another warehouse, another time. Karma's a bitch, isn't it? Every life I've taken or ruined is coming back to collect. The hum of an industrial fan cuts through the silence, its blade spinning lazily near the ceiling. My feet sting, the skin scraped raw, dragged here then. Heavy footsteps echo and Stevens appears, his polished shoes clicking against the concrete. Something amusing, he asks, his voice smooth, almost entertained. I tilt my head up, grinning despite the fear coiling in my gut. You and your boss went through all this trouble just to keep me alive. Thought I was supposed to be dead by now. Stevens doesn't flinch. Instead, he motions to another man who brings a chair. The scrape of metal legs against the floor makes my teeth ache. He sits, adjusting his tailored suit with infuriating calm. Let me guess, I say, rolling my eyes. Hamburg's still desperate for his little show. Didn't work with me and Victor at the mansion, didn't work with his guard at the restaurant. Oh, wait. That guy's dead. Was he your buddy? Stevens just smiles, crossing his legs like we're having afternoon tea. The ease in his posture sends a chill down my spine. He's not rattled. Not even close. I refuse to let him see how much his words get under my skin. Believe me, Izabel or Sarai, whatever name you're using, if it were my call, you'd be dead back in that house instead of sitting here. Right, I shoot back, because you're just Hamburg's little errand boy waiting for your next pat on the head. The next thing I know, my head snaps back as someone yanks my hair from behind, my throat straining so hard I can't breathe. A second man looms over me, watching as I choke and gasp. Let her go, Stevens orders. The grip loosens and I slump forward, the chair creaking under my weight. Air floods back into my lungs and I lift my head, locking eyes with Stevens just inches away. My gaze darts around the room, searching for an escape I know isn't coming. Even if I could break free from this chair, the ropes on my wrists are cutting off circulation, and my ankles are barely able to shift against the wood. But fear isn't what's eating at me, it's the waiting. Why drag this out? I snap, venom dripping from every word. Do whatever you want, I don't care. Stevens' grin sends a chill down my spine. Hamburg's not the one calling the shots here, and no, I'm in no rush. He leans in, the sharp scent of cheap cologne hitting me. I'm hoping you stay quiet for days. I've been looking forward to this. I force a smirk, swallowing the dread clawing at my throat. What could I possibly know that's worth all this effort? And seriously, what is that smell? Did you bathe in a gas station bathroom? His eyes flicker behind me and I brace for another yank, but nothing happens. Stevens just leans back, silent. That's worse than any threat. The smug glint in his stare says he knows it too. If I'm not here because of Hamburg, then what's the real reason? The sound of footsteps echoes behind me, but I can barely twist my neck far enough to see. A shadow shifts into view and suddenly Nicholas stands before me, crushing a cigarette under his boot. My breath catches, every muscle locks. My mind scrambles to react, but my body refuses. Nicholas, his name barely escapes my lips, swallowed by the fury boiling inside me. Stevens' smug threats fade into the background. This is different. Nicholas doesn't smirk or toy with me. His silence is worse, a quiet storm brewing behind those sharp blue eyes. He's taller than I remember, his messy light hair framing a face that's all angles and ice. There's no taunting, no games, just a predator sizing up his next move. And for the first time, fear coils in my gut. Stevens kept his distance, wary of a desperate lunge. But Nicholas, he steps closer, unflinching, like he's waiting for me to try something. I tilt my chin up, refusing to flinch. You know why I'm here, he says, the German lilt still clinging to his words. Or do I need to spell it out? His head tilts, and for a heartbeat he looks so much like Victor it stings. How can two people share the same face but nothing else? I force a scoff. Enlighten me, is this about Victor? My gaze flicks to Stevens. This waste of space was just at his place. You already know where to find him, so why team up with them? Nicholas doesn't blink. Instead, he drops into a crouch between my knees, close enough that I catch the leather and ash scent of his jacket. His voice is low, deliberate. Months, that's how long I've been hunting Victor. He ran, betrayed the order, betrayed me. You betrayed him. The words burst out before I can stop them. You turned on him first. Air vanishes as his hand locks around my throat. I struggle against the chair's restraints, my arms pinned uselessly at my sides. His fingers dig into my throat, and my vision blurs as darkness creeps in. Just as suddenly he lets go. I gasp, my chest heaving, tears stinging my eyes from the pain and the sheer effort to breathe. Fear coils inside me, but I won't give him the satisfaction of seeing me break. I'd rather choke on my pride than beg. My brother turned on me long before he abandoned the order, Nicholas says, his voice edged with something raw bitterness, maybe. Betrayed me the moment he chose you over everything we built. He lied to my face, Sarai, because he knew helping you was a mistake. He leans in so close I can feel his breath. He nearly put a bullet in me because of you, and he would have if you hadn't stopped him. That's how far he fell for you. My fingers twitch against the chair's arms, my pulse hammering so hard I can taste it. There's no arguing with the truth in his words. He steps back just enough to give me space, though it still feels suffocating. Nicholas, I say, forcing my voice steady. Victor only tried to kill you because what you were doing was wrong. He would have done the same for anyone, not just me. A smirk tugs at his lips and it sends a chill down my spine. He turns away, pacing towards Stevens before spinning back. You really don't know him at all, he says. Victor doesn't risk his neck for just anyone. Guess even he's got a weakness. I look away, jaw tight. Cut the theatrics. Why am I here? Stevens rises, towering over both of us, his expression ice cold. I'm with her on this one, he says. Enough stalling, you're alive as long as you're useful. After that, he taps his holster. I've got orders to finish the job. My eyes snap back to Nicholas. What do you need me for? The venom in my voice is sharp enough to draw blood. Everything, he says. Names, locations, who's running his little rebellion, and I want to know how deep Frederick Gustafsson is tangled up in it. I scoff. First off, who the hell is Frederick Gustafsson? Second, I don't know anything about Victor's new crew. Yeah, he left the order, that's all I've got. He mentioned you'd betrayed him by sticking with the order and accepting Vonnegut's mission to eliminate him. But that's all he shared, said it was better if I stayed in the dark. Nicholas' expression softens slightly, but before I can react, the chair jerks backward, tipping dangerously as the legs scrape against the floor. My stomach lurches as I throw my weight forward, barely avoiding slamming my skull against the concrete. The chair drags me across the room, the destination unclear and unsettling. Then, just as abruptly, it stops. The front legs slam down, and before I can catch my breath, 3 more men join the first, pinning my limbs. The ropes loosen, but freedom is an illusion. Their grip tightens instantly, rendering me powerless. Get off me, I writhe, kicking wildly, yanking against their hold. Nicholas, stop this. Silence. He just stands there beside Stevens, bathed in the dim, dusty light of the warehouse. My arms are wrenched upward, leather straps biting into my wrists as they're fastened to a pulley above. My ankles follow suit. A metallic screech echoes as the mechanism locks, hoisting me until my toes barely brush the ground. Screw you, I'll end you for this. The strain grinds my jaw until pain flares, sharp and white-hot. Nicholas reappears in front of me. I hadn't even seen him move. Why side with them? I snarl, breath ragged. You were supposed to be Vonnegut's man. Nicholas clasps his hands behind his back, calm as ever. You want answers? Fine. He takes a slow step, then pauses. My gaze flicks past him to Stevens, lingering in the shadows, a knife glinting near his hip, his stare hungry. After Lowe's Angels, Nicholas continues. Hamburg knew you were a loose end. No trace at the restaurant, no body at the hotel. Eric and Dahlia's faces flicker in my mind, a fresh stab of guilt. You vanished, Victor's doing, obviously. So Hamburg and Stevens had a new priority, you, and since Victor would never leave you unprotected, he shrugs, common interest. The straps dig deeper, my shoulders screaming under my own weight. My jaw tightens as he speaks. Why didn't you track down Victor yourself? I snap, masking my unease. Or why couldn't they just come for me directly? Nicholas doesn't blink. They had intel on you that I didn't, he says. They'd been watching you for months, ever since you and Victor vanished from the estate. A bitter laugh escapes me. That's a load of crap. If they knew where I was, why wait this long? Stevens moves closer, his voice low. Because Victor made Arthur Hamburg a promise that night, he says. Hamburg wasn't about to risk bringing him down on his head again, but I kept eyes on you just in case. Knew your apartment, your job, the bars you liked. Even dug into Dina Gregory's past. Her family wasn't hard to trace. My lips curl in disgust. That still doesn't tell me why you're working together, I say, though the truth is I don't care, I'm just stalling. Stevens shifts forward, flipping a knife between his fingers, making sure I see it. His breath reeks of stale liquor and tobacco, making my stomach turn. Come on, he sneers. You really think Hamburg forgot what Victor did to his wife? We knew where you were, but Victor, gone. And honestly, if he gave a damn about you, he wouldn't have left you hanging like this. I lunge, teeth bared, but he jerks back, straining against the leather cuffs. I try to ease the burn in my wrists before dropping back with a thud. Nicholas smirks. I spit, miss. They can't find Victor without me, he says, leaning in. His cold stare pins me in place. And I can't find him without you, so we made a deal. They helped me get to you, and I put my brother in the ground for them. I slam my forehead into his. Go to hell. A sharp, stabbing pain radiates from my temples to my jaw, blurring my vision momentarily. Nicholas stumbles back, shocked by the impact, but he doesn't strike back. Instead, he glances at Stevens, who steps forward with a knife in hand. I struggle against my restraints as he approaches, but then Nicholas speaks up from behind us, his tone almost bored. Willem, he says, and though Stevens doesn't turn, he pauses. She stays alive for now. That was the deal. Once I have what I need, she's all yours. I let out a bitter laugh. You're wasting your time, I say, my voice steady despite the fear clawing at my ribs. You think you can scare me into talking? You don't know me at all. Nicholas just smirks. We'll see. With that, he walks away, his polished shoes clicking against the concrete until the sound fades behind a heavy metal door. The moment he's gone, Stevens' grin widens and my stomach twists. 2 days later, I'm still glued to the laptop screen, watching the same horrifying footage on loop. Sarai, bruised and bleeding, enduring Stevens' brutality while my brother watches, cold and calculating. Every punch, every demand for answers makes my hands clench tighter. Frederick lingers in the doorway of my Albuquerque home, now cleared of the mess we'd left behind. She won't break, he says, his voice thick with worry. Victor, we can't just wait, they'll kill her. I drag a hand down my face. What exactly do you suggest? I don't know where she is. Nicholas won't slip up, he's too careful. He'll get what he wants from her, then dangle her in front of me like bait. And when I go after her, he'll have me and everything we've built. Frederick slams his fist against the doorframe. So what, you're just going to let her die? I shove back from the desk, sending the chair crashing into the wall. You think I want this? I snap, jabbing a finger at the screen. Every second of this is But if I rush in blind, we all lose. The silence between us is heavy, the weight of helplessness pressing down. I take a slow breath, steadying myself, and glance down at the blurred reflection in my polished black shoes. Victor, I don't get it. Why not just hand them what they're after? It's strange. Frederick, the guy who can crack anyone, is practically begging for Sarai to talk. His concern for her is showing me a side of him I never expected, and honestly, it unsettles me. It's not that easy, I say, meeting his gaze. Even if I told Nicholas everything, Sarai would still be gone. Actually, she'd be dead a lot faster if I caved, if I gave you and everyone else up. The longer she resists, the longer I hold out, the more time she has, at least until I figure out a way to fix this. Frederick leans against the doorframe, arms crossed, exhaling hard. 2 days, Victor, she can't last much longer. She will, I say, firm. Turning back to the paused video on the screen, I brace my fingers against the desk's edge. Then how do we get to her? He presses. I stare at her frozen image, tension coiling in my chest, then snap the laptop shut. I'll find her. Sarah, the smell of my own filth in this pitch-black cell is getting hard to ignore. I'm sprawled on the cold, grimy concrete, my face pressed against its rough surface. My back burns like fire. Stevens' whip marks must be infected. He went at me last night when Nicholas wasn't around. By the time Nicholas returned, I was already unconscious, waking up in my own sick. I caught their argument through the thick metal door, Nicholas furious, Stevens defensive. I need her breathing, you idiot, Nicholas had roared. Beat her like that again and you're next. I hate Nicholas for everything, for Victor, for this hellhole, but I won't lie, there's a sick relief knowing he won't let Stevens finish me off, not out of mercy, of course. Just because I'm worth more alive. The lock clicks, the door groans open. Nicholas steps in holding a tray of food and a water bottle. Some lackey seals the door behind him. Save it, I mutter, not moving from the floor. If you won't let him kill me, maybe starvation will do the job faster. He sets the tray down. I push myself up and knock it aside, scooting back against the wall. Every inch of me hurts, ribs, wrist, my split lip. The taste of blood lingers, bitter and sharp. Nicholas exhales, running a hand through his hair in frustration. Just talk already, he says, his voice edged with exhaustion. This could be over in seconds if you'd stop being so damn stubborn. I stay silent, my jaw clenched. He lowers himself to the floor across from me, knowing full well I can't put up much of a fight, not after last time. Every breath sends sharp jolts through my ribs, a reminder of how badly that went. Your back needs attention, he mutters. Why do you even pretend to care? I spit back, tilting my head toward him, my glare burning. Oh, right, because you need what's in my head. A bitter laugh escapes me. But here's the thing, Nicholas, I know everything. Victor's connections, his allies, 6 of his hideouts, I know it all, and you get nothing. Pain flares through my side, and I curl in on myself, arms wrapped tight around my ribs. Nicholas stands, gathering the scattered remains of my meal, a crushed sandwich, a lone pickle, a few stray chips, and places them back on the plate. He grabs the water bottle and sets it near my feet before crouching down again. His voice is eerily calm. He's not coming, Sarah. My fingers twitch, the urge to lunge at him flickering before I force myself still. I don't believe him, but I need to hear it. His blue eyes soften just slightly. I sent my brother 2 videos of you, he continues. Gave him this address, told him exactly where to find you. A chance to surrender himself or the intel, but nothing, 2 days and not a word. He gestures around the empty room. No rescue, no last-minute heroics, because you're not his priority, never were. I lift my chin, defiance flaring. That's bullshit, I snap. He turned on you for me, left the order, nearly killed you all because of me, or did you forget? Nicholas smirks, but there's no warmth in it. Oh, he did those things. But you were just the push he needed, the truth he wanted out long before you. His gaze hardens. But here's what you're missing, Sarai. He didn't walk away from the life. He just built his own damn version of it, still killing, still putting the job first. Some things never change. He speaks with a quiet certainty that makes my stomach twist. This is his world, the only one he'll ever understand. His pitying gaze lingers on me as if I'm blind to truths he finds obvious. I turn away, hating how part of me believes him despite everything. Straightening, he looms over me, his voice dropping to a whisper. Think whatever you want, Sarai, but deep down you know the truth. If he was coming, he'd be here by now. The metallic clang of the door opening cuts through the silence. Nicholas steps out, leaving me alone with the suffocating dark and the crushing weight of his words. The walls press in, the shadows swallowing what little resolve I have left. Even if Victor never comes, I won't break. I'll take every secret to my grave. 3 days without food or water, 3 days of Nicholas's relentless reminders. My body is failing, my mind fraying at the edges. The only reason Stevens hasn't laid a hand on me again, Nicholas, he needs me alive for now. I've spat every insult I can think of at him, sworn I'd die before betraying Victor. He knows I mean it. But the real torture isn't the fists or the hunger, it's the silence. The voice in my head, the one I've spent years ignoring, now screams louder than ever. 3 days, Sarai. If Victor knew where you were, he'd be here. Why hasn't he come? I claw at my hair, a raw scream tearing from my throat. The room swallows the sound, leaving only the echo of my own doubt. Sweat soaks through my clothes, my skin sticky against the grimy floor. Every movement reopens the wounds on my back, fresh blood seeping into fabric. The door screeches open behind me. I don't bother looking. If you won't drink willingly, Nicholas says, his shadow falling over me, I'll make you. He lifts me effortlessly, my body limp in his arms. I don't resist. What's the point? I keep my gaze down as Nicholas guides me through the dimly lit hallway, the harsh fluorescent lights overhead making me squint. The sudden brightness stings, forcing me to shut my eyes for a moment. A faint breeze brushes against my skin, cool and unfamiliar, but I don't have time to savor it. My legs dangle over Nicholas' arms, his grip firm, one beneath my knees, the other cradling my neck. We take sharp turns, then descend a flight of metal stairs with a hollow clang under his boots. Without warning, my head plunges into icy water. Panic surges through me and I gasp only to choke as liquid floods my lungs. My body jerks violently, arms thrashing against the smooth plastic edge of the barrel, but I'm no match for Nicholas' strength. He keeps me submerged effortlessly. The burn in my throat is unbearable, my chest tightening as I fight to hold my breath. Just when darkness starts creeping in, when I think this might finally be the end, he yanks me back up. I cough violently, my body betraying me again, greedily gulping air despite my wish to just let go. Water drips from my hair, my nose, my lashes, plinking softly into the barrel below. The sound is unnervingly loud in the silence. Who's helping my brother? Nicholas asks, voice eerily calm. I stay silent. His fingers tighten my hair. You were spotted with Frederick Gustafsson in Santa Fe, he continues. What's their connection? Are they scheming against my order? Still nothing. A brutal shove sends me under again. Water rushes into my nose, my throat on fire as I struggle uselessly against his grip. My fingers claw at the barrel's edge, but I can't break free. When he drags me up, I'm coughing, gasping, my vision blurred. Give me something, Sarai, anything. Exhaustion weighs me down, stealing even the energy to curse him. But I refuse to speak. The only thing he gets from me is the water he wanted forced into my lungs before he finally carries me out. Day 4 sunlight filters through grimy warehouse windows, casting pale streaks across the concrete floor. I'm back in the chair, surrounded by towering pillars and the relentless hum of an industrial fan spinning somewhere above. The air smells of dust and stale metal, the kind of place where echoes linger too long this time. No restraints hold my wrists or ankles, but it hardly matters. I barely have the will to stand on my own. It's not that I'm too weak. If I pushed myself, I could walk. I could even hurl this chair across the room, though it wouldn't go far, but none of it feels worth the effort anymore. Stevens sits across from me, just like he did 4 days ago, one leg crossed over the other, his heavy hands resting on his knee. His dark eyes bore into me, impatient, like he's done waiting. Today's the day. No matter what I say, no deal he's made with Nicholas will stop him from ending me. The side door creaks open, flooding the warehouse with a sharp slice of morning light. Nicholas steps inside, followed by the muffled voices of Stevens' men outside, discussing patrols and unwanted visitors. For a fleeting second, hope flickers in my chest. Maybe Victor's coming. but the doubt in my head snuffs it out. It's just the three of us now, me, the devil, and his right hand, though at this point I'm not sure which is which. I lift my head, offering a faint smile, my gaze lingering on Nicholas. Last chance, Nicholas says, standing beside Stevens, a gun loose at his side. No more videos, your pain isn't enough to draw him out. Then kill me, I murmur, still smiling. You'll have to. Nicholas exhales, his stare unbroken. I search his face for any trace of the man I thought I knew, the one who might have cared, the one I might have loved. The air goes still, the world narrowing to this single moment. Then in one fluid motion, Nicholas raises the gun and fires. The crack of the shot echoes and Stevens crumples, his chair toppling under his weight. Blood pools on the concrete. My own body sways, relief and exhaustion pulling me down. Before I hit the ground, Nicholas catches me, his arms tight around me. I've got you, he murmurs, his voice fading as he carries me through the warehouse. The breeze brushes my face and then distantly I hear Victor's voice. Give her to me. And everything goes quiet. Victor, 3 weeks earlier, Nicholas slouched in the chair across from me, the long table between us littered with case files, coffee rings, and surveillance shots of our next target. His messy brown hair and bloodshot eyes betrayed last night's whiskey binge. He dragged his fingers over the photos of Edgar Velasco, Venezuela's most wanted crime boss, before rubbing his face in frustration. We can't delay this, he said, locking eyes with me. Andre Costa's location just popped up. We need to move now. I kept my gaze on the intel in front of me, sliding one sheet over another. Priorities shifted, I said, calm but firm. Sarai comes first. I didn't see this coming either, but I won't walk away from her. I met his stare, willing him to drop the argument. Edgar's contract will be handled on time. Nicholas exhaled, snatching a cigarette from the pack between us. He lit it with a quick flick of his lighter, ignoring my usual protest about indoor smoking. After everything he'd done for me for Sarai, I let it slide. No offense, man, he said, smoke curling from his lips, but what's your play here? You can't split yourself in two, and we can't keep burning resources on a wildcard like her. She's got your stubbornness and my old knack for trouble. A dry laugh escaped me, more like you than I'd like to admit. He smirked, tapping ashes into the tray. Hey, I turned out all right. I let the comment hang. He took another drag before crushing the cigarette. So what's the plan? He leaned back, lacing his fingers behind his head. You really wanna know? Damn right I do. Dropped his arms onto the table, tension tightening his jaw. What did you do? I hesitated. After some convincing at Frederick's place, mostly Sarai threatening to go rogue, I agreed to train her. Nicholas froze. What? Yeah, I let the word settle. She's dead set on taking down Hamburg and Stevens herself. I could do it, but you should do it, Victor. No, I say, shaking my head. I promised her. Who cares? Nicholas snaps. Victor, this is insane. What were you even thinking? He snatches the cigarette back, taking a deep drag like he needs it to steady himself. Smoke curls from his lips as he tilts his head back, exhaling sharply. It's not like I haven't considered it before, I admit. Long before Hamburg, long before her ultimatum. I want her with me, Nicholas. I want to train her. I know she can do this, and she won't let anyone, especially not me, hold her back. And what if she fails? Nicholas stares at me, his expression tight with worry for me, not Sarai. Victor, you're signing up for a lifetime of regret, falling for a woman. He lets out a bitter laugh, more at himself than anything. I did it once, you remember, and look where it got me, look where it got her. She ended up dead and I ended up wrecked. And need I remind you what happened with Frederick? No, I didn't think so. He stubs out the cigarette, grinding it into the ashtray. I'm sorry, but this is a terrible idea. It's the only idea, I say evenly. And I hope you'll respect that enough to avoid another LA situation. The words hit hard, I know they do. His jaw clenches, fingers gripping the edge of the table as he leans in. Really, Victor, his voice is low, raw. After everything I've done to keep her safe, after I swore to you as your brother, as your family, that I'd never hurt her again. If I wanted her dead, she would be. You know that. I thought we were past this. I look away, letting the weight of my words settle between us. Nicholas has always been loyal, even when he shot Sarai, even when he tried to end her. He did it for me because he saw what she was doing to me, how she was unraveling everything. I don't forgive him, I never will, but I understand. In our world, sometimes the people you love are the ones you have to cut loose. And now he won't kill her, but he'd kill for her without blinking. I do trust you, I say quietly. He nods, slow and measured, his anger fading into something heavier, something like resignation. Victor didn't need convincing, he already knew the stakes. I'm not asking for proof, the other man said, his voice low but firm, but this isn't optional, it's about survival for the business, for us. He paced the length of the conference table, his shoes clicking against the hardwood. Victor watched him from his seat, fingers tapping the armrest. Spell it out, he said. The man stopped mid-stride, arms crossed, his expression unreadable. If Sarai's going to be part of this operation, she goes through the same vetting as everyone else. Your feelings don't change protocol. Victor clenched his jaw, he knew where this was headed. Get to the point. I've seen what happens when trust isn't tested. Frederick and Serafina, Samantha, the man exhaled sharply. This isn't personal. I need to know she won't crack under pressure, that she won't get us all killed. Victor's grip tightened. She won't, but saying it didn't make it true. The weight of their operation pressed down the black market deals, the targets on their backs, Vonnegut's relentless hunt. He couldn't afford blind faith. Fine, Victor muttered. What's the play? Relief flickered across the man's face. Hamburg, I'll feed him a story that I've turned on you, that I'm here to clean up your mess. He'll buy it. Victor nodded, already picturing the setup, the trap. And when the time comes, the man continued, we lead his men straight to Sarai. Victor's pulse spiked. She doesn't get hurt, that's non-negotiable. The man tilted his head. How far can she go? Far enough, Victor said, but first she trains. I'll take her to Spencer and Jacqueline in Santa Fe. They'll make sure she's ready. Silence settled between them. The plan was set. Now it was just a matter of waiting and hoping Sarai could handle what came next. I'll do what I can to get her ready in the short time we have before this goes down, I say, running a hand through my hair. Got it, Nicholas replies, leaning back in his chair. You realize she's going to despise you even more after this, right? I point out, watching his reaction. He shrugs. Yeah, I figure she will, but honestly, I don't care. I'm not the one sharing a bed with her. A dry chuckle escapes him. It's worth the risk for the bigger picture. The real question is, how much will she hate you when it's all said and done? I turn away, my gaze fixed on the blank wall across the room. I'm willing to take that chance, I mutter, my voice distant. Maybe she'll get it, Nicholas offers, trying to smooth over the tension tightening my jaw. If she's going to be part of this, part of you, she'll have to learn where the job ends and the personal stuff begins. I exhale sharply. Yeah, she'll have to. He taps his palms lightly against the table. And if she's half as tough as you claim, she'll move past it. I stay silent. All right then, I'm flying to LA tonight. Got that meeting with Frederick anyway. I glance up. Still nothing from him about me. Nope, Nicholas says, grabbing his keys and smokes off the table. Man's locked up tighter than a priest in confession. He won't sell you out, Victor. Why are you still doubting him? He passed your little test months ago. What was it, 6 days in that room? Frederick's solid, unbreakable. I trace a finger along the wood grain. You're forgetting his specialty. The guy enjoys torture. If anyone can sit through an interrogation without cracking, it's him. Nicholas tilts his head, studying me. What's on your mind? I meet his gaze. One last test. If I leave Sarai alone with him, he'll think I trust him completely, that I've dropped my guard. I push back from the table, pacing toward the bookshelf. If he reaches out to you about having her, we'll know where his loyalty really lies. She's the perfect bait. What better way for Vonnegut to draw me in than with the girl the words hang in the air. I feel Nicholas' stare burning into my back. The girl you're falling for, he finishes. I don't turn around. Yeah, I murmur. Chapter 28. Sarai's silence stretches between us 3 hours at least. I let Victor undress me, wash me, patch me up. He talked, trying to explain himself in that detached, clinical way only someone like him could manage. No begging, no pleading for me to speak. Just words, filling the quiet like he was reading from a manual on damage control. The conversation felt eerily calm, though mostly one-sided this time. Even through his careful composure, I caught the faintest hint of worry in his voice. His hands were gentle as he brushed my hair aside and cleaned the wounds on my back, but there was something more, like he wanted to pull me into his arms and hold me there. He didn't, though. Smart move. I wasn't in the mood for affection, and he knew better than to push it. By nightfall, despite the lingering pain from head to toe, I could at least move around the house slowly, carefully, my back still a mess of bruises. Victor had left me alone in his Albuquerque bedroom, giving me space to process everything. Nicholas, I didn't waste a thought on him, but Victor, part of me wanted to feel betrayed, to collapse into tears like it was expected. But I wasn't built that way. Normal wasn't in our vocabulary, not for me, not for him. I knew he was wondering what I was thinking, whether my anger ran too deep for forgiveness. Maybe he assumed my silence was my only answer. He was wrong. When he came back for something from his briefcase, I stopped him. Was it Nicola's idea? I asked, half hoping it was. Victor paused, shutting the door instead of leaving. He set a black folder on the dresser and walked over. His untucked dress shirt and rolled-up sleeves made him look less polished, more human. I shifted to the edge of the bed, my loose red top barely grazing my injuries. Technically, yes, he admitted, sitting beside me. Technically, I scowled. His hands rested on his knees, steady. No one's exempt from the trials, he said. Nicholas just reminded me of that when it came to you. It's about trust. You didn't trust me. I cut in. I did, he said, gaze fixed ahead. But what we did was necessary, Sarah. You wanted in, I wanted you in. If we were going to do this, it had to follow the rules, otherwise there'd be endless arguments. My decisions would always be second-guessed. You'd never be trusted. Nobody gets a free pass, not Frederick, not even that guy in the back of the diner in Chicago who helped you slip away, or the driver who shuttles Mrs. Gregory between safe houses. Amelia, I cut in. You swore she had no clue about you and Frederick. Was that another lie? Did they hurt her like they hurt me? He met my gaze. No, that part was true. Amelia never went through what you did. People like her, the ones kept in the dark, we test them differently. But for insiders, people like you who know too much, the process is more thorough. I turned my head, staring at the wall. Did you send Stevens to her place? My voice was barely above a whisper. No, he said. I whipped around, searching his face for any hint of deception. Then how did they know? How did they find out Dina was staying there? My hands clenched. Tell me you didn't put her in danger, just this once, be honest with me. He was already shaking his head. We may never figure out how Stevens tracked her down. The only person who could have answered that is gone, but I swear it wasn't me, Nicholas, or Frederick. Maybe Mrs. Gregory reached out to someone, maybe she accessed her accounts and left a digital trail. My breath came fast, anger simmering. Stevens could have murdered me, he would have, if Nicholas hadn't pulled the trigger first. What if he'd got to me sooner? What if I'd bled out in some alley? Victor exhaled, rubbing his knuckles. I'm sorry, he said quietly. Yes, it was a risk, but I knew Nicholas wouldn't let it happen. A harsh laugh escaped me. Nicholas, the guy who put a bullet in me, you're seriously betting my life on the man who's hated me from day one. My voice climbed, and Victor shifted uncomfortably. You might not believe me, he said, calm but firm, but Nicholas won't lay a hand on you. Not now. We've been through too much together since leaving the Order. He understands the stakes. Note, the rewritten version adjusts phrasing, adds sharper dialogue beats, and deepens the emotional tension while preserving the original plot and character dynamics. I don't need his acceptance. I bolt upright from the mattress, glaring down at him with my fists clenched so tight my nails dig into my palms. Nicholas is the last person whose approval I'd ever want. He put a bullet in me. My whole body tenses with fury, breath trapped behind my gritted teeth. Victor rises slowly, his hands settling on my shoulders. I force myself to exhale, but I still can't meet his gaze. Part of me wants to cling to the anger. It's familiar, justified. Hating him would be easier than untangling the mess of why he trusted Nicholas with my life. But the truth gnaws at me. If our roles were reversed, if I were protecting someone I loved from the Order, I might have pulled the trigger too. Victor's fingers brush my hair back, his touch lingering along my jawline. That look in his ocean-green eyes, some unspoken memory playing behind them, makes my chest ache. I want to yell, to shove him away, but I'm frozen, caught in the quiet intensity of his stare. The night I found you in my car, he says, gaze drifting past me, my first instinct was to eliminate the threat, dump you on the side of the road, deliver you to the compound, or put a bullet in your skull. I already knew this. Still, my arms tighten across my chest, the movement tugging at the scars on my back. I had every chance to kill you, he continues. Plenty of reasons to, but I didn't. Because I was useful, I mutter. Leverage against Javier. Victor shakes his head, finally meeting my eyes. I didn't need leverage. The moment Ruiz tried to bribe me to kill Guzman, I knew Guzman would outbid him. Your warning changed nothing. His voice drops, rough with something I can't name. I spared you, Sarai, not for strategy, not for money. A beat of silence stretches between us. Then why? I whisper. He looks away again, jaw tight. The answer hangs in the air, heavier than any confession that morning when Izabel was heading to the motel to get you. Before you even opened your eyes, I was ready to turn you over. I'd already told them our location. But then you woke up. Victor pauses, his gaze drifting upward for a second before locking onto mine. If you hadn't, you'd still be with Javier Ruiz right now. I step closer, arms folded, studying him. What are you trying to say? My voice is steady, but my mind races. So I'm only here because I woke up in time. That doesn't make sense. I couldn't go through with it, he admits, his voice rough. It's like pulling the trigger on someone who's looking right at you. When you opened your eyes, I just couldn't do it. I watch him, the tension in his jaw, the way his fingers flex at his sides. This isn't about some fairy tale moment, it's something deeper, something raw. He's realizing things about himself he never wanted to face. I fought it, he continues, his voice low. Every damn day you were with me, I told myself you were a liability, a threat to my job, my life, even my brother. I knew it the second I saw you in that rearview mirror, gun shaking in your hands, terrified but determined. You should have been the easiest job of my life. He exhales sharply. But for the first time, I ignored every instinct, every rule I was trained to follow. I wasn't just a killer anymore. He moves closer, his hands sliding up my arms, sending a chill through me. I could have walked away 100 times, he murmurs, but I didn't, and I don't want to now. His apology lingers in the air, soft but heavy. He kisses the top of my head before grabbing the folder from the dresser. As he turns to leave, I stop him. Victor, he looks back, waiting. Part of me wants to tell him I'm glad he kept me here, that I can't imagine leaving. But the anger is still there, simmering under the surface. Instead, I ask, is it over? No more tests, no more waking up wondering if today's the day I disappear again. My voice cracks just a little. Because I can't live like that. I don't want to doubt you. His fingers curl around the doorknob, twisting it slowly until the door creaks open. Just before stepping out, he turns back, his voice dropping lower. Wait, there's actually one last condition. My chest tightens, the heat of frustration rising like molten rock. That wasn't part of the deal. The real test, he continues, is working with my brother, but trust me, trust Nicholas too. What happened before won't happen again. A beat of silence hangs between us before he adds, almost too quietly, stay with us, then disappears into the hallway, the click of the latch echoing behind him. Alone again, the weight of the moment settles over me. Not yesterday's chaos, not the frantic escape in Victor's car now. This is where everything shifts. The choice is obvious. I push open the bedroom door and find them in the living room, Victor leaning against the fireplace while Frederick and Nicholas debate something about past mistakes. Frederick's voice carries the most, all forced cheer, while Nicholas interjects with dry remarks. Victor's silence is heavier than usual. The second I cross the threshold, their chatter cuts off. There she is, Frederick grins, patting the couch cushion beside him. We're just planning our next move, plenty of excitement ahead. His smile doesn't reach his eyes, nervous energy rolls off him in waves. Nicholas gives me a curt nod. Victor, though, stands abruptly and extends a hand, his gaze steady. Not yet, I say, and he retreats, arms folding behind his back. I scan each of their faces before locking onto Victor's. If I'm staying, we set ground rules. Something flashes in his eyes, relief, anticipation. I pivot to address all three. I make my own calls. I'll take orders, I'll train until my knees give out, but not because you think I'm some fragile kid who needs babysitting. My fingers jab the air for emphasis. Yeah, I'll get hurt, that's the job, but don't dare treat me like some damsel who needs saving every time I scrape a knee. Frederick chuckles, raising his palms. Hey, far be it from me to argue. Nicholas just arches a brow, amused. You really think I'd play nurse? He deadpans. I ignore him, zeroing in on Victor as he starts to speak. Sarai, I cut him off with a sharp gesture. That name's dead, bury it. She was gone by the time I turned 14, right before my first night in that Mexican compound. My finger curls inward before I drop my hand, scanning each face in the room. From now on, I go by Izabel Seyfried, nothing else. They exchange glances before nodding, their attention snapping back to me. Izabel. Victor picks up where I cut him off, hesitation in his voice. I hold his gaze. I won't blame you if you can't forgive me, but would you forgive me if our roles were reversed? I counter, and he catches my meaning instantly. You did what you had to, just like that night I played you into. I bite back the rest, not wanting to air our private history in front of Nicholas and Frederick, but Victor's expression tells me he remembers. Still, that's not the same. Doesn't matter, I say, locking eyes with him. Let's make one thing clear right here in front of Pretty Boy and the Devil's Advocate. What I went through wasn't just forgivable, it was necessary. I know what I signed up for. We don't work at some cushy office job. Trust isn't handed out like business cards here. If I'm going to be part of this, it takes more than a background check. Honestly, I sleep better knowing you'd go that far to vet everyone in this room. That anyone who joins us later gets the same treatment. Victor's tension eases as I add, there's nothing to forgive. Nicholas pushes up from the leather chair. Saw Izabel, he corrects, stepping closer. Look, I need to say this. I'm sorry for shooting you in LA. Truly, it won't happen again. I believe you, I say, and the shock on their faces is almost satisfying. But let's be real, being in the same room as you, not my idea of a good time. You're a narcissistic loose cannon who belongs in a padded cell. I'll never like you and respect. Don't hold your breath, but you're Victor's brother, and when I told him not to put a bullet in you, I meant it. Doesn't mean I won't put you down if you step out of line. Stay the hell away from me. He lifts his hands, backing up with a dry laugh, all for show. We both know this truce is paper thin. That smug grin of his makes my skin crawl, and I'm sure we'll clash again. But for Victor, I'll deal with it. Nicholas turns, sauntering back to his seat like he owns the place. Typical, Nicholas, I call out, and he pauses, turning to face me. I step closer, my pulse quickening. There's something else I need to say to you. Yeah, he cocks an eyebrow, waiting. The moment I'm within reach, I swing my fist hard into the side of his jaw. A sharp jolt shoots through my knuckles, and I wince, flexing my fingers to shake off the sting. Damn it, Nicholas presses a hand to his mouth, wincing. All right, fine. I shot you, so I guess we're square now. Had it coming. He staggers back and drops into a chair, still nursing his jaw. That wasn't about you shooting me, I snap. That was for Stevens, he was mine. I jab a finger at him. And the only way we'll ever be even is if I put a bullet in you too, so like I said, stay out of my way. Nicholas shoots Victor a look over my shoulder like, is she serious? Victor stays silent, but when I glance back, I catch the faintest smirk on his lips. Frederick, sprawled lazily across the couch, grins like he's enjoying the show. Victor offers me his hand, and I take it, too sore to stand much longer. He guides me to the sofa, steadying me as I sink into the cushions before settling beside me. Frederick leans around him, flashing that roguish smile of his. Glad you're with us, he says, though Faust here says you've got a lot of training ahead. He nods toward Victor, but something tells me you'll pick it up fast. Stubborn, reckless, mouthy. So not the refined type. He winks. Wouldn't like you half as much if you were. Thanks, Frederick, I say dryly. Nicholas slouches in his chair, one boot propped on his knee. I study him: dark jeans, a snug grey tee that clings to his arms, messy hair, a stark contrast to Victor's polished suit and Frederick's tailored elegance. Why's he dressed like that? I mutter to Victor, tilting my head toward Nicholas. Because I don't do stuffy suits, Nicholas cuts in before Victor can answer. And since I'm not with the order anymore, I'll wear what I damn well please. My gaze flicks to Victor, surprised. He gives a slow nod. He left a few days ago, he confirms. Frederick's the only one still inside. But why? I press. Wouldn't it be safer if Nicholas stayed close to Vonnegut, especially with you in the picture? Nicholas exhaled sharply. I had to leave. Dragging out Victor's execution was becoming a problem. Victor leaned forward, fingers tapping the armrest. Vonnegut was starting to doubt Nicholas' commitment. He doesn't know we're brothers, but our history made the delay suspicious. Too many loose ends. I sucked in a breath, shifting my weight before remembering my injury. My gaze flicked to Frederick. What about you? Does the Order know how deep your ties run with these two? Frederick smirked, glancing at Victor. She's already digging for intel. His amusement faded as he turned back to me. They know I've worked with Victor before, same as half his old contacts. As for Nicholas, after Victor went rogue, Nicholas recruited me to track him down. Officially, I report directly to him now. Nicholas cut in, voice low. Vonnegut never knew about my connection to Frederick. So for now, Victor concluded, Frederick's cover is intact. And I'm their last insider, Frederick added. I rubbed my temples, processing the mess we were in. Nervous, Nicholas teased, that infuriating grin playing on his lips. Hardly, I shot back, just prioritizing. Do we hit the Mexico compound first or burn the Order to the ground? Nicholas' grin faltered, his eyes darting away. Frederick chuckled, nudging Victor. I think I'm smitten with your girl. Victor didn't blink. Doubt you could handle her. His fingers brushed mine, deliberate. But I know which target matters most. The hallway outside hummed with muffled footsteps, designer heels, polished Oxfords, the hollow chatter of people who'd never known real stakes, forced laughter. A string quartet downstairs drowned them out, something stiff and baroque that belonged in a palace, not this gilded cage. The room reeked of the same cloying cologne, sweat, and fake lavender from last time. My knife pearl rested cool against my palm. Across the way, that marble table glinted under the moonlight. Memories flashed, Victor's hands on my hips, the leering spectator, the way my clothes had hit the floor. The balcony doors stood open behind me, the night air sharp against my skin. 9 o'clock. Showtime. The heat is stifling in this fitted black outfit, from the high collar down to the heavy boots, similar to Nicholas's usual style, though mine conceal blades stitched into the leather. A pistol sits at my hip, more for show than necessity. The knife is my weapon of choice. I'm perched on a chair just beyond the pale glow from the balcony, one leg crossed over the other, fingers curled around the pearl handle of my blade. The silver edge taps rhythmically against my thigh. 26 minutes. Patience isn't my strong suit, but discipline, that I can manage, mostly. I gave Victor my word I'd wait, that I wouldn't storm downstairs and handle things prematurely. I meant it, even if every second feels like an hour. Nicholas lurks by the balcony doors, arms folded, clearly amused by my simmering irritation. I shoot him a look before turning my attention back to the bedroom door. 32 minutes. Outside, the guards exchange muffled words with Arthur Hamburg before the door swings open, flooding the room with harsh hallway light. Briefly, it vanishes as Hamburg steps inside, oblivious to my presence until I shift forward into the dim glow. Thoughts on the new look? I ask, fingers brushing the sleek black wig. Still charming, or does the color throw you off? Hamburg freezes. The overhead lights flicker on at his command, his voice tight. How the hell did you get in here? His eyes dart around, landing on Nicholas and Victor lurking behind me, weapons loose at their sides. He opens his mouth to shout for his guards until two heavy thuds cut him off. The door creaks open and Frederick steps in, dragging two limp bodies by their collars. Their heads hit the marble with a dull crack. Hamburg pales. I grin, tapping the knife faster. Surprise. Hamburg gapes at Frederick, his pudgy frame locked in place, his stubby fingers twitching against his trousers as if searching for a missing weapon. Frederick shuts the door with a click, then turns back to the lifeless figures on the floor. He grabs them by their collars again, hauling them effortlessly, no blood, no mess. A needle, probably, quick, clean, untraceable. My gaze shifts to Hamburg. Why, yeah, the black suits you, he stammers, sweat already darkening his shirt collar. Why now? Willem's gone. I swear I haven't heard from him in days. I tilt my head, amused. Because he's dead. His eyes dart between Victor and Nicholas, panic tightening his features. I warned him to stay away, he blurts, his voice cracking. I never sent him after you, I told him to drop it. Perspiration rolls down his flushed cheeks, soaking into his shirt. The fabric clings to his back, damp and translucent. I rise, stepping closer. You're lying, I murmur. But Willem's not why I'm here. Hamburg staggers back, his bulk trembling, hands flailing for an escape. Frederick blocks the door, arms crossed. Hamburg's throat bobs as he gulps. His gaze keeps flicking to Victor, lingering like a last hope. Victor moves beside me, cool as ever. I kept my damn word. Hamburg roars, a gold-ringed finger jabbing the air. I never came for you after what you did. You hunted me down. I grin, savoring his terror. Victor shrugs. Not my fight. I held up my end, but Izabel. He smirks. You never made promises with her, and she doesn't answer to me. She came here on her own. Nothing I can do to change that now. Hamburg locks eyes with me, his fury crumbling into something desperate. Please, he stammers, his voice cracking. Name your price, my fortune, my estate, anything. I'm worth more than you can imagine. I move closer, close enough to catch the sour tang of his fear. His glare wavers, a mix of loathing and dread flickering beneath it. Massive frame shakes just inches from me, and I know if he thought he had the upper hand, he'd wrap his hands around my throat without hesitation. Then his face twists into something mocking. You won't do it, he spits, lips curling. You don't have the guts. That guard, that was survival, but this, you can't pull the trigger. There's a sick amusement in his stare. I don't answer. My fingers rest lightly on the knife at my side, thumb brushing the edge. His bluster is almost entertaining, pathetic, really. He takes a step back, then another, trying to play it casual. Drinks anyone, he offers, forcing a laugh as he shrugs off his jacket and drapes it over a chair. His fingers fumble with his shirt buttons. I move like a shadow. The blade finds his throat before he finishes unbuttoning the last one. A wet, ragged gasp tears from him, hands flying up as if he could claw the wound shut. Blood spills between his fingers, soaking his collar, his chest, his sleeves. He drops to his knees, choking, crimson pooling beneath him. I don't look away, not when his body jerks, not when his tears mix with the blood. My pulse thrums steady as I crouch in front of him, watching the life drain from his eyes. The terror there, the realization, it's almost poetic. Victor, Frederick, Nicholas, they're watching too, but I don't care. Hamburg collapses face first onto the marble, limbs twitching once, twice, before stillness takes over. His eyes stay open, empty. The blood spreads, dark and slick, staining the floor beneath him. And I just smile, kneeling before him. I shift my weight forward, resting my arms on my thighs. That's exactly how they felt when you took their last breath, I murmur to the lifeless body. Standing up, I barely avoid the spreading pool of blood creeping toward my boots. My gaze moves from Frederick to Nicholas, then settles on Victor. Their silent nods of approval are unanimous, but Victor's eyes hold something deeper, an unbreakable connection forged not by this moment but by that fateful night in Mexico, thrown together by chance, bound by our twisted similarities in an undeniable pull toward each other. We're two halves of the same dark soul. Chapter 30, Izabel. 1 year later. The scent of lavender fills the air as Victor steps into our New York bathroom, finding me submerged in a cloud of bubbles. I glance up lazily as he pulls his pistol from his waistband and sets it on the marble counter. My hair is piled into a messy knot, my arms draped over the edges of the tub, one knee breaking the surface of the water. The day had been long. John Lanson, the so-called titan of Balfour Enterprises and a predator in a tailored suit, had met his end by my hand. His blood still lingers beneath my nails. Where were you? I ask, not bothering to lift my head. Tidying up after you, Victor replies, his voice steady. I crack an eye open to see him towering over me. It was clean, I insist. He arches a brow, his gaze dropping to my hands. Really, clean means no traces, no evidence, not even the ghost of you left behind. I exhale, shutting my eyes again. Victor, I drawl, flicking water from my fingers. I was meticulous. Frederick can vouch for me, he triple-checked. The edge of the tub dips as he sits beside me. Were my exact instructions, Izabel? His tone remains calm, but there's an edge beneath it. Before you left with Frederick, what did I say? No blood, I recite, eyes still closed. Make it look like natural causes. When I look up, his emerald eyes are stormy, darker than usual. Poison isn't my style, I counter. You disobeyed me, he says, low and deliberate. And it won't happen again. A smirk tugs at my lips as I sink deeper into the water, letting the bubbles swallow my hands. This is our dance, the push and pull, the deliberate defiance, the punishment that's really just another kind of game. Lanson was nothing more than practice, a stepping stone. Victor knows I'd never stray from the plan when it truly mattered. What's your plan for me, Victor? I murmur, my voice dripping with playful defiance. I lift my left leg from the water, resting it on the edge of the tub just behind where he sits, the steam curling around us, planning to teach me a lesson. His sleeve is already rolled up, revealing the strong lines of his forearm. His fingers trace a slow path down my leg before disappearing beneath the water. A sharp gasp escapes me as his touch finds its mark. You're benched until you learn some restraint, he says, his voice low, two fingers sliding between my thighs. My head tilts back against the tub, my legs parting further. And what if restraint isn't in my nature? I manage, my breath hitching as his fingers move with deliberate precision. He's infuriating, and I'm addicted to it. His thumb presses hard against me in slow circles, and my muscles tense, heat coiling low in my stomach. Look at me, he orders, his voice rough. My eyelids flutter open, struggling to focus as pleasure threatens to drown me. A whimper slips out, my teeth sinking into my lip hard enough to sting. If you won't control yourself, he murmurs, then I'll have to. Have to what? My chest rises and falls rapidly. My fingers skim the water, seeking his wrist, tracing the tendons before sliding down to where his hand still works me with relentless rhythm. Then nothing. He withdraws, stands, and dries his arm with my towel hanging carelessly over the shower door. I blink up at him dazed. Without a word, he walks out, leaving me breathless and furious in the cooling water. "Hey," I snap, surging upright. "Where do you think you're going?" Silence. Victor, still nothing. A growl tears from my throat as I vault out of the tub, water sloshing over the sides. Snatching his gun from the counter, I storm into the bedroom, dripping suds onto the hardwood. He's by the bed, shrugging out of his shirt like this is just another Tuesday, which only fuels my irritation. I lunge, aiming to press the barrel between his shoulder blades, but he's faster. In a heartbeat, he's spun around, wrenching the gun from my grip and pressing it under my jaw. The metal bites into my skin, his eyes dark with something between fury and desire. My body arches against his, my nipples pebbling against his bare chest, his other hand splayed possessively across my back. "No discipline, Izabel," he murmurs, his gaze raking over my face. His tongue flicks against the corner of my mouth before he pushes the gun deeper, tilting my head back. "You never learn." I strain toward him, seeking his lips, but he denies me, hovering just out of reach, close enough to feel his breath, far enough to drive me mad. His tongue traces my skin again before he pushes me onto the bed, his black slacks still clinging to his hips as he settles between my bare thighs. A shiver runs through me when I feel the heat of his body pressing against mine. His mouth moves slowly up my chest, leaving a trail of fire in its wake. He brushes his lips along my jawline, first one side, then the other. "Maybe you should just walk away," I murmur against his mouth. "Not a chance," he growls before capturing my lips in a searing kiss. "You belong to me as long as you're alive." That moment sealed my fate, transforming me from captive to killer. It wasn't just the start of something between Victor and me, but the birth of a shadowy network so covert it doesn't even have a name. 6 weeks ago, our circle grew when Dorian Flynn, with his golden hair and unsettling hazel eyes, joined us. While operatives work across continents, the 5 of us are the core, with Victor reigning at the top. Nicholas remains an insufferable prick, obsessed with cash, women, and getting under my skin, always just enough to push my buttons without crossing a line. A year later, and we still can't stand each other. The feeling might be stronger on my end, but for Victor's sake, we tolerate it. Mostly by staying out of each other's way. One day, though, I'll settle the score, preferably with a bullet. Frederick, still a walking mystery. Women lose their minds over him, and I gave up trying to understand why ages ago. The only way to figure it out would be to sleep with him, and that's never happening. He's like family now, always chasing me down with bandages after a fight or a mission gone wrong. I snap at him not to treat me like some fragile doll, but secretly, I don't hate that he cares. Then there's Dina, the woman who should have been my mother. We moved her to a quiet house in Fort Wayne, simple and unassuming, just like her old place in Lake Havasu. Victor wanted to give her something grand, but she refused. "I don't need fancy," she told him. "She doesn't know the full truth about what we do, and that's for the best. I visit her every month, but her health's fading. She's tougher than any of us, though. I just hope she's got more time left than I think." Amelia McKinney wasn't murdered by Frederick. He doesn't operate like that. Instead, he relocated her to a secure spot across the country, tucked away in Delaware with a fresh start. New name, new life, but he keeps his distance. The last thing he needs is some woman getting the wrong idea, thinking he's after more than just a good time. Classic Frederick. Once we wrapped things up with Hamburg and Stevens, we shifted focus to Javier Ruiz's brothers and the girls trapped in that Mexican hellhole. For 6 brutal months, I trained harder than ever, real hands-on training, not some half-baked survival course. By the time we reached the compound, most of the girls I'd known were gone, either sold off or dead. Luis and Diego Ruiz met the same end as Hamburg, their throats slit, while Victor, Nicholas, and Dorian cleared the place with a storm of bullets. Guns aren't my strong suit yet, but blades, that's where I shine, and I'm getting sharper every day. We saved 6 girls, but freedom didn't erase the damage. Some scars don't heal. After Mexico, we turned our attention to the buyers, the real monsters. That hunt never stops. It's a slow, bloody grind, but I won't quit until every last one of them is gone. Still, the biggest threat isn't them, it's the Order. A sprawling, ancient network of killers with Victor in their crosshairs 24/7, taking them down. That's the real challenge. It'll take years, maybe a lifetime, but I'll see it through. Frederick's gone now, forced out under suspicion, leaving us without our best inside man. We've planted new moles, but trust doesn't come easy in this world. And Victor, on the surface, he's ice, ruthless, detached, all business. But when it's just us, that's when the mask slips. He doesn't need words to show he loves me. A single touch says it all. Victor is the only person who's ever truly let me in, and I know he'll never walk away. He became my protector, the one who'd move heaven and earth to keep me safe. Even when he tells me to trust my gut first, I still hand him my life without hesitation. The world's full of risks, walking down the street, grabbing coffee, even answering a call. Every stranger is a potential threat until they prove otherwise. Death could come for either of us at any moment, but I don't worry. Victor will always fight for me just like I'd do anything for him. This is how we live, always watching, always ready. And somehow in a life surrounded by danger, I've never felt more secure. The car ride took a sharp turn when Anthony leaned between the seats, fingers brushing Bray's bracelets. My grip tightened on the wheel. "Did you make those?" he asked, too close, too eager. Bray yanked her wrist back. "No, store-bought," she muttered, tension threading her voice. I shot him a look and he retreated, hands up. "Sorry, man," he said with a grin that didn't reach his eyes. Something was off. His energy had shifted from easygoing to unsettling in seconds. "How much longer?" I asked, catching his reflection in the mirror. "Almost there," he said, but the minutes dragged. When he didn't signal for the exit, I flicked my blinker on anyway. Time to cut this short. Anthony stiffened. "Wrong turn." "Not for us," I said, steering toward the ramp. Then came the click of a gun, cold metal glinting near Bray's temple. My pulse spiked. "Stay on the damn freeway," Anthony growled. I swerved back at the last second, the exit vanishing behind us. Bray's breath hitched. "Elias," Anthony chuckled darkly. "Elias, huh?" The barrel of the gun dug deeper into her temple as Anthony increased the pressure. Bray squeezed her eyes shut for a brief moment while my fingers clamped around the steering wheel like a vice. "Pretty sure you told me your name was John," I muttered through gritted teeth. "What difference does it make?" My voice cracked under the tension. "What the hell are you doing?" Anthony's laugh sent chills down my spine. "You figure it out, genius." Christina remained slumped against the passenger door, unconscious. "Listen, I know how these things go," I said, struggling to keep my eyes off the weapon pressed against Bray's skull. "I've got money, whatever you want, just don't hurt her." Bray's lips quivered, the only movement in her otherwise frozen body. Every muscle in me burned with the urge to smash this bastard's face in. "Pull over there," Anthony ordered, jerking his chin toward the shoulder. Okay. I forced my breathing to steady. If he just wanted to rob us and vanish into the trees, fine. But if I caught even a flicker of intent to kill us, I'd make my move. No way was I letting this scumbag take Bray down without a fight. The car rolled to a stop and I shifted into park. A surge of hope hit me when headlights appeared behind us until the semi roared past without slowing, its gust rocking the car. "Empty your pockets, wallet, phone, everything, toss it on the dash." "Let me guess, no vacation home in Malibu?" I deadpanned as I complied. "Hell no," he snorted. "And that ride back at the lot, not mine either." His gaze barely flicked away as he snapped at Bray. "You too, hand over whatever you've got." For a split second, I considered lunging for the gun while his attention wavered. But one wrong move and that trigger could send a bullet straight through her. My mouth was bone dry, my body locked in a cold sweat. All I could picture was slamming my fists into him until he stopped moving. "Now get out," he barked, the barrel now pressed against the base of my skull. At least it wasn't on Bray anymore. I eased the door open, hands raised high, fingers grazing my hairline. In the distance, another set of headlights glowed, too far to help. My gaze flicked between the approaching lights and Bray, still trapped inside. Cars blurred past on the opposite lanes, oblivious in the darkness. "Get her out of there," I demanded, moving onto the shoulder of the highway, my voice cracked with desperation. "Just let her go, damn it." Christina lifted her head from where it had been pressed against the glass, blinking as if shaking off a daze. She dragged her hands down her face, then froze when she saw Anthony stepping out of the car, his gun leveled at me. "Anthony, what the hell?" Her voice pitched higher, panic sharpening her words. No, don't you dare. Shut your mouth," he barked, keeping the weapon trained on me. "Get your girl out. I don't need two of you yapping at me the whole damn way." I didn't hesitate. I yanked Bray's door open and hauled her out before she could react. The headlights of an oncoming car flashed in the distance. I shoved her behind me, shielding her as the vehicle roared past, oblivious. Anthony smirked, tapping the barrel against the window. "Try anything stupid and you're done." Just like before, our chance for help vanished in seconds, tires screeching into the night. Bray clutched my back, her nails biting into my skin. "Appreciate the lift, pal," Anthony called before slamming the door and peeling out, Christina's furious screams fading behind them. I stood there, watching until the taillights dissolved into nothing. "You goddamn coward," I swung at the empty air, wishing it was his face. Then I turned to Bray and my stomach dropped. She was shaking violently, hands pressed to her face, the anger drained out of me. "Hey, come here," I murmured, reaching for her. "Don't touch me," she exploded, stumbling back into the tall grass, her arms dropped to her sides, fists clenched. Just go away." I knew it wasn't about me. She just stared down the barrel of a gun. She collapsed onto the ground, her whole body trembling like she'd been left in the cold. I knelt in front of her, gripping her knees. "Elias," she whispered, tears catching the dim moonlight. "What are we even doing out here?" I sank down beside her, lacing my fingers through hers. "We can turn back, just say the word, Bray." She shook her head, but there was no conviction in it. Neither of us had answers. That question wasn't really about the highway or Anthony. It was about everything else, the mess we'd stumbled into. And I knew in that moment she was realizing just how deep we'd sunk. He was merely a courier, a tiny fragment in a vast puzzle we'd managed to briefly push from our minds. His arrival yanked us back to the harsh truth of the greater crisis looming over us. "I can't go back," she murmured, lifting her gaze. "I need to move forward, just let me keep moving." "Then we will," I told her. Drawing her close, I settled her onto my lap like a throne and wrapped my arms around her, shielding her from everything but the warmth between us. The weight of her against me was a silent promise. We'd face whatever came next together, one stubborn step at a time.